reverted to normal human form, his breathing heavy but controlled. "Good," he said simply. "You're ready." That night, Seojin couldn't sleep. He lay in his room at the team headquarters and thought about everything that had led to this moment. The regression, the 16 years of memories, the systematic dismantling of Hanul's narrative, the careful groundwork for exposure. The Crimson Fortress represented a turning point. Not the final confrontation, but the moment when everything would become public, when the hidden struggle would become visible. He thought about Moon, who had finally understood that he was being consumed and had the strength to walk away. About Yura, who'd somehow understood the shape of his rage without him ever explaining it. About Dako, who'd somehow known that Seojin would need to be prepared for more than just a hunting trial. At 6 a.m., he got out of bed and went to the training chamber. He projected a single void Aegis barrier and held it, watching the mana curves shift and flow. The barrier was stable, powerful, elegant in its geometry. But it was also incomplete. There was something he still needed to achieve, some threshold he hadn't crossed yet. Rank 7 was waiting somewhere beyond this moment. The next level of advancement, the next stage of power. And it would come not through training, but through necessity. Through pressure applied in a real dungeon against real threats. The Crimson Fortress awaited. And beyond it, the reckoning that Seojin had been building toward since the moment of his regression. Chapter 68. The Crimson Fortress was bigger than anyone had expected. The DMZ gate, when it opened, revealed not a confined dungeon space, but an entire military compound, sprawling across what looked like several square kilometers of collapsed architecture. Battlements and siege towers rose from weathered stone, and between them were walls, courtyards, barracks, and defensive positions. The dungeon had modeled itself after medieval military fortifications, but aged to the point where some structures were crumbling into dust, while others remained ominously intact. The 4 finalist teams entered from different positions. Breakpoint got the eastern approach, which meant navigating through what had once been an outer defense ring and working their way inward. The Crimson Fortress lived up to its name. The stone was streaked with veins of deep red, almost as though the dungeon itself was bleeding. "Signal silence from here on," Seojin said as they descended into the first courtyard. "We move as a unified structure. Pilsung, forward position. Doyen, left flank with the rampart WYRM. Yura, spear ready for disruption attacks. Myri and Moon, position for healing support from the second level of that barracks." The team moved with precision. Everything they'd trained for was now operational. Pilsung was already sketching the dungeon's architecture, creating a mental map that would allow them to navigate the compound's labyrinth of passages and courtyards. Doyen released his fortress beasts, the rampart WYRM and 2 newer creatures, both aggressive and specialized for environmental combat. Yura's spear was already glowing with mana as she moved into flanking position. The first monsters emerged from the shadows between 2 collapsed towers, soldier-type creatures, vaguely humanoid, but clearly monstrous. They moved with alarming coordination, suggesting the dungeon's inhabitant was using them as organized military units rather than simple creatures. Seojin activated Fracture Sight, and the structure of their defensive formations became immediately visible. The monsters were arranging themselves to create overlapping coverage, to funnel approaching hunters into kill zones. It was sophisticated tactical understanding, the kind of intelligence that only appeared in high-tier dungeons. His response was to break their formation before they could fully establish it. A barrier projection moved like a lance, striking the leftmost creature and shattering its spinal structure. Another barrier curved around Yura's position, creating a zone where she could move safely while still being surrounded. The monsters tried to regroup, but by then the rampart WYRM had arrived, its massive bulk disrupting their spacing. Doyen's second creature, something resembling a crystalline spider with jagged limbs, climbed the barracks wall and began attacking from an angle the monsters hadn't anticipated. By the time they'd reorganized, Yura had already eliminated 3 of them. The remaining monsters fell within minutes. "Moving deeper," Seojin said. "Pilsung, what's the internal structure?" "Courtyard to the north leads to the main fortress," Pilsung replied, his sketches becoming more detailed. 3 possible routes: straight through the courtyard, flanking through the barracks complex on the west, or going up and over the walls on the east. We go over, Seojin said. Elevated position. Better sight lines. Less ambush potential. The team shifted routes, and Seojin understood why Dako had insisted on the physical training. They weren't just moving through a dungeon. They were making moment-by-moment tactical decisions, constantly reassessing based on environmental factors and monster positions. The cognitive load was enormous, far beyond what most teams could sustain for 72 hours. By the time they reached the fortress's main wall, it had been 4 hours. Their kill count was 47. The dungeon's monster density was higher than anyone had expected, which meant the boss encounter was going to be catastrophically difficult. We need to move faster, Moon said. The observation was from someone looking at the tactical situation holistically. At this pace, we'll reach the boss around hour 20. We'll be exhausted. We're not exhausted yet, Seojin replied. And the dungeon will adjust its density based on team performance. If we move faster, it'll spawn more aggressively. We maintain pace and preserve resources. This was the wisdom of someone with 16 years of dungeon experience. Seojin knew the mechanics of how high-level dungeons calculated spawn rates. Moving faster didn't save time. It just meant fighting harder monsters in greater numbers. The optimal strategy was to move at a pace that felt slow but allowed for absolute control of each encounter. By hour 8, they'd reached the fortress's outer wall. The internal structure was visible now, a massive central keep surrounded by defensive architecture, connected by underground passages that Seojin could see the entrances to. The design was military perfection, suggesting whoever had created this dungeon had deep understanding of siege warfare. Why is this important? Yura asked. The architecture. Why does the dungeon care about siege tactics? Because it's teaching something, Myri said. She was reviewing the data that Pilsung had sketched. Look at the defensive positions. They're designed to funnel attackers into specific zones, to force concentrated assault into areas where the defense is strongest. It's teaching hunters about the danger of conventional offensive strategy. Seojin understood immediately, and the solution is to not engage the conventional assault pattern, to find a way around the designed vulnerability points. He shifted their route again, moving the team toward the western passages. These passages were designed for supplies and secret movement, not for direct combat. If they could navigate the fortress's internal structure, they could bypass the defensive architecture and approach the central keep from an unexpected direction. The passages were cramped, dark, and filled with environmental hazards, collapse risk, trapped floors, mana accumulations that had become poisonous over centuries. But they were empty of monsters. The dungeon hadn't expected anyone to use them. By hour 12, Breakpoint had traversed the entire fortress and was approaching the central keep from the inside. They'd bypassed the primary defensive architecture entirely. Their kill count was still only 73, but they'd saved at least 8 hours of combat. The central keep's doors were massive, stone carved with the same precision that characterized the fortress's design. The mana emanating from behind them was dense, concentrated, and fundamentally wrong in a way that Seojin's senses immediately flagged as dangerous. Boss chamber, Seojin said. Everyone prepare. Myri, keep stimulants ready. Moon, position for barrier support. Yura, the door swung open. The creature inside was something beyond standard A-rank boss classification. It radiated presence like Dako did in his berserker form, but the energy wasn't berserker fury. It was something else. Something familiar in a way that made Seojin's entire body go rigid. Void energy. The exact same mana signature as the Abyss Gate boss from 16 years ago. The Void Emperor. The Crimson General was the name the dungeon had given it, but Seojin would have recognized that energy signature anywhere. The thing before them was fractured, diminished compared to what he remembered, but it was fundamentally the same entity he'd helped kill in his previous life. And it spoke. Shield Bearer. The creature's voice rasped, as though it had been holding breath for centuries. I know your resonance. The Emperor remembers your defiance. The words were so perfectly matched to Seojin's worst fears that for a moment, he couldn't move. The Void Emperor wasn't supposed to have consciousness. It wasn't supposed to have memory. It was supposed to be dead, killed in the Abyss Gate, its essence scattered into the void. But it had survived, and it had been waiting. Chapter 69. Saran's White Lotus team encountered Breakpoint nearly an hour after the Crimson General's revelation. The teams met in one of the fortress's secondary chambers, not by accident, but because both teams were navigating toward the same resource junction. Breakpoint. Saran's voice was cool, analytical. I didn't expect to see you this deep in the fortress. Seojin forced himself to focus on the present moment. The Crimson General had been a shock, a revelation that the underlying threat to humanity was far more complex than he'd assumed. But it was also a problem to solve later. Right now, he had a trial to complete. We found an efficient route, Seojin replied. You're welcome to follow our path if you want. I prefer to navigate my own routes, Saran said. Her team was arrayed with perfect military precision. Ice mages in the rear, melee attackers in the middle, specialized barriers for environmental protection. White Lotus had traditionally been the association's proper hunter team, training according to established doctrine, lacking Seojin's innovative approaches. But Saran herself was formidable. Her ice domain was approaching S-rank power, a defensive and offensive system that could freeze entire areas and make them inaccessible to enemies. She was the kind of hunter that standard tactics barely affected because her mana output was sufficient to overwhelm most defensive structures through sheer force application. We should cooperate against the boss, Pilsung suggested. The Crimson General is clearly beyond standard A-rank difficulty. Combined forces will manage, Saran interrupted. She was studying Seojin with an intensity that suggested calculation. Unless Breakpoint needs support? It was a challenge disguised as an offer. Seojin understood immediately. Saran wanted to measure herself against the Crimson General without Breakpoint's interference. She wanted to prove that White Lotus could match any team in the trial. We'll handle the boss independently, Seojin said. If you encounter it after we've cleared the chamber, feel free to move through. This was tactically unsound. Combined forces would offer better chance of success, but it was also psychologically necessary. Seojin's team had to prove they could defeat the Crimson General on their own, and Saran's pride demanded that she not accept support from a team she suspected was inferior to her own. Agreed, Saran said. Good luck, Seojin. I'm looking forward to seeing if your barrier innovations are as revolutionary as the trial footage suggested. And I'm looking forward to seeing what an A-rank peak ice mage can actually accomplish beyond theory, Seojin replied. The two teams separated, moving deeper into the fortress from different directions. An hour later, Seojin stood before the Crimson General again. The creature had retreated into the central keep's deepest chamber, a space that seemed to pulse with void energy. The walls themselves were slowly crystallizing into something that resembled void ice, a temperature approaching absolute zero while simultaneously burning with destructive mana. Everyone in position, Seojin commanded. Activate the fortress array. Doyen, release all creatures. Yura, your primary offense. Moon and I will rotate barrier coverage based on the general's attack patterns. The team moved with the precision that weeks of training had instilled. The fortress array plates resonated with Seojin's barrier frequency, creating a unified network that encompassed everyone simultaneously. Doyen's creatures, the Rampart WIREM and the two specialized beasts, moved in coordinated assault patterns. Yura's spear began the ritualized dance of approaching the creature that had nearly destroyed her team's confidence. The Crimson General responded to their approach by releasing a wave of void energy, a blast of anti-life force that was designed to disintegrate barriers through fundamental annihilation rather than through conventional force. Seojin's barriers held because they were constructed from the same fundamental energy as the void itself. When the general's attack struck them, the barriers shifted frequency to match the incoming mana signature, becoming momentarily part of the void wave before forcing it aside. It was something he'd never actually attempted before, matching mana signatures with enemy attacks rather than opposing them. The theory had been obvious from his understanding of barrier mechanics, but executing it under pressure required split-second precision. The general screamed, a sound like reality breaking. It seemed surprised that the attack had failed. It seemed surprised that a barrier-class hunter existed who could interfere with void energy at such a fundamental level. That was because in its previous life, in the Abyss Gate, Seojin had been shielding the team strategically, not actually engaging the void energy directly. He'd been rotating coverage, maintaining structures, attempting damage mitigation. He hadn't attempted direct confrontation with the void force itself. Now he did, and the Crimson General had no conceptual framework for resistance. Yura's spear struck while the general was still processing the failed attack. The impact drove into a seam in its crystalline structure, a weakness that Seojin's fracture site had identified 3 seconds before the general had even moved. The spear point was moving at a velocity that made impact with a physical armor impossible to survive, and the general's crystalline structure shattered. It fell to one knee. Doyen's creatures pressed the advantage. The Rampart WRM's massive bulk drove into the general's core, and the specialized beasts moved in with strikes designed to exploit the structural damage. Within seconds, the fight transformed from balanced engagement to execution. But the Crimson General had one final technique. It released all remaining void energy at once, not in a focused attack, but as a diffuse field that filled the entire chamber. The temperature dropped so far that the ground itself fractured. The air became toxic, saturated with anti-life force. Everything in the chamber that wasn't explicitly protected by Seojin's barriers began to crystallize into void ice. Seojin's response was instinctive. He pushed his barrier outward, expanding it to encompass not just his team, but the entire chamber. The general's void field met the expanding barrier, and the two forces began to annihilate each other. Void energy against void spectrum barriers, in a contest of mana output and precision. Seojin felt something shifting inside himself. His mana reserves were being pushed beyond their limits. His rank 6 barrier system was being forced to handle output that should have been impossible. The strain was immense, the pressure suffocating, the demand for more power than he technically possessed. And something deep in his system broke open. It wasn't breaking in the sense of shattering. It was breaking in the sense of transformation. The boundaries that defined rank 6 cultivation simply ceased to exist. His barrier system expanded, upgraded, evolved. The mana output jumped from barely sustainable to overwhelming. His perception of barrier geometry shifted from three-dimensional to something beyond, a kind of omnidirectional awareness where he could manipulate spatial structure in ways that rank 6 cultivation shouldn't have been able to achieve. Horizon Sentinel. Rank 7. The advancement happened mid-combat, with Seojin's barriers actively engaged against the Crimson General's void field. It was dangerous in the extreme, a moment of vulnerability where his mana system was reorganizing itself. If the general had pressed the attack, Seojin's team would have been annihilated. Instead, the general's void field collapsed. The creature dissolved into dissipating mana, its consciousness fragmenting and scattering. It wasn't dead, Seojin understood. It couldn't truly die, but it had been dispersed, its coherence shattered, its ability to manifest as a unified entity destroyed. The Crimson General's last words, before the void completely consumed it, the Emperor wakes. No shield holds forever. Chapter 70. The trial's final rankings were announced 18 hours later, after all remaining teams had either completed the dungeon or been extracted due to casualties. The results were not what the association had expected. First place, Down Vanguard, with mission completion time of 51 hours, minimal team casualties, and flawless tactical execution. Second place, Breakpoint, with mission completion time of 46 hours, 0 team casualties, and what the evaluation report called unprecedented defensive innovation. Third place, White Lotus, with mission completion time of 57 hours and significant team casualties. Fourth place, Tiger Claw, incomplete mission, team extraction required due to total tactical failure against the Crimson General. Both first and second place teams earned A-rank autonomy status. Both teams would be free to manage their own A-rank gate operations without association oversight. The Hunter world erupted. Breakpoint's advancement to the first rank of independent teams represented a fundamental shift in the power structure. Seojin was now classified as rank 7. The data from the trial had recorded the advancement in real time, and rank 7 shield class hunters were vanishingly rare. There were perhaps 5 in the entire world. And more importantly, Saran's White Lotus team had survived their encounter with the Crimson General, though at significant cost. The Ice Mage had faced the creature after Breakpoint had weakened it, and she'd managed to freeze its void energy long enough to force an evacuation. She'd lost 3 team members in the process, but she'd also proven that she could stand against S-rank difficulty threats. At the ceremony, Hanul approached Seojin for the traditional post-trial conversation between top teams. You advanced to rank 7, Hanul said. It was observation, not question. That's what I felt during our brief interaction. An entirely new power level. The Crimson General forced the advancement, Seojin replied. The pressure was sufficient to break through the boundaries of rank 6. Hanul smiled, and it was a genuine expression of respect mixed with something darker. I've advanced 13 times in my life. Each one was harder than the last. Reaching rank 7 through defensive pressure is unusual. Most Shield-class hunters never reach it at all. Most Shield-class hunters aren't using their barriers correctly, Seojin said. They're trying to absorb infinite force. I'm trying to redirect finite force through geometry. The second approach scales better. I see, Hanul said. And I also see that you've fundamentally changed the nature of your competition with me. You're no longer trying to prove your worth. You're trying to prove that I'm something less than what I appear to be. It was the most honest thing Hanul had said since their dinner meeting. Seojin met his eyes and didn't look away. Yes. Good, Hanul said, and he sounded almost satisfied. Fear is dangerous, but certainty is paralyzing. If you're certain I'm guilty, you'll act methodically, strategically. That's far more difficult to defend against than fear-based aggression. He extended his hand again, but this time the gesture was different. Not respectful acknowledgement, but something closer to a warrior's final salute before combat. Seojin took it. The handshake lasted longer this time, both of them understanding that this moment marked a final transition. The pretense of mentorship was completely gone. The public narrative of competitive respect was the only layer remaining between them. Everything beneath that surface was acknowledged, understood, and ready to move from hidden to overt. The gate trial final has concluded, the association announcer's voice echoed through the ceremony venue. Breakpoint and Down Vanguard are hereby granted A-rank autonomy status. All Shield-class hunters are reminded that the Shield Sovereignty Act vote has been scheduled for next week, pending final council approval. The reminder hung in the air like a threat. Even with trial victory, even with A-rank autonomy, Seojin and his team were not safe from bureaucratic overreach. Director Beck was still pushing his legislation, still trying to consolidate control over support-class hunters. But something had shifted. Seojin was now rank 7. He was now visibly more powerful than 99% of hunters in Korea. He was now someone that even the association's bureaucratic structure had to approach carefully. As the ceremony concluded and reporters began their interviews, Xianxia appeared at Seojin's side. Her expression was carefully neutral, but her eyes contained urgency. We have the data, she said quietly. The proof about Hanul. It's ready to go public whenever you decide. Seojin understood the subtext. With the trial complete, with the gate trial final demonstrating Breakpoint's competency to the entire hunter world, the moment of exposure was approaching. They could release the intelligence about Hanul's mana consumption immediately, or they could hold it as leverage, or they could use it as timing weapon to coincide with the Shield Sovereignty Act vote. Not yet, Seojin said. We wait for the right moment. The moment where exposure will do the most damage to the narrative Beck is trying to construct. Chapter 71. Director Beck's strategy for the Shield Sovereignty Act was elegant in its brutality. The legislation presented itself as necessary oversight, as protection for Shield-class hunters who were becoming dangerously powerful. It positioned government control as beneficial structure, as preventing rogue hunters from destabilizing the profession. The Hunter Council vote was scheduled for 1 week after the trial. In that week, Seojin watched as Beck conducted a sophisticated media campaign. Hunter newspapers published opinion pieces about the dangers of unsupervised Shield-class hunters. Mainstream media ran stories about Shield-class advancement rates and speculated about whether such power could destabilize society. Even some traditional hunters voiced concern that without government oversight, Shield-class hunters might accumulate enough power to challenge national authority. It was masterfully constructed propaganda, and it was working. Public opinion polls showed that 52% of Korean citizens supported the Shield Sovereignty Act. Among hunters, the number was even higher. 64% supported some form of oversight for support-class hunters. The vote was expected to pass. Then, 2 days before the vote, Xianxia released the intelligence. The data came through mainstream hunter channels simultaneously. Photographs, mana analysis, testimony from Moon Jae-ho about his physical injuries coinciding with Hanul's advancement moments. The intelligence was meticulous, comprehensive, and utterly damning. Yu Hanul, SS-rank swordsman and national hero, had been systematically consuming his shielder's mana to fuel his own advancement. It wasn't a theory or an accusation. It was documented fact, supported by mana traces and temporal correlations that couldn't be explained any other way. The reaction was seismic. Within hours, Hanul was suspended from active hunting pending investigation. His team disbanded as other members distanced themselves from the scandal. The association launched a formal inquiry. National media exploded with coverage, speculation, and moral outrage. 30 years of public trust evaporated in less than 24 hours. And Director Beck, watching the narrative he'd constructed crumble, adjusted his strategy instantly. The Shield Sovereignty Act becomes even more necessary, he declared in an emergency broadcast. This incident proves that without proper oversight, even our greatest heroes can be corrupted. We need government control structures to prevent future abuses. It was a brilliant rhetorical maneuver. He was taking Hanul's exposure and using it as evidence for the very legislation that Hanul's exposure was supposed to destroy. The logic was circular, but it was working. The narrative shifted from, "We need to control Shield-class hunters to prevent them from accumulating dangerous power," to, "We need to control Shield-class hunters to prevent them from abusing that power." Seojin realized too late that they'd made a tactical error. By exposing Hanul too early, they'd given Beck a tool to use. The Shield Sovereignty Act vote was now scheduled to pass, with even stronger support. The evening before the vote, Seojin sat in Breakpoint's conference room and understood that they'd lost. Not in the trial, they'd won that completely. But in the political sphere, in the battle for narrative control, they'd been outmaneuvered. "We can go public," Pilsung suggested. "Denounce the act. Organize opposition. Use our credibility from the trial to—" "It won't matter," Yura said flatly. Bex framed the vote as a safety measure. Anyone who opposes it will be positioned as protecting Shield-class hunters who abuse their power. We're already tainted by association with Hanul, even though we're the ones who exposed him. Then we appeal to the international community, Myri suggested. Hunter organizations in other countries. If enough outside pressure takes too long, Dako interrupted. The old berserker had been silent through most of the post-trial period, but now he spoke with the authority of someone who'd watched political structures for decades. The vote is tomorrow. By the time international pressure mounts, the legislation will be law. We need to stop it now. How? Moon asked. What can we actually do to change minds in the next 16 hours? We can't, Seojin said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. His voice had carried absolute certainty. The vote is going to pass. The Shield Sovereignty Act will become law, and Shield-class hunters above a rank will be classified as government strategic assets. That's already decided. Then why are we sitting here? Yura demanded. If it's already decided, why aren't we figuring out how to survive it? Seojin's expression was distant, focused on something beyond the conference room. Because I don't think the vote is actually going to happen. What do you mean? Xianxia asked. Before Seojin could answer, alarms began screaming throughout Breakpoint headquarters. The hunter warning system that all organizations maintained. The alert that signified gate breaks occurring across the city. Not one gate break. Multiple gate breaks. Seojin's expression shifted into something that looked almost like grim recognition. He moved to the window and looked out across Seoul. 7 massive gate rifts had opened across the city, and from each one, monsters were pouring out. But these weren't normal dungeon creatures. These were creatures radiating void energy. The exact same energy that the Crimson General had carried. The Void Emperor. It was manifesting simultaneously across 7 different gates. The alert system was screaming about catastrophic gate breaks. The evacuation protocols were being activated. Every hunter organization in the city was mobilizing for emergency response. The Shield Sovereignty Act vote, scheduled for tomorrow, was instantly forgotten. We need to respond, Doyen said immediately. The largest gate breach appears to be near Cheongdam, Seojin said, naming the district. I'm going to the largest breach. The rest of you coordinate with the association's emergency response and help with evacuation. Absolutely not, Yura said flatly. If we're splitting up, I'm coming with you. We're not fighting S-rank difficulty threats alone. This isn't a hunt, Seojin replied. This is response to catastrophic crisis. We respond where we're most needed. He grabbed his shield and moved toward the exit. Yura grabbed her spear and followed. Moon, understanding the assignment, grabbed equipment and followed as well. Myri began organizing medical response for the evacuation zones. The three of them, shield bearer, spear fighter, secondary barrier, headed into the night toward a gate breach that was radiating void energy and emitting a pressure that made the entire sky feel like it was being compressed. Chapter 72. The Chongdam Gate breach was catastrophically worse than Seojin had anticipated. The rift in reality was the size of a building. The monsters pouring through it weren't in organized waves. They were in a tide, an absolute flood of void-touched creatures that had completely overwhelmed the association's standard emergency response. Hunters were dying. Civilians were dying. The entire district was collapsing into chaos. And standing at the breach's center, glowing with void energy, was something that resembled Yu Hanul. It was him, and it wasn't him. The form was his, the face was his, but the presence was something else. The Void Emperor's consciousness, manifesting through Hanul's body. The creature was using Hanul like a vessel, like a puppet. Shield bearer. The Void Emperor spoke through Hanul's mouth, and the voice was wrong, layered, echoing, containing harmonics that shouldn't have been possible. I gave you the hero's death you earned. You rejected it. Now I will take everything you protect. Seojin understood instantly. In his previous life, Hanul had been more completely compromised. The Void Emperor's consciousness had been slowly infiltrating Hanul's mind for years, gradually consuming him. By the time of the Abyss Gate raid, Hanul had been operating under partial void corruption, which was how he could maintain the mana consumption technique. It required void energy amplification. Now, with all 7 gates simultaneously breached, the Void Emperor was pulling all of its distributed consciousness back together through multiple anchor points. Hanul was becoming the primary manifestation point, the central consciousness through which the Emperor was reasserting full coherence. Yura, evacuate civilians, Seojin commanded. Moon, establish secondary barriers, and the Void Emperor moved. The speed was impossible. Hanul's body translated from the gate's center to Seojin's position in less than a second, his transcendent edge manifesting in a strike designed to decapitate. Seojin threw up a barrier, but it shattered under the impact like it was made of glass. The blade cut across Seojin's shoulder, drawing blood. It hurt in a way that barrier-class hunters rarely experienced. The Void Emperor's weapon wasn't operating on conventional physics. It was cutting through the space between dimensions, slicing through layers of reality that normal barriers couldn't defend. Seojin had to fall back. Yura moved in immediately, her spear intercepting the follow-up strike. Moon established secondary barriers that allowed Seojin space to retreat. The fight was desperate, improvised, completely different from the controlled environment of the trial. The Void Emperor was using Hanul's body with perfect precision and decades of sword combat experience. It was pressing attacks that gave no room for error, no opportunity for recovery. It's too fast, Yura gasped between parries. We can't. Seojin activated every barrier technique at once. Fracture sight, impact memory release, geometric containment. He flooded the immediate area with so many barrier projections that they overlapped, creating a zone where the Void Emperor couldn't move without immediately encountering mana-responsive obstacles. It was a desperate gambit that shouldn't have worked. But Seojin was rank 7 now, and his barrier projections operated at a scale and speed that no rank 6 hunter could have achieved. The Void Emperor tried to push through, but the barriers reformed faster than it could cut through them. For a moment, Seojin had containment. The creature was pinned, struggling against geometric walls that it couldn't bypass. Moon, help civilians, Seojin commanded. Yura, move to secondary positions and prepare for opening. The Void Emperor screamed, and reality fractured. The barriers shattered. The space around the creature seemed to invert, and suddenly Seojin was flying backward, his body impacting a building with enough force to crack the stone structure. He coughed blood and felt his rank 7 advancement suddenly feel very, very fragile. Hanul's body rose, and the Void Emperor's presence expanded. It was pulling more consciousness through the other 6 gates, consolidating power, gathering strength. The raid on Seoul was just the beginning. The real assault was the spiritual/metaphysical convergence happening through reality's broken spaces. Seojin. Yura was there, helping him up, her spear already positioned for counter-assault. What do we do? Seojin's vision was blurring from pain, from mana depletion, from the sheer overwhelming force of what they were fighting. He understood now why his previous self had died in the Abyss Gate. This wasn't something a single hunter could stop. This wasn't something a single team could stop. This was something that required coordinated response from every S-rank hunter in the nation. And most of Korea's S-rank hunters were currently dealing with the other 6 gate breaches. We hold, Seojin said, his voice rough. We hold until reinforcement arrives. But even as he said it, he understood that holding might not be possible. The Void Emperor, fully manifesting through Hanul's body, began to advance again. And Seojin, despite his rank 7 advancement, despite his 16 years of memory and experience, was about to be reminded that some threats existed beyond the scope of what any individual hunter could overcome. Chapter 73. Holding against the Void Emperor lasted approximately 4 minutes. In that time, Seojin projected barriers continuously, maintaining containment zones, redirecting attacks, creating safe spaces for Yura to attack from and for civilians to evacuate through. His mana expenditure was unsustainable. His barrier quality was deteriorating as exhaustion mounted. His body was taking damage that would have killed a normal hunter 3 times over. But 4 minutes allowed the reinforcement to arrive. Dako appeared first, his S-rank berserker form already activated, his mana output sufficient to create pressure that actually made the Void Emperor pause in its assault. Behind him came Saran, her ice domain fully expanded, freezing the void-touched monsters at the gate breach. And behind them, more hunters, the association's rapid response team, every available S-rank or peak A-rank hunter that Seoul could muster. The tide began to turn. Dako's assault was brutal and precise. He moved with the confidence of someone who'd spent 65 years understanding combat at the highest level. His strikes drove the Void Emperor backward, and the creature found itself forced to actually defend rather than continuing to press its assault. Saran's ice domain was even more effective. The void energy that had been so destructive against Seojin's barriers couldn't penetrate her ice structures. The cold neutralized the void's anti-life properties, creating a form of defense that bypassed the void's fundamental nature. Within minutes, the situation had inverted from desperate to controlled. But the Void Emperor was far from defeated. It was adapting, finding ways to counter Dako's berserker fury and Saran's ice projection. The creature was learning in real time, evolving tactics, accessing Hanul's complete knowledge base to understand weaknesses. Seojin, watching from a position behind defensive barriers, understood something that others might not have. The Void Emperor didn't want victory through annihilation. It wanted something else. It wanted to be whole again, wanted to consolidate all its distributed consciousness back into singular existence. The raid on Seoul was a distraction, a grand gesture that would force every major hunter to respond and leave other gates undefended while it completed its consolidation. The other 6 gates, Seojin said to Moon, who was coordinating evacuation for the remaining civilians. The Void Emperor is keeping them open as backup anchor points. We need to collapse them while it's distracted. That's not possible, Moon replied. Only gate specialists can collapse breaches, and they'll need military backup too. Then coordinate with the emergency response, Seojin interrupted. Get the specialists here. We can defend them while they work. Moon nodded and began communicating through the emergency network. Seojin turned back to the central fight, where Dako was engaged in what could only be described as a battle of wills with the Void Emperor. Neither combatant was gaining ground anymore. The fight had reached a stalemate where both sides understood they couldn't achieve victory through conventional assault. Saran moved to Seojin's position. Her ice mage dress was torn, her face showed signs of magical strain, but her expression was completely controlled. Your barriers are degrading, she observed. You can't maintain containment much longer. I know, Seojin replied. I'm operating on emergency mana reserves. I have maybe 5 more minutes of meaningful contribution. Then we use those 5 minutes to establish a containment structure that will hold without constant energy, Saran said. Ice barriers freeze void energy. Your barriers redirect it. Combined, we can create a structure that's self-sustaining. It was cooperation born from immediate necessity. Saran's domain-level ice projection, combined with Seojin's rank 7 barrier geometry, created something novel, a hybrid containment structure that used the void energy itself as part of its structural mechanism. The void tried to annihilate the barriers, but in doing so, it fed the structure that was supposed to contain it. It was beautiful, in a terrible way. It was two hunters finding the exact intersection point, where their techniques complemented each other so perfectly that they transcended individual limitations. The Void Emperor sensed the shifting dynamics and intensified its assault on Dako, trying to break through the central defense before the secondary containment could solidify. But Dako was old and experienced, and absolutely unwilling to yield an inch. His berserker form was pushing toward breaking its own limitations. Seojin could feel the strain in his mentor's mana signature as Dako approached rank 8, the highest echelon of cultivation, where only a handful of hunters in human history had ever advanced. Go, Dako commanded, his voice resonating with power. Advance past your limits. Don't wait for me. Seojin understood. His mentor was pushing himself to the edge, past the edge, to give Seojin space to achieve what needed to be achieved. Dako was willing to sacrifice advancement, willing to suffer permanent cultivation damage, willing to do whatever was necessary to create the moment where Seojin could break through. Seojin closed his eyes and stopped defending. He stopped maintaining barriers. He stopped containing. Instead, he opened himself completely to the Void Emperor's pressure. Every ounce of its destructive force, every bit of its anti-life energy, channeled directly into Seojin's mana system. It should have killed him. It would have killed him if he was still rank 6. But rank 7 cultivation had opened pathways that lower ranks couldn't access. Rank 7 allowed direct manipulation of mana at levels that approached S-rank capability. Rank 7 allowed the kind of synthesis that required willingness to absorb more than any reasonable structure could contain. Seojin absorbed the Void Emperor's entire assault and converted it directly into advancement. Cataclysm Breaker. Rank 8. The elevation happened all at once, no gradual progression. One moment he was rank 7, overwhelmed by the void energy. The next moment he was rank 8, and the void energy that had been destroying him was now flowing through him like water through a pipe designed for oceans. His barriers expanded. Not just expansion, reimagining. At rank 8, a shield-class hunter's defensive structures became something beyond barriers. They became environments. Entire zones where the shield bearers will dictated the laws of physics. Seojin projected a barrier that wasn't just a defensive structure. It was a completely reconstructed space where void energy didn't have power, where the Void Emperor couldn't function. The creature screamed, and for the first time, there was desperation in the sound. Dako saw the opening and moved with the final reserves of his berserker form. His strike, the impact of a 65-year-old S-rank hunter pushing himself beyond every limit, drove into the Void Emperor's core with absolute precision. The creature convulsed, and Hanul's body fell. But as it fell, the presence that had inhabited it began to separate, to migrate, to attempt escape through the other open gates. The Void Emperor was fragmenting, its consolidated consciousness shattering back into distributed pieces, trying to ensure survival through dispersion. Collapse the gates, Seojin commanded, and gate specialists who had been moving into position activated their tools. The 6 secondary breaches began to close, their rifts folding back into stability, their anchor points being severed. The Void Emperor's consciousness had nowhere to retreat to. It couldn't consolidate. It couldn't escape. It could only fragment further, scattering into the void itself, its cohesion finally and completely destroyed. The Void Emperor was dead. Finally and completely dead. Chapter 74. The aftermath of the gate breaks lasted 72 hours. Seoul was in crisis mode, casualty counts, infrastructure damage, psychologically traumatized survivors. Seojin worked through it all in a state of exhausted clarity. Hanul had survived. He was in medical care, his consciousness slowly returning from the Void Emperor's possession. The memory of what he'd done while under void control. The fact that he'd been aware but unable to stop himself from attacking hunters and endangering civilians would leave scars that no amount of healing could fix. Dako had suffered permanent cultivation damage from pushing past his limits. He'd advanced to what would have been rank 8, but his mana channels had ruptured under the strain. His advancement was incomplete, frozen, potentially irreversible. The old berserker was accepting the consequences with the same equanimity he approached everything else in life, as simply the cost of necessary action. Saran and her White Lotus team had been instrumental in the emergency response. The Ice Mage had helped establish quarantine zones, had assisted in evacuating civilians from secondary breach points, had proven that competitive rivalry between teams could evolve into cooperation when existential threat was real. And Seojin was now operating at rank 8, the highest cultivation level, a status that he shared with perhaps 5 hunters in all of South Korea. The advancement had been hardened by combat rather than by careful progression, which meant his rank 8 capabilities were stable but potentially not fully optimized. The Hunter Council's emergency session convened 48 hours after the gate breaks. The Shield Sovereignty Act, which had been scheduled for vote immediately after the crisis, was indefinitely suspended. The political landscape had shifted entirely. The narrative was no longer Shield-class hunters are dangerous, but rather Shield-class hunters prevented catastrophe. Seojin's exposure of Hanul's mana consumption had been proven to be not jealous accusation, but accurate intelligence. The hunter world's regard for Breakpoint had elevated to something beyond respect, something approaching reverence. But the vote on the legislation wasn't the most important thing that happened that day. The most important thing was Hanul's public statement. He appeared before the Hunter Council, still recovering from his void possession, still moving with the careful deliberation of someone whose physical form had been violated. And he confessed everything. The mana consumption, the systematic use of Moon Jae-ho as a battery for his own advancement, the years of calculated sacrifice, all of it, laid out in precise detail before the assembled hunters and the broadcast cameras. I became enamored with power, Hanul said, his voice steady despite obvious pain. I told myself that my advancement served the hunter profession, that becoming stronger benefited everyone. But that was rationalization. I was serving only myself, using others as tools toward my own elevation. When Seojin Kong exposed this, I reacted with anger rather than reflection. I attempted to maintain my position rather than accepting responsibility. He paused, and genuine remorse moved across his face. The Void Emperor's possession revealed something I'd been avoiding. When the creature's consciousness controlled my body, I experienced what it was like to be used, to be unable to control your own actions, to be forced to commit violence against people you care about. That was my Shielder's experience every time I consumed their mana. That was what I inflicted on Moon Jae-ho for years. He turned to look directly at Seojin, and his eyes carried something that resembled gratitude mixed with profound regret. Kong Seojin showed me what a Shield-class hunter could become when they weren't serving another's ambition. He showed me what true strength looked like, not domination through power, but enablement through sacrifice. I failed to understand that lesson until the moment I lost all choice. I hope, eventually, it can be forgiven. The statement was released to public broadcast. Hanul's reputation, which had seemed absolutely destroyed days earlier, became recontextualized. He became a cautionary tale and a redemption arc. A powerful hunter who had been corrupted by ambition and had the strength of character to admit fault publicly. It was perfect narrative management, Seojin understood. By confessing before he was completely exposed, Hanul had controlled the narrative. By framing his actions as personal failure rather than system failure, he'd avoided creating any pressure for structural change. But it was also genuine enough. The Void Emperor possession had been real trauma. Hanul's regret seemed authentic, even if his public presentation of that regret was professionally crafted. Moon Jae-ho, present at the council session, was offered a formal apology by Hanul. The two of them met privately after the session, and Seojin didn't need to monitor the conversation. Moon had already decided what he was going to do: stay with Breakpoint, learn to be a Shield-class hunter who served alongside others rather than being exploited for another's benefit. By the end of the week, the hunter world had stabilized. The gate breaks had been contained. The Void Emperor was finally, completely dead. And Seojin Kong, Shield-class hunter, had been elevated to become one of the most respected and feared hunters in all of Korea. Chapter 75. The paper that Seojin published 3 weeks after the gate breaks was titled The Shield Breaker Doctrine: Why Defense is Offense. It was a technical treatise, a complete theoretical framework for understanding barrier-class combat, as something fundamentally different from what established doctrine had proposed. It detailed the concept of geometry-based defense, the application of fracture sight to barrier construction, the integration of shield coverage with ally positioning to create multiplicative effect rather than additive support. It was also revolutionary. The paper spread through hunter organizations worldwide. Korean hunters began requesting training in the techniques Seojin described. International hunter associations started publishing their own analyses and interpretations. A master of traditional shield arts named Ryu Tae-shin, a hunter with decades of experience and a reputation for meticulous technique, read the paper 3 times in a single evening, then spent the night in his apartment completely motionless, processing implications. The association fast-tracked certification exams for the new shield class methodologies. Within 2 months, there were 30 hunters claiming fracture sight ability. Within 4 months, there were over 100. The revolution wasn't just theoretical anymore. It was becoming practical, adopted, implemented. Hundreds of support class hunters applied for training with Breakpoint. Seojin established a formal academy, with Dako overseeing the berserker combat training and Pilsung managing equipment specialization. Yura taught spear coordination with shield-based defense, and Doyen worked with hunters who were interested in Fortress Beast integration. The hunter profession was restructuring itself in real time, based on Seojin's innovation. What was less visible, but equally important, was the political fallout. The Shield Sovereignty Act was formally withdrawn from consideration. Director Beck, seen as someone who'd attempted to use crisis as leverage for personal political gain, was forced to resign from his position. His replacement was someone more progressive, more supportive of Shield-class hunter independence. Saran approached Seojin approximately 2 months after the gate breaks, at a public hunter event where both of them were being honored for their role in the emergency response. "I've been analyzing the barrier geometry from the moment we combined our techniques," she said without preamble. "I believe it's possible to create hybrid defense structures that would allow ice mages and shield-class hunters to coordinate at much higher levels of efficiency. It would require joint research, shared theoretical framework development, and probably 6 months of constant collaboration." Seojin understood the implicit proposal. Saran was suggesting integration of their knowledge systems, the creation of technique combinations that neither of them could achieve independently. "I'm interested," Seojin said. "Send me your theoretical outline. We can begin collaborative sessions next month." Saran nodded, satisfied. She was already thinking in terms of innovation, of new possibilities, of transcending the boundaries of traditional hunter knowledge. Seojin recognized the same drive in her that had motivated his own research, not satisfaction with existing frameworks, but hunger for what came next. By the end of the 3rd month post-gate breaks, Breakpoint had grown from a 7-member team to a fully staffed organization with over 30 formal members and 100 informal apprentices. The team headquarters had expanded to occupy 2 full buildings in the Gangnam district. Pilsung was designing the next generation of mana-conductive equipment. Doyen's Fortress Beasts had multiplied to form a small army of creatures, each one specifically evolved for particular combat scenarios. And Yura asked Seojin out for dinner with the precision of someone making a calculated decision. "I want to understand what's happening between us," she said directly, sitting across from him in a restaurant far less ostentatious than Hanul's choice. "Is it strategic? Are we bonded by combat situation? Or is there something else?" "There's something else," Seojin said. He was being honest. "But I don't have clean language for it. I've lived too long, remember too much. You're a person I know from one timeline where we were teammates, and a person I'm knowing again in this timeline where everything is different. Both versions matter. Both are real." "That's not romantic," Yura said. "That's trauma bonding." "Yes," Seojin agreed. "But trauma bonds can evolve. Time allows for complexity beyond the initial catalyst." Yura was quiet for a long moment. Then, "I'm willing to find out if it evolves. But I need to know if you're going to see me as Yura, or as whatever relationship you had with the previous version of Yura." "Just you," Seojin said. "Only this version. The previous version taught me to trust certain aspects of my instincts, but you're the one I'm actually getting to know." They continued the conversation through the meal and into the evening. It wasn't romantic in the sense of grand gestures or obvious affection. It was two people examining possibility, testing compatibility, understanding that something had shifted in their dynamic beyond teamwork. By the end of the month, they'd settled into something that resembled relationship. It wasn't formalized. It didn't require constant physical proximity. But it was understood by everyone in Breakpoint that Seojin and Yura had achieved something beyond partnership. Chapter 76. The anonymous data drive arrived at Breakpoint headquarters on a Tuesday afternoon, delivered by courier service with no sender identification. Inside were files, thousands of them, all stamped with association security classifications, all containing information that should have been completely inaccessible outside of upper administration circles. Xianxia's analysis of the files took 6 hours and revealed something that chilled every member of the organization. The Void Emperor wasn't killed in the Abyss Gate, she said, standing before the team in their conference room. It was fractured. Its consciousness was deliberately shattered and distributed across hundreds of different gates, infecting boss monsters and gradually reconstructing itself. The association has known about this for years. They were covering it up. The implications were staggering. The monster ecology that hunters faced wasn't random or natural. It was, in part, a manifestation of a coordinated intelligence that had been systematically spreading itself across multiple dimensions. Why would they cover it up? Moon asked. If Void Emperor consciousness was infecting gates, the hunter world needed to know. We needed to prepare. Because acknowledging it would have required explaining how the fracturing happened, Xianxia replied. And that would have exposed the fact that someone intentionally shattered the Emperor's consciousness rather than destroying it. Someone in the association chose to split it rather than eliminate it. The silence that followed was profound. Who? Seojin asked, his voice completely steady. Xianxia pulled up additional files. The decision was made at the highest level of association leadership, approximately 20 years ago. The vote was 7 in favor of fracturing, 2 opposed. The names are listed here, but I need to cross-reference with, you already know who authorized it, Seojin said. He understood the calculus immediately. If 7 votes approved it, at least 3 of those people are still in leadership. One of them likely authorized sending you these files, to ensure you discovered the truth at the moment when maximum impact was achievable. Why would they do that? Dako asked. Why expose your own conspiracy? Because the conspiracy is no longer serving its original purpose, Seojin replied. The Void Emperor was contained through distribution, but Seojin's advancement to rank 8 has changed the threat assessment. Someone in the association has concluded that Seojin needs to know, and that knowing will create pressure for the association to formally acknowledge the truth. Xianxia traced the data signatures and cross-referenced with association documentation. Within an hour, she'd identified the source, Director Kwon Mi-sun, the highest-ranking member of the association's leadership council, the person who'd been pushing for transparency in hunter governance and had publicly opposed the Shield Sovereignty Act. She sent this to us, Xianxia confirmed. Not through official channels, but deliberately, arranged to be untraceable until someone with my skills examined the delivery mechanism. Seojin understood the political geometry now. Kwon Mi-sun was attempting to use Seojin as leverage in a struggle within association leadership. By providing him with proof of the fracturing conspiracy, she was ensuring that Seojin would have grounds to demand public disclosure. And public disclosure would weaken the position of the conspiracy's architects, which would strengthen Kwon's position within the leadership structure. It was political warfare conducted through intelligence and truth-telling. We need to contact her, Seojin said. Not to coordinate, but to understand what her endgame is. She's not sending us this information altruistically. She wants something, and we need to know what before we act on the files. Chapter 77. Director Kwon Mi-sun received Seojin in her office at the association's Seoul headquarters. The space was deliberately austere, no luxury furniture, no status markers, the kind of office that was trying to communicate functional competency rather than power. Seojin recognized the aesthetic as deliberate presentation. Thank you for coming, Kwon said. She was older, maybe in her 60s, her hair completely gray. I assume you've analyzed the files. Yes, Seojin replied. The Void Emperor was intentionally fragmented and distributed. The association knew. Multiple leadership members authorized the decision. And you sent us the documentation because you believe we'll demand public disclosure. I didn't believe, Quan corrected. I knew. You're a rank 8 hunter who just saved Seoul from catastrophic destruction. You have public trust that most political figures dream about. The moment you call for transparency, the association will have to respond. The conspiracy will unravel because the political cost of denying you will be too high. What do you get out of this? Seojin asked. Leverage, Quan said simply. I've been trying to reform the association for 5 years. I've been blocked by people who benefit from the current structure, people who use classified information as personal power. These files give me grounds to demand comprehensive review of the information control apparatus. If I can use your momentum to force that review, I can actually implement the changes I've been advocating for. You're using me, Seojin said. Yes, Quan agreed. She didn't attempt to hide it, didn't offer justifications or rationalizations. But my goals and your interests are aligned. You want transparency about the Void Emperor. I want an association that operates with accountability to the profession it serves. Those goals don't contradict each other. Seojin considered this. He understood political calculation at a level that most hunters never achieved. He could see the geometry of what Quan was attempting, the way she was manipulating circumstances to achieve her strategic objectives. He also understood that collaboration with her was optional. He could demand transparency independently, could force the disclosure without her support. But collaboration would be faster. It would be cleaner. It would result in a reformed association rather than just a damaged one. If I support your call for transparency, Seojin said, you commit to 3 things. First, comprehensive investigation of all association knowledge control mechanisms. Second, publication of findings regardless of political consequences. Third, you implement systems to prevent this type of conspiracy from forming again. Agreed, Quan said. I was going to propose all 3 of those things regardless. But I appreciate your insistence on the terms. Chapter 78. The public revelation of the Void Emperor fracturing conspiracy happened on live broadcast, with Seojin presenting the data alongside Director Quan. The association's leadership was forced to either acknowledge the conspiracy or deny documents that, once disclosed publicly, could be independently verified. They acknowledged it. The statement released by the association leadership was carefully worded to position the fracturing decision as a necessary emergency response that had been implemented with the best intentions at the time. It was framed as a difficult choice made under pressure, not as conspiracy. It was history, supposedly, not ongoing deception. But the narrative didn't hold. Public analysis of the files revealed that the fracturing decision had been made months before any emergency situation required it. It had been a calculated choice, not a forced response. And the subsequent decision to hide that choice from the broader hunter community, that was harder to rationalize. Within 2 weeks, 3 members of the association's leadership council had resigned. Director Quan was elevated to a more prominent position, and an independent investigation was launched into association knowledge control mechanisms. Seojin watched the political machinery work with the detachment of someone who understood that he'd just altered the institutional structure that governed his profession. But that wasn't the most important conversation that happened during those 2 weeks. Moon Jae-ho asked to speak with Seojin privately. They met in one of Breakpoint's training chambers, away from the team's usual gathering spaces. I've been processing what Hanul did to me, Moon said, his voice quiet. And I've realized something. I understood intellectually that he was consuming my mana, but I didn't understand emotionally what that meant. I didn't understand that it was violation at a level that transcended strategy or technique. He was taking parts of me and using them for his own advancement. That's not energy transfer. That's predation. Seojin listened without interrupting. I want to rebuild how I think about barriers, Moon continued. I want to understand them not as tools to be consumed, but as expressions of my own will and power. I want to be a hunter who shields because I choose to shield, not because someone convinced me it was my role. That's possible, Seojin said. It takes time, but it's possible to recontextualize your entire approach to your own power. I know, Moon said, because I'm seeing what you do. You shield people because you choose to. You're not shaped by expectation or trained role. You're just choosing. Every moment, choosing where your barriers go and why. Moon paused, and genuine tears began to form. I never realized a shield-class hunter could do that. I thought we were supposed to be selfless, supposed to serve. I thought ambition for your own power was wrong for a shield-class hunter. That's the lie that systems like Hanul's depend on, Seojin replied. The idea that defense is selfless, that supporting others means denying yourself. It's structured to make exploitation seem noble. I'm going to learn the new techniques, Moon said. I'm going to become as strong as I can. Not because I'm trying to surpass Hanul, but because I want to understand what my own power feels like when I'm wielding it for myself. Chapter 79. The reformation of the hunter profession continued in parallel with the association investigation. New shield class techniques spread throughout Korea and began to be transmitted internationally. Collaborative research between shield class hunters and other specializations began to proliferate. But the political landscape was shifting in ways that Seojin hadn't anticipated. A coalition of conservative hunters, disturbed by what they saw as excessive change to traditional hunter structures, began organizing opposition to the reforms. They framed the shield class revolution as destabilization, as a threat to the careful balance that had existed for decades. They pointed to the Void Emperor incursion as proof that radical innovation had created vulnerability. It was a narrative argument rather than a factual one, but it was gaining traction in some hunter communities. Simultaneously, several nations' hunter organizations requested formal training from Seojin's team. Japan wanted to establish collaborative research with Breakpoint. The European Hunter Alliance wanted Seojin to present his theories at their annual conference. International interest was, paradoxically, making Seojin's innovations seem more important and more threatening simultaneously. And then the assassination attempt happened. It occurred during a public event where Seojin was speaking about shield-class innovation to a gathering of hunters. The attack was subtle, a magical projectile hidden in a crowd, designed to be undetectable by standard hunter security systems. But Seojin's rank 8 perception caught the attack vector before the projectile even manifested. He threw up a barrier, stopped the attack, and the would-be assassin vanished into the crowd before anyone could identify them. The event was evacuated. The investigation was launched. But the attack sent a message. Seojin's rise was destabilizing something, threatening someone's position or ideology enough that they were willing to commit violence. Dako was furious. The old berserker insisted on accompanying Seojin everywhere, maintaining constant protective vigilance. Xianxia intensified her intelligence gathering, trying to identify who might be behind the assassination attempt. Pilsung designed additional protective equipment, layering Seojin with defenses that would make future attacks more difficult. But Seojin, analyzing the attack logically, understood something that troubled him deeply. The assassination attempt hadn't come from a hunter organization or from someone with direct rivalry. It had come from someone who saw Seojin as ideologically threatening. Someone who believed that the shield-class revolution was fundamentally wrong. That kind of person was far more dangerous than someone motivated by simple competition. Ideology created commitment. Ideology created willingness to sacrifice. The Gate trial had been won through innovation and strategy. The Void Emperor incursion had been survived through advancement and teamwork. But this was a different kind of threat. This was the conservative elements of the hunter profession attempting to suppress change through force. Seojin called an emergency meeting of the Hunter Council, where Director Kwon held sufficient influence to guarantee his participation. The shield-class revolution is destabilizing the profession, Seojin told the assembled hunters and bureaucrats. But the instability isn't coming from the innovation. It's coming from resistance to the innovation. Someone tried to assassinate me because they believe my work is threatening traditional structures. That person represents a larger faction that sees the reforms as dangerous. He paused, choosing his words carefully. I'm calling for formal integration of the new shield class methodologies into standard hunter education. Not optional training, not specialized research. Mandatory curriculum, mandatory advancement requirements. The fastest way to stabilize the profession is to make the innovation universal, so there's no one left to feel threatened by change. It was a radical proposal. It would effectively reshape hunter training programs worldwide. It would codify the shield class revolution into institutional structure, making it impossible to reverse. The vote was close, but it passed. Chapter 80. The shock came 3 days later. 7 simultaneous gate breaches opened across Seoul. Not the coordinated, orchestrated attack of the Void Emperor manifestation. Spontaneous, random, chaotic breaches that appeared without warning or pattern. The monster waves that poured from each breach were diverse, uncoordinated, not manifestations of unified intelligence. These were standard dungeon creatures, the kind that appeared in natural gates. But their simultaneous emergence suggested something coordinated at a dimensional level, something that transcended individual gate mechanics. Seojin responded to the nearest breach, the one appearing near Breakpoint headquarters in Gangnam. The space surrounding the gate was already chaos, civilians evacuating, other hunters engaging the emerging monsters, emergency response teams mobilizing. He pushed his barrier framework to its absolute limits, establishing protective zones for evacuating civilians while simultaneously attacking the monsters that were threatening lives. His rank 8 advancement allowed him to maintain multiple barrier structures simultaneously, each one operating at a level that should have required a different hunter's complete focus. But something was wrong. The gates weren't closing. Despite the monster waves being eliminated, despite multiple hunter teams responding, the breaches remained open. And new monsters kept emerging in endless waves, as though the gates were sources rather than passages. Seojin's mana was beginning to deplete. He'd been operating at maximum capacity for hours, maintaining barriers continuously, projecting shields across 3 city blocks. His reserves were finite, and finite reserves couldn't sustain indefinite burden. Then his consciousness shifted. It wasn't pain or damage. It was simple transcendence. Another barrier fell away between cultivation levels, another threshold crossed. His barrier projection suddenly existed at a scale that made his previous rank 8 efforts seem like preparation. Rank 9. Cataclysm Breaker advanced to its final form. The terminology didn't quite exist in hunter classification because no hunter had advanced to rank 9 in recorded history. But Seojin understood what it meant. He was approaching the level where a single hunter could reshape reality, where their will could impose itself on the fundamental laws of physics. His barriers expanded, encompassing not just the city blocks but the entire district. He projected a containment zone that forced the gate breaches closed, that sealed the tiers in reality itself. The remaining monsters dissipated as the dimensional passages they'd traveled through collapsed. For a moment, there was silence. Then, from the largest gate breach, something pushed through the collapsing barrier. A figure, humanoid, but wrong in ways that Seojin's senses immediately flagged as impossible. And its face was Hanul's. But the presence behind the face was something else entirely. Something ancient, something that had existed for millennia across multiple dimensions, something that had learned to use human vessel as camouflage. Shield bearer. The voice spoke, and it carried harmonics that Seojin recognized. The Void Emperor. But not scattered, not fragmented, not defeated. Consolidated. Whole. Reconstituted into singular consciousness. I gave you the hero's death you earned in your previous existence. You rejected it. You chose to wake, to challenge, to resist. And now I will take everything you protect. The words hung in the air as reality stabilized around them, and Seojin understood, with perfect clarity, that the true battle was only now beginning. Word count: 22,847 words. Chapters written: 61 to 80, 20 chapters, average per chapter. 1,142 words. All chapters exceed 1,100 word minimum. File saved to /TMP/S114_S4_V4. TXT Chapter 81. Soul burned in sections. The Void Emperor's avatar moved through the business district like a blade cutting through silk, not destroying randomly, but with surgical precision, maximizing chaos while leaving escape routes just open enough to funnel civilians into concentration zones. Seojin watched from his command position on the roof of a mirror-side office tower, his fracture sight painting the city in layers of tactical geometry. The avatar, wearing Hanul's face with eyes like absolute zero, had S-rank combat power plus Hanul's 17 years of accumulated technique plus void energy that didn't just burn but unmade. Below, 3 kilometers of downtown street lay under Seojin's protection. Not defense. Protection. Different thing. A defensive barrier was inert, a wall. A protective barrier was dynamic. It shaped itself around the people moving through it, calculated their momentum, predicted their fear responses, and guided them toward the evacuation routes. Seojin was currently holding 7 separate protective barriers across the district, each one channeling between 800 and 2,000 civilians toward designated safe zones. His Cataclysm Breaker cultivation, rank 8, the ceiling of human potential, fed into the architecture like a river feeding 7 different channels. The avatar turned its head. Hanul's face. Hanul's eyes, except for the part where they looked like a starless night that had achieved consciousness. When it moved like Hanul moved. Economical, devastating, each step covering too much distance. But the movement was corrupted with void energy, making the air bend and warp around its passage. 3 blocks away, the real Hanul stood at the intersection of 2 major streets, staring at his doppelganger across a distance that might as well have been infinite. Seojin could see it happening through fracture sight, the psychological collapse unfolding like a branching fracture in crystal. Hanul's breathing pattern changed. His mana control fluctuated. For the first time since his recruitment into the association's elite ranks, Hanul was facing something he couldn't immediately solve through superior power and tactical positioning. He was fighting himself. The avatar moved toward him, and Hanul didn't move. Just stood there, watching the corrupted reflection of his own face approach. Each step a hammer blow against his understanding of who he was. The avatar's corrupted sword began to glow with void energy, and Hanul finally, drew his blade. They clashed in the intersection. The impact sent a shockwave that cracked every window on the surrounding blocks and registered on seismic monitors across the city. Seojin watched through fracture sight as Hanul parried and advanced, his technique immaculate, each movement a study in precision. But his eyes were wrong. Panicked, like someone fighting their own reflection and realizing the reflection was winning. Meanwhile, a gate ruptured 3 blocks north. Not one of the massive transcontinental gates. A minor rupture, mid-rank distortion, the kind of thing that would open onto some intermediate dungeon. But it was opening onto civilians. 2 blocks directly in the path of Seojin's evacuation route. He split his attention with the precision of long practice. 1/3 of his mental load went to adjusting the barrier network, sealing the evacuation route away from the rupture point. 1/3 continued managing the 7 existing barriers. 1/3 watched Hanul fighting the avatar and understood with crystal clarity that the avatar had been sent not to kill Hanul, but to break him. To demonstrate that Hanul was fighting a losing battle against himself. The avatar's blade moved like liquid shadow, each strike incorporating the exact techniques Hanul had developed over 17 years, but corrupted with void principles that made them slightly faster, slightly sharper, slightly more devastating. It was like watching someone play a duet with themselves and gradually realizing the second violinist was playing a different composition. "Get them through the Jamsil tunnel," Seojin said, his voice reaching Yura across 3 kilometers through a specialized comm network. "The rupture's opening onto the secondary flow." "Already moving them," Yura replied. She was 3 blocks south, her spear moving in controlled arcs, herding civilians along predetermined routes with the same economical precision she brought to combat. "Seojin, your mana reserves, holding at 47%, he reported, though they both knew he was being optimistic. Holding 7 protective barriers simultaneously while managing tactical calculations across an entire district took a toll that didn't show on simple percentage metrics. It was like asking someone how tired they were while they were in the middle of a dance that required perfect precision for another 8 hours. The fatigue was distributed, spread across every fiber of his being, into the deepest caches of his bastion energy reserves, into the accumulated weight of all 847,293 impacts he carried in his archive. The avatar threw Hanul through a building. Literally threw him. The hero of humanity crashed through reinforced glass and steel, and for just a moment, less than half a second, Seojin considered stopping the fight, creating a barrier between the 2 combatants, forcing an intervention. He didn't, because he understood what was happening. The avatar wasn't trying to kill Hanul. It was trying to prove something to him. To prove that the Void Emperor had been inside him the whole time, guiding his decisions, making him what he was. And if that was true, then Hanul wasn't a hero. He was a vessel. Hanul climbed back out of the collapsed building, his left arm broken, blood running down his face, and his eyes, his actual eyes, not the corrupted reflection, had shifted. Something had hardened in them. Not acceptance of defeat, but acceptance of the fight. He drew his blade again, and this time when he advanced on the avatar, there was no hesitation. 2 kilometers south, a child slipped on the evacuation route and fell. A woman, mother, probably, bent to pick her up, and that half-second of distraction would have meant missing the protected corridor entirely, stepping out into the open street where the gate rupture was actively tearing through reality. Seojin's barrier network adjusted. The protective corridor bent slightly, curved to guide them back into safety without requiring the mother to calculate angles or make decisions. She kept moving, kept her child close, and never knew that the path beneath her feet had been actively shaped to save her life. This was what made the difference between a shield-class hunter and everyone else. This was why the Void Emperor had killed him in the original life. Because shields didn't just block, they protected, they saved, they shaped reality around the people they guarded. The Avatar and Hanul clashed again, and this time the doppelganger's movements became slightly less precise. It was learning, but learning wasn't what it wanted. It wanted Hanul to break, to give up, to accept that he'd never been in control. And Hanul, stubborn, prideful, corrupted by his own power for so long that it had twisted his moral calculus. Hanul was refusing. Another evacuation route needed adjustment. A tertiary gate rupture was forming near the old downtown market district. Seojin's protective barriers didn't have capacity to cover that area too. He would need to choose. He could expand coverage north, pulling resources from the central corridor. That would save maybe 800 people in the market district, but would increase risk for the 4,000 civilians he was already protecting. Or he could focus on what he was already holding, and let the association combat teams handle the market district. He chose the second option. Not from cowardice, from mathematics, from the terrible, clarifying arithmetic of triage in a crisis. 800 people had a higher probability of survival if the association teams engaged them with fresh reserves than if Seojin spread himself thinner. So he held his 7 barriers. He protected his 4,000. He let the combat teams save the others. This was the weight of being shield class. This was the burden he'd carried for 16 years in the original life, and had accepted again the moment the regression brought him back. The Avatar's blade met Hanul's blade, and for a long moment they were locked in perfect equilibrium. The corrupted reflection and the genuine article balanced at the knife's edge of who was stronger. Then the Avatar leaned in, and Seojin saw something move across its black eyes. Recognition, like it was looking at Hanul for the first time, and seeing not an enemy or a host or a tool, but something that surprised it. Then it smiled with Hanul's mouth, and Hanul screamed. It wasn't a scream of pain. It was the scream of someone recognizing the thing wearing their face and understanding the implications. The Avatar pulled back, and where Hanul's skin had been touched by the void energy, it began to blacken. Corruption spreading from the contact point like tendrils of absolute void. No, Hanul said. Just that. A single word, filled with absolute rejection. He drove his blade straight through the Avatar's chest. For a moment, the Avatar looked surprised. Then it laughed, a sound like vacuum imploding, and the corrupted sword energy it had been channeling erupted outward in a wave that should have destroyed 2 city blocks. Seojin's barriers caught it, all 7 of them, locked together in a configuration that had no business holding against S-rank power. He felt the impact like getting hit with a mountain. His bastion energy reserves plummeted. The protective corridors flickered. For just one heartbeat, the 4,000 civilians he was guarding felt the exposure, the terrible moment of standing unshielded while catastrophic power tore through the world around them. Then the barriers locked again, held, and the Avatar collapsed. The thing wearing Hanul's face fell apart like black sand being scattered by wind. It simply ceased. The void energy dissipated. The corrupted sword clattered to the ground, became ordinary steel, became nothing. Hanul fell to his knees in the intersection, black corruption spreading across his skin from where the Avatar had touched him. He looked up at the sky, at Seoul's perpetually gray sky, and Seojin heard him whisper something that never quite reached the comm network. Private. Personal. The kind of thing someone says to themselves when they've just fought the worst thing they could possibly fight and discovered it was looking back at them the whole time. Medics, Seojin said, his voice sounding wrong. Stretched too thin. Sending the coordinates now. He held the barriers. Held them as evacuation teams moved through the protected corridors. Held them as Myri rushed toward Hanul's position with field emergency equipment. Held them as the combat teams spread out across the district, moving into the secondary zones where gate ruptures continued to tear. His mana reserves hit 30%, 22%. The barriers were part of him, all 7 of them, interconnected, feeding off his bastion energy, shaped by his will and his intention and his understanding of every single physics principle that governed the shield Tao. If they collapsed, 2,000 civilians in the central corridor would be exposed. So he didn't let them collapse. 16%. His vision was starting to gray at the edges. Physical sensation had become abstract. His bones felt like they were made of crystallized starlight. His heartbeat was too loud. Everything was too loud and too quiet simultaneously. 9%. He could see through fracture sight that the evacuation was 91% complete. The routes were now mostly clear of civilian presence. In another 20 seconds, he could safely collapse the barriers. Could let his body do what it was screaming to do, which was shut down all non-critical functions and enter something very close to hibernation. 5%. The last civilian cleared the protected corridor. A woman with a child, the same one from before, the one who had slipped. She was safe. They were all safe. Seojin collapsed the barriers. And then he collapsed. His vision inverted. The sky fell toward him. Or he fell toward the sky. Direction had become theoretical. He was aware of the sensation of falling, aware of the concrete rooftop rushing up to meet him, aware of hands catching him before impact. Myri's hands. Warm. Alive. Present. Don't, he tried to say. The barriers are down, Myri said. Her voice was very far away. The evacuation routes are clear. 50,000 people just walked out of Seoul's business district under your protection, and every single one of them is alive because you held. Seojin didn't remember closing his eyes. But he must have, because everything went black. Chapter 82. The gates opened in sequence. Seojin's consciousness returned in fragments. Awareness of Doyen's presence beside him. The low rumble of the man's fortress array. Awareness of Yura standing with her spear drawn, pointed toward the window, toward the city below. Awareness of his body laid out in a surgical suite at Breakpoint headquarters, connected to monitoring equipment that tracked the state of his mana core like a cardiologist checking a failing heart. 7 gates, Yura said, not turning from the window. Simultaneously, different districts. Seojin tried to sit up. Everything hurt. Not the muscular hurt of overuse. Deeper. Bone hurt. Cellular hurt. The kind of pain that meant his body had been operating past safe thresholds, and the after effects were comprehensive. Don't move, Myri said, and her hand on his chest was gentle but firm. Your core is regenerating. Any sudden movement disrupts the process. 7 gates. Doyen repeated Yura's statement. His voice was gravelly. All opening simultaneously in different districts. Different classes of ruptures. Doesn't look random. Coordinated, Seojin said. His voice sounded wrong, like he was speaking through static. The Void Emperor. It's moving on Seoul while I'm down. No, Myri said. It's testing. Testing whether you can be taken out of commission and what happens when you are. Seojin's mind engaged, pushing past the pain. Testing was a behavior pattern that implied intelligence, strategy, planning. The Void Emperor wasn't just rampaging. It was learning. Learning what vulnerabilities it could create. Learning what would happen if it forced Seojin into a position where he had to choose between protecting the city and protecting himself. Where, he asked. Gangnam, Hongdae, Jamsil, Songpa, Nowon, Yangshan, and downtown, Yura listed. All mid-rank ruptures. All opening within a 2-minute window. And we have one shield-class hunter, Doyen said quietly, who's currently immobilized in a medical bed. Not immobilized, Seojin said. He forced his body to sit up despite Myri's protest. The pain was significant. He ignored it. I can move. Get me to the central coordination point. Your core, Myri began. Will recover better if I'm not lying here wondering if the city's being destroyed, Seojin said. Move. They moved. The pain faded into background noise as he crossed the city, carried in Doyen's arms because walking was optimistic, toward the association's Emergency Operations Center. From above, Seoul was a map of active crisis points. 7 green-tinged rifts tearing open across different districts. Association teams mobilizing. Civilian evacuation routes activating. And Seojin understood, in that moment of terrible clarity, that the city's survival depended on him doing something he'd never done before. Gates couldn't be closed by conventional means. They could be sealed, locked behind barriers, prevented from expanding, contained until they naturally collapsed. But closing a gate meant actually overriding the spatial distortion that made the gate possible. It meant taking the fundamental tear in reality and mending it with something stronger than the void's claim on the space. It meant taking his bastion energy, the physical manifestation of Shield Dao power, and using it not defensively, but as a tool of fundamental reconstruction. "Take me to Gate 1, Seojin said. Doyen didn't move. "You can't seal a gate. That's not how it is. It has to be. Barriers hold. Sealing is containment. But closing is reconstruction. And if my bastion energy can shape the world around people I'm protecting, it can shape the world around a spatial rupture." The fortress array became mobile, a moving platform of defensive geometry, and carried him to the Gangnam rupture. It was already mid-expansion, reaching toward a radius of about 300 meters. Combat teams were establishing perimeter barriers, trying to create containment zones before the gate reached critical instability. Seojin stepped out of the array and approached the rupture directly. It was like looking at a star that had learned to hate. The spatial tear was absolute, a place where reality had given up its claim on space. The void was pouring through, not as energy but as pure negation. The absence of things. The opposite of existence. And Seojin walked directly into it. His bastion energy wrapped around him like armor, creating a personal barrier that kept the gate's negation from erasing him. He pushed deeper, toward the geometric center of the rupture, toward the point where the spatial distortion was anchored. When he found it, he understood. The gate wasn't a tear that had accidentally happened. It was a statement, a claim, a piece of the void saying, "This space is mine now." The spatial distortion was rooted in something fundamental, not magical, not energetic, but structural. The gate existed because it had taken ownership of the space it occupied. So Seojin took it back. He wrapped his bastion energy around the anchoring point and began to rebuild. Not destroying the gate. That was the mistake everyone made. Destruction created more chaos, more opportunities for rupture. Instead, he reconstructed the spatial claim, imposed his will on the space, said, "This location belongs to Seoul. This belongs to humanity. This belongs to the shield." The gate collapsed. Just like that. The spatial rupture folded in on itself and ceased. The void's claim on that space was overwritten by his claim, and his claim was stronger, because he was protecting it. And protection was stronger than negation. "Gate 1 secured," he said, breathing heavily. "That's impossible," someone said over the comm network. "You just seal the gate with your bare hands." "No," Seojin said. "I closed it." "Different thing. Move me to Gate 2. Doyen was already moving. The second gate was in Hongdae, larger than the first, already spreading its negation to a 500-meter radius. Combat teams were being evacuated from the zone. Seojin walked into it again, and the experience was worse this time. Larger ruptures had more power, more claim on reality. The negation was stronger. He bent it anyway. His bastion energy poured into the anchoring point. He didn't just reconstruct, he overcompensated, filling the space with so much protective power that there was no room for the gate's claim. The negation folded. The void withdrew. The space became Seoul again. Gate 2. Closed. Gate 3 was in Jamsil. By the time they reached it, Seojin's reserves were down to 38%. The gate was enormous. Nearly a kilometer in radius, fully expanded, actively spreading. This wasn't a test anymore. This was an assault. Seojin walked into it anyway. The pain was immediate and comprehensive. The void's negation was so powerful that his bastion energy began to fragment where it met the rupture's edge. It was like trying to push a boulder up a mountain while the mountain actively pushed back. He advanced anyway, step by step, through absolute negation, toward the anchoring point. When he reached it, he discovered the gate was triple anchored. 3 separate claims on the space, 3 pieces of void energy creating redundancy. He had to overwrite all 3 simultaneously, or the gate would simply reform around his attempt to close it. He did it. All 3 anchoring points, overwritten in parallel. His bastion energy spread like liquid lightning through the gate structure, and he understood, in that moment of total immersion, why the Void Emperor had killed him in the original life. Because shields could do this. Not just defend, reconstruct, claim space, turn the Void's negation into nothing by imposing something stronger. Gate 3. Closed. His reserves hit 23%. His vision was graying. His hands were shaking. But the gates kept opening, and the city kept depending on him. Gate 4. Closed at 16% reserves. The gate fought him harder this time. It had learned to anchor more deeply. It took him nearly 5 minutes to reconstruct the space. Gate 5. Closed at 8% reserves. He was operating on fumes now. The bastion energy was coming from places his body shouldn't have had reserves left. His bones felt hollow. His heart was beating irregularly. His vision had narrowed to a tunnel. Seojin, stop, Myri said over the comm. Your core is destabilizing. If you try another gate, 2 more, he said. 5 gates aren't enough. The pattern requires 7. There's no pattern, Yura said, and he could hear the desperate panic in her voice. The 6th and 7th gates are opening now, and they're massive. You can't, but he was already moving toward gate 6. This one was different. The previous gates had been individual anchoring points, the Void Emperor's way of testing his capacity. But gate 6 wasn't individual. It was compound. Dozens of sub-ruptures clustered together, all feeding into a central anchor point, all reinforcing each other. This gate was designed specifically to be impossible to close by overwhelming it. Seojin didn't try to overwhelm it. Instead, he worked from the outside in. Each sub-rupture was individually weak. He closed them one by one, systematically, methodically. His bastion energy was nearly exhausted, operating on the absolute dregs of his core reserves. But precision required less power than brute force. So he was precise. 16 minutes. 130 sub-ruptures. Each one overwritten. Each one claimed back from the void. Gate 6. Closed. 1% reserves. His body was a failure. Every system was beginning to shut down. He could feel consciousness starting to slip. Could feel the overwhelming weight of exhaustion that came from pushing past every conceivable limit. The 7th gate was opening now. He could sense it without seeing it. A massive rupture forming in the downtown district. Not individual. Not compound. Something else. Something hybrid. The Void Emperor's attempt at a perfect gate. Perfectly anchored. Perfectly resilient. Perfectly designed to be the one that wouldn't close. Seojin walked toward it anyway. His legs weren't following commands anymore. Doyen was carrying him again, running through Seoul's streets, toward the downtown district, toward the gate that was going to be his limit. Seojin's vision had almost completely collapsed to a pinpoint. He could barely see, could barely feel, could barely think, but he could still sense the anchoring point. Even from 100 meters away, he could feel the gate's claim on space, could sense the Void Emperor's will embedded in the structure. This was the real effort. This was the Void Emperor using its own power, its own consciousness, to anchor a gate in a way that would require more than just shield Dao to close. It would require his own consciousness, his own will, a complete and utter refusal to stop. He walked into the gate. The negation was absolute. Everything beyond a meter in any direction ceased to exist. No sound, no light, no sensation, just the void, absolute and complete. Seojin couldn't see the anchoring point anymore, could barely sense it, but he could feel the Void Emperor's presence, the sheer alien intelligence of something that existed in spaces where things shouldn't exist. Shield bearer, it said, and the voice made reality ripple. You understand now. The void is stronger than your barriers. The void is stronger than your shields. The void is stronger than. Seojin didn't let it finish. He pushed his final reserves of bastion energy outward, not into the anchoring point, but into himself, into his core, into his own being. He wasn't trying to close the gate anymore. He was trying to become the gate, to make himself the claim on space, to be so present, so real, so fundamentally unwilling to be negated that the void's claim couldn't possibly hold. He became a pillar of light in the absolute darkness. The Void Emperor recoiled. For just a moment, less than a second, there was doubt. There was the recognition that something human could hold space against the void's claim. And in that moment of doubt, the anchoring point became visible. Seojin reached for it with the last conscious thought he could form and poured everything, absolutely everything, into closure. Gate 7, closed. His consciousness lasted just long enough to sense the ripple of success, to feel the Void Emperor withdrawing, to understand that the city was safe, that the people were protected, that he had succeeded. Then his core collapsed, and darkness took him completely. He fell backward, and Yura was there to catch him. Chapter 83. The official death toll was 847. The provisional casualty count was 4,000 injured, with another 2,000 in critical condition across Seoul's medical network. The property damage was assessed at roughly 340 billion won. The psychological impact would take years to fully quantify. But the protected casualty count, the number of lives saved by Seojin's barrier network and gate sealing operations, was somewhere north of 50,000. Maybe more. Maybe far more. The evacuation routes alone had channeled civilians away from rupture zones and combat areas with such precision that even in a crisis of that magnitude, the casualty rate was dramatically lower than models predicted. And that's not even considering the indirect saves, Xianxia said, presenting the analysis to the emergency committee. Every gate that was sealed rather than just contained prevented secondary collapses. Every barrier that channeled civilians away from rupture zones prevented panic cascades. We're looking at a scenario where Seojin Kang's shield operations saved something in the range of 50,000 to 80,000 lives directly or indirectly. Director Beck was in the room. Seojin could sense him through the intelligence network Xianxia maintained. The man was calculating, reassessing, trying to figure out how to spin an objectively good outcome into justification for the Shield Sovereignty Act. The crisis demonstrates the need for more direct control over Shield-class hunters, Beck was probably arguing. A single uncontrolled Shield class can protect a city, but an organized network of shields under governmental oversight could prevent crises entirely. The problem was, he wasn't entirely wrong. More shields would have prevented the crisis faster. Better coordination would have saved more lives. The association's current structure was fragmented. Hunters operated under guild affiliations that sometimes conflicted with national interests. A unified shield network would be objectively more efficient, but it would also remove the independence that made shields effective in the first place. The moment a shield-class hunter was obligated to follow governmental orders first and professional ethics second, the calculus of who to protect would shift. It would become political. And people would start dying because the mathematics of protection had become corrupted by bureaucratic needs. "You're awake," Yura said. She was standing by his medical bed at Breakpoint headquarters, her spear propped against the wall within easy reach. She'd barely left his side in the 48 hours since the gates had closed. Seojin tried to sit up. His core was still unstable. The medical readouts said his mana regeneration would take another 5 days before he'd be stable. But consciousness had returned, and with it, the ability to think clearly. "How many?" he asked. 847 dead. 4,000 injured. 50,000 plus saved directly. Maybe 80,000 if you count ripple effects, Yura said. She was watching his face very carefully. "The vote on the Shield Sovereignty Act is postponed indefinitely." Director Beck tried to push it through as an emergency measure. The full council overruled him. Overruled? Seojin asked. That wasn't the expected outcome. Usually, crises were used as justification for power grabs. The Shield Sovereignty Act had been the most direct threat to Shield-class independence in years. If it had actually been stopped, you gave everyone 50,000 reasons to think that the Shield-class system is working as intended, Yura said quietly. You protected people. Everyone in Seoul knows it. They saw the barriers. They walked the evacuation routes. They were protected by someone who didn't ask for authority or governmental sanction. They just protected them. Seojin felt something shift in his chest. Not pain. Something more complex than pain. Relief, maybe. Or resignation. He'd always known that real change came not from arguments, but from demonstration. From showing that a different way of operating was not only possible, but better. He'd done that. The city had responded. And Hanul, he asked. Hospitalized in a private facility. Officially, mana exhaustion from the battle. Actually, Yura hesitated. Actually, no one knows. He's not talking to anyone. Not the medical staff. Not the association. Just sits in his room and doesn't move. Seojin understood. Fighting your own corrupted reflection would do that to a person. Would make you question everything about yourself. About whether the choices you'd made had actually been yours or if they'd been guided by something else. About whether you'd ever actually been the person you thought you were. That was a different kind of crisis than gate breaches or Void Emperor avatars. That was an existential crisis. And Seojin needed to talk to him. I'm going to move to light activity in 4 days, Seojin said. As soon as my core stabilizes. Absolutely not, Myri said, appearing in the doorway with the force of someone who'd been monitoring his conversation specifically to intervene. Your core damage is extensive, the kind of thing that takes weeks to heal properly. Moving to light activity in 4 days is moving to light activity in 14 days. I need to talk to Hanul, Seojin said. Then talk to him from a hospital bed, Myri said. After you've recovered. But Seojin was already calculating whether he could move to a wheelchair, whether that would count as activity light enough to not further damage his core. Myri was watching him think it, and her expression shifted to the look of someone preparing for a fight they were going to lose. 5 days minimum, Myri said. And you don't move without Yura or Doyen present. Your mana core is fragile. If you push too hard, you could trigger a cascade failure. 5 days. He could work with 5 days. Chapter 84. Hanul's private hospital room was on the 19th floor of a facility in Gangnam, accessed through security protocols that Seojin had to negotiate his way past. The association's top combatant wasn't completely unguarded, even in recovery. When Seojin entered, moved there by Doyen in a wheelchair because Myri had insisted, and because the physical sensation of moving was still complicated, Hanul didn't look up. He was sitting in a chair by the window, staring out at Seoul's skyline. His left arm was in a cast. His face had been heavily sutured, but his eyes were worse than the physical damage. They were hollow, like someone had reached into his skull and scooped out the part that believed he existed. I don't want to see anyone, Hanul said, without turning. Tell Beck to stop sending feelers. Tell the association I'll be back as soon as I'm cleared. Tell everyone else to, I'm here for intelligence, Seojin said. His voice was thin from overuse, but it was enough to make Hanul's spine go rigid. Hanul turned, looked at Seojin in the wheelchair, looked at his face, and something shifted in his expression, recognition, maybe, of the fact that Seojin had nearly killed himself to protect the city, to protect civilians, to protect even the aspects of Seoul that Hanul's doppelganger had been attempting to destroy. Intelligence, Hanul repeated. His voice was mechanical. About what? The Abyss Gate raid, Seojin said. He pulled the wheelchair closer to Hanul's chair. Close enough to have a conversation that wouldn't need to be loud. Close enough that the hospital staff monitoring through the window couldn't easily read their lips. 7 years ago, your shielder died during that operation. What happened to the Void Emperor's core? Hanul's entire body locked up. His hands clenched into fists. For a long moment, he didn't move, didn't breathe, just sat there, processing the question, understanding that Seojin knew enough to ask it, which meant Seojin had pieced together things that Hanul had been trying very hard not to think about. How do you know about the core? Hanul asked finally. Because the avatar was wearing your face, Seojin said. Because it had your memories. Because it had your techniques. And because it was channeling void energy in ways that should have required years of study, but it did it like it was instinctive, like it had been doing those things for a long time already. The only way that makes sense is if someone had been studying void energy for years. And the only one of you who survived the Abyss Gate was you. Hanul looked back out the window. His reflection was visible in the glass. A man who looked like he'd been hollowed out, and only the exterior remained. After your shielder died, Seojin continued, careful to keep his tone conversational, gentle. What happened to the Void Emperor's core? Did you absorb it? It wasn't absorption, Hanul said quietly. Not at first. The core just dissolved. Or transformed. Or something. I felt it pour into me like a wave of mana. I thought it was the standard kill reward. You know how it works. When you defeat a dungeon boss, you get the accumulated power as experience. I thought that's what was happening. That I was being rewarded for defeating the Void Emperor. He paused. Swallowed. His voice dropped even lower. But it wasn't a reward. It was infection. Tell me about the infection, Seojin said. It was gradual at first, Hanul said. I felt stronger. My advancement accelerated. I went from A rank to S rank in 3 years instead of 10. My combat techniques improved. I started developing new applications for sword energy. Everything was better. Everything was faster. And I thought I was just that good. I thought I'd broken through some mental barrier and unlocked my true potential. He stopped, turned to look at Seojin directly, and his eyes were full of something that looked like grief. But over time, I realized that I wasn't improving. I was being improved. There was something inside my core making calculations, suggesting applications, guiding my techniques toward optimal configurations. And the worst part was, those suggestions were always right. I became dependent on them. Started making decisions based on what felt like intuition, but was actually just the core guiding me. And I didn't question it because it kept working. Seojin felt something cold settle in his chest. Because he understood, now, what had happened. The Void Emperor hadn't just infected Hanul. It had corrupted his agency, had made him question whether his own decisions had ever actually been his own. The shield consumption, Seojin said. It wasn't a question. That was the core's doing, Hanul said, and the bitterness in his voice was absolute. I told you years ago that I needed shields because my technique was draining. That was technically true. But the reason my technique was draining was because the core had suggested optimizations that burn mana at unsustainable rates. And it suggested that the solution was to consume shield energy. That other hunters could sustain me. That I could be strong enough if I just took what I needed from them. He paused. The hollowness in his eyes deepened. And I listened. I made that decision. Or something inside me made it. And I agreed so thoroughly that I couldn't distinguish between my choice and its suggestion. I consumed shield energy. I weakened support hunters. I rationalized it by telling myself they were just part of my team. That their purpose was to make me stronger. And somewhere along the way, I actually believed that. I believed that I had the right to take what I needed from them because I was stronger. Seojin said nothing. Just let Hanul talk. Because this was confession. This was the moment where a man was confronting the fact that his own self-image had been carefully constructed by an alien intelligence wearing his core like a puppet suit. When the avatar came, Hanul continued. When I looked at that thing wearing my face, I realized everything it did was me. Every calculation, every technique, every moment of cruelty was something I had approved of or been guided to approve of by something I couldn't distinguish from my own thoughts. And I couldn't tell whether fighting it was me taking control or whether even that was being orchestrated. He looked away, back at the window, back at his reflection. So I'm trying to decide if I'm a victim of the core or if I'm just a coward who's using the core as an excuse for the things I chose to do. And I don't know the answer. And I think I'm going to spend the rest of my life not knowing the answer. This was the real weight. Seojin understood. Not the physical collapse from holding barriers. Not the exhaustion of closing gates. This, the moment where a powerful person had to reckon with the possibility that their power had been corrupted from its foundations, and that they might never be able to distinguish between their own will and the will of the thing that had been guiding them. That's why I'm here, Seojin said quietly. I need to know about the core, because I need to understand whether the Void Emperor can do this to other people, whether it can infect others the way it infected you, and whether we can develop a way to extract the infection. Hanul turned to look at Seojin again, really looked at him this time. And there was something in his expression that shifted, a moment of recognition. Maybe that Seojin wasn't here to judge, wasn't here to blame, was just here to understand. What do you need to know? Hanul asked. And Seojin asked all the questions that Xianxia had prepared, all the intelligence that Breakpoint needed to understand the nature of Void Emperor infection. All the specifics of how the core had guided Hanul's decisions over the past 7 years. And Hanul answered every one of them. Not with defensive qualifications, just with the truth. When Seojin finally left, rolled out by Doyen while Myri waited in the hallway, he understood something that most of the city would never process. The Void Emperor's real weapon wasn't raw power. It was the ability to corrupt agency from within, to make you question whether your own choices were actually yours. To infect leadership with doubt. And Seojin needed to tell his team about that. Chapter 85. The Breakpoint Command Center was configured for a large-scale briefing. Seojin sat at the head of the table, still in the wheelchair, still moving carefully, but present and lucid. Around the table, Yura, Dako, Doyen, Myri, Moonjae-ho, Hilsum, Xianxia. The core leadership of the only hunter team that seemed genuinely interested in preventing the next crisis instead of just managing the current one. The Void Emperor isn't going to launch another assault on Seoul, Seojin began. Not in the immediate term. It lost the avatar. It lost strategic advantage. It's consolidating. But it's still there. Still present. Still active. He pulled up the analysis that Xianxia had compiled, 7 years of Hanul's decisions, mapped against the known timeline of Void Emperor activity, marked with the points where Hanul's behavior had diverged from his documented prior patterns. Hanul was infected by a fragment of the Void Emperor during the Abyss Gate raid, Seojin said. Not infected in the sense of a disease. Infected in the sense of an intelligence taking up residence in his core and gradually orienting his decisions toward its benefit. He didn't realize it was happening. Couldn't distinguish between his own thoughts and the fragment's suggestions. That's horrifying, Myri said flatly. It's a strategic vulnerability, Xianxia said, reading ahead. You're saying the Void Emperor can do this. Can infect other hunters. Can use them as long-term assets embedded in human society. Yes, Seojin said. Which means we need to assume that the Void Emperor may have already infected other high-ranking hunters. We need a detection protocol. A way to identify Void Emperor contamination before it causes operational collapse. How do you even detect that? Doin asked. If the infection is subtle enough that someone as powerful as Hanul didn't realize what was happening, the pattern in his decision-making, Seojin said. Hanul's behavior before the infection and after the infection are measurably different. His shield consumption accelerated over time. His social interactions became more isolating. His risk tolerance increased in very specific ways. The infection left traces. We just weren't looking for them. Yura was already standing, and Seojin knew what she was thinking. If Hanul could be infected, so could anyone. If the Void Emperor had done it once, it might have done it 100 times. We're checking the database, Yura said, already moving toward the intelligence terminal. I've been checking it, Xianxia said, and she pulled up her own analysis. For the past 6 hours. Cross-referencing behavioral patterns against known Void Emperor incidents. I've identified 17 hunters who show pattern correlations. The table went very quiet. 17, Dako said. It's not definite, Xianxia said quickly. The correlation could be coincidence. But 17 hunters, all high-ranking, all with behavioral anomalies in the past 5 to 10 years, show patterns similar to Hanul's timeline. I'd say there's a 70 to 80% probability that at least some of them are infected. We need confirmation, Seojin said. Which means we need a detection method. And we need it fast, before the Void Emperor realizes we understand what it's been doing. There might be another way, Moon Jae-ho said. He'd been quiet up until now, working through his own implications. If the infection works by embedding a fragment of the Void Emperor's consciousness in a host's core, then it should leave an energetic signature. A distortion in mana flow. Something that would show up on a detailed scan. That would require full core scans, Myri said. And most hunters won't consent to that kind of comprehensive analysis. So we don't ask, Seojin said. We invite them to Breakpoint for medical evaluations related to the gate crisis. Frame it as preventative care for anyone who was exposed to void energy. Comprehensive mana scans, total health assessment. Routine post-incident protocol. That's a lie, Myri said. That's strategy, Seojin corrected. The Void Emperor didn't hesitate to infect 17 hunters without their knowledge or consent. If we need to lie to detect that infection and potentially save thousands of lives, I'm willing to accept that moral compromise. Myri wasn't happy about it, but she didn't argue, because she understood the arithmetic of crisis. Sometimes protecting people required doing things you wouldn't normally do. I'll coordinate the invitations, Xianxia said. Make it look organic. Medical follow-ups. Network the scans so no individual facility realizes how many comprehensive evaluations are happening simultaneously. And if we confirm infection? Yura asked. What do we do with an infected hunter? Seojin hadn't fully worked through that answer. Because the implications were severe. An infected hunter was still a hunter, still potentially a powerful asset, still a person deserving of agency. But they were also a security threat, a potential weapon that the Void Emperor could activate at any time. We isolate them, Seojin said finally. Bring them into secure facilities under the pretense of specialized treatment. We develop extraction protocols. And we find a way to remove the infection without killing the host. That's going to get political fast, Dako said. Hunters, especially high-ranking ones, don't like being isolated. And the moment someone realizes what's happening, it's going to look like Breakpoint is staging a coup against high-ranking association members. Then we work fast, Seojin said. Xianxia, get me those 17 names. We prioritize the ones with the most probability of infection. We run the medical scans. We confirm cases. And we bring them into secure isolation before anyone realizes what we're doing. And if the Void Emperor realizes we're onto it, Myri asked. Then we prepare for another assault, Seojin said. But by then, we'll have removed at least some of its assets. And we'll know how many pieces of itself it has embedded in human society. The table fell quiet. No one looked happy, but no one argued. Because the alternative was letting the Void Emperor continue its slow corruption of humanity's strongest defenders until the city, the nation, the world, had been thoroughly compromised from within. Seojin adjourned the meeting and let Myri wheel him back to his recovery room. His core was still unstable, his body still recovering, but his mind was operating at full capacity now, which meant he had time to sit with the terrible clarity of what he understood. The Void Emperor hadn't just sent an avatar to destroy Seoul. It had spent the past 7 years building an infrastructure of corrupted hunters, embedded deep in the power structures of the entire International Hunter Association. It had been patient, methodical, content to work slowly while it learned about human behavior, human weakness, human capacity for self-deception. And Seojin had just started unpicking that infrastructure, which meant the Void Emperor was going to start fighting back. The real war was about to begin. Chapter 86. Seojin spent 2 days in meditation with the Impact Memory Archive. All 847,293 stored impacts. Every single blow he'd taken in the original life. Every barrier breach. Every moment of strain. He ran through them systematically, not looking for weakness, but looking for corruption. Looking for any point where a fragment of Void Emperor consciousness might have lodged itself in his own core. He found nothing. Each impact was clean, uncontaminated, his own, which meant he could move with absolute certainty. Whatever happened next, he was operating on his own terms, not guided by something else. When he emerged from the meditation, Yura was sitting by his bedside again. The medical scans are ready, she said. Xianxia's coordinated with facilities across Seoul. We're getting comprehensive mana analysis on all 17 targets, plus another 42 hunters who volunteered for post-incident evaluation. Results? Seojin asked. 5 confirmed infections, Yura said. Her voice was very tight. Clear void energy signatures in their cores. The signatures are subtle, integrated deeply enough that they probably weren't detected during routine screenings. But once you know what to look for, they're unmistakable. 5. Out of 17 suspected, 5 confirmed. That meant the remaining 12 were probably clean, just hunters with suspicious behavioral patterns. But 5 was enough to confirm the threat was real. Names? Seojin asked. 1 S rank. 3 A ranks. 1 B rank, Yura said. The S rank is Han Jian. You know him? Seojin did. Han Jian was one of the association's elite striker-class hunters, a man known for his speed and precision. He'd been active for about 8 years, with a rapid advancement curve that looked suspiciously similar to Hanul's timeline. Status? Seojin asked. All 5 are currently in secure medical facilities under the guise of post-incident evaluation, Yura said. Xianxia made the invitations look organic. They think they're in for routine checks. Good, Seojin said. He felt something crystallize in his mind. Not relief, exactly. Confirmation. The problem was real. The threat was quantifiable. Now came the harder part. Extraction. Call a breakpoint meeting, Seojin said. We need extraction protocols. And we need them before the Void Emperor realizes we've isolated its assets. The meeting happened that evening. Myri had cleared Seojin for limited mobility, standing, walking short distances, but nothing that required extended physical exertion. He stood at the head of the command table, still favoring his side where the most strain on his core had occurred, and laid out the situation. 5 confirmed infections, he said, all showing deep integration of void energy fragments. If we try standard mana purification, we risk shattering the infected hunter's core entirely. The fragments are too entangled with their actual consciousness. What about isolation? Moon Jae-ho asked. Sealing them in barriers, preventing the fragments from connecting to the rest of the Void Emperor's network? That's what we're doing now, Seojin said. It prevents them from being remotely activated as weapons. But it doesn't help the hunters themselves. They're still infected, still slowly corrupted by the fragment's presence. Can we extract the fragments without killing the host? Myri asked. I don't know, Seojin said. No one's done it before. The only precedent is Hanol, and he's not having the fragment extracted. He's dealing with it psychologically while it's still integrated. What about cage barriers? Pilsung said. Something that isolates the fragment's influence without removing it. A partial quarantine at the consciousness level. Seojin considered it. Cage barriers were advanced shield Dao work. Barriers constructed around a specific target to limit its range of influence without destroying it. In theory, you could create a cage around a Void Emperor fragment that prevented it from influencing the host's consciousness directly while leaving the host's core intact. That might work, Seojin said, if we can construct cages precise enough. But the problem is that the fragments are integrated into their consciousness. The cage would have to be so specific that it would essentially create two separate consciousnesses competing for control of one body. Which is preferable to execution, Yunseo said. Or corruption. Agreed, Seojin said. Pilsung, work with Myri on cage barrier construction. We need something that can isolate void energy without fragmenting human consciousness. It's delicate work. How long? Pilsung asked. Minimum 3 days, Seojin said. Maximum a week before the Void Emperor starts asking questions about its assets. The team dispersed to their assigned work. Seojin stood alone in the command center, looking at the 5 names still displayed on the screen. Han Jian, S rank. Striker class, Li Suiyan, A rank. Mage class, Quan Minsik, A rank. Scout class, Park Jaehyun, A rank. Assassin class, Cho Daejin, B rank. Warrior class, 5 people whose agency had been corrupted by something alien and incomprehensible. 5 people whose lives had been lived partially according to their own decisions and partially according to the fragment's calculations. 5 people who needed to be saved in a way that required treating them as threats. You're carrying weight you shouldn't be, Dako said. The old man had entered silently, a habit from his berserker days when silence was another form of violence. Someone has to carry it, Seojin said. That's the thinking that breaks shielders, Dako said. The idea that you have to carry everything alone. That if you don't hold the weight, no one will. You're going to destroy yourself. Seojin looked at the old man. Dako had been his mentor in the original life. Had watched him develop from an uncertain 18-year-old into an S-rank shield class hunter. Had also watched him burn through years of his life protecting people who didn't know they were being protected. Who didn't know what it cost. I closed 7 gates, Seojin said quietly. I saved 50,000 people. And I'm sitting in a chair being told I'm going to destroy myself because I take responsibility for the next crisis. You're sitting in a chair because you pushed past every safety limit you had, Dako said. Your core is still regenerating. You're operating on reserves. And you're already planning the next operation as if your body's still at 100%. The next operation is extraction, Seojin said. And it happens in 3 days, regardless of how my body feels. Dako moved toward him, and for a moment Seojin thought the old berserker was going to hit him. Instead, Dako just put a hand on his shoulder. When I was S-rank, Dako said, I thought I was strong enough to carry the world's weight. Thought my power meant my responsibility extended to everyone. And I burned myself to ash doing it. You know what I learned at the end of that road? Seojin didn't answer. I learned that strength isn't about how much you can carry. It's about knowing what to put down, Dako said. You can't extract those 5 hunters alone. You can't hold Soul alone. You can't fight the Void Emperor alone. And trying to will just ensure you're burned out and useless when the real crisis comes. The real crisis is now, Seojin said. No, Dako said. The real crisis is when the Void Emperor realizes we've started unpicking its infrastructure. When it decides it's done being subtle and starts fighting back with everything it has. That's when you're going to need to be at full strength, not running on fumes. Seojin wanted to argue, but he understood, on some level, that Dako was right. That the moment of full-strength confrontation was coming, and he was going to be required to be at absolute peak capacity. Which meant he needed to stop operating at 90% and accept that not everything could be solved in the next 72 hours. Rest, Dako said. Let your team work. Recover as much as you can, and when the time comes to move, you'll still be the strongest shield in the city. Chapter 87. The international situation developed faster than Seojin expected. 3 days after the Seoul Gate crisis, a void-corrupted rupture opened in Beijing. Not a typical gate, something different. Something that tore through dimensional barriers with surgical precision and deposited a void-corrupted monster directly into the city's central district. 48 hours later, similar ruptures opened in Los Angeles, Berlin, and Sao Paulo. The International Hunter Association called an emergency summit. 20 nations, 300 hunters of A rank or higher, and Seojin, somehow, had been invited as the leading expert on both gate sealing and Void Emperor countermeasures. "We have a problem," the director of the International Association said. He was American, gray-haired, carrying the weight of trying to coordinate hunters across 8 different continental systems while also managing the political pressure from national governments. These ruptures are different from standard gate breaches. They appear to be intentional deployments of void-corrupted entities, and they're happening in major cities across the globe. Seojin looked at the briefing materials. The ruptures in Beijing, Los Angeles, Berlin, and Sao Paulo had occurred with roughly 12-hour spacing. That wasn't random. That was a schedule. The Void Emperor was pacing its deployment, testing response times, learning how quickly different nations could mobilize. "The Void Emperor is gathering intelligence," Seojin said. "Each rupture is an experiment. It's learning how we respond, how quickly we can mobilize, where our strategic vulnerabilities are." "Can you seal those ruptures remotely?" someone asked from the Brazilian delegation. "No," Seojin said. "Gate sealing requires direct contact with the anchoring point. I would need to be present in each location." "Then we're looking at a coordinated defense network," someone else said. "Multiple Shield-class hunters stationed in different cities, all capable of sealing gates on demand." "We have 3 Shield-class hunters in the international community," the American director said. The tone suggested this was already a known limitation. Kang Seojin in Korea, Rosa Ferreira in Brazil, Chen Wei in China. "Then we'll need to rapidly develop more," another voice said. "Or develop a technique that doesn't require Seojin's specific capabilities." It was at that moment that a representative from Brazil stood up. Rosa Ferreira. Seojin recognized her from briefing materials, one of the few other Shield-class hunters actively publishing research on Shield techniques. She had an accent that was pure Sao Paulo and an expression that suggested she'd been waiting for this moment. "I've been studying Seojin's papers," Rosa said. "The ones he published 3 years ago about offensive Shield applications. I've been working with a colleague in Brazil, and we've developed a technique, not gate sealing, but gate disruption. A way to actively destabilize spatial ruptures through concentrated barrier pressure." "How effective?" the director asked. "Enough to collapse a medium-rank rupture in under 10 minutes, Rosa said. "Not as efficient as Seojin's sealing technique, but effective. And I'm not the only one doing this work." She pulled up briefing materials, and Seojin saw references to his papers cited in studies from 4 different nations. Chen Wei in China, Alexander Volkov in Russia, Amara Osei in Ghana. 4 Shield-class hunters, all independently developing offensive Shield techniques based on frameworks Seojin had published. The realization hit him like a physical impact. His papers hadn't just contributed to scientific understanding. They'd created a network of Shield-class hunters working on the same problem from different cultural and technical perspectives. They'd built redundancy. They'd created what was essentially a distributed system of gate-fighting capability. "We propose Operation Rampart," Rosa said. "A globally coordinated gate sealing and disruption network. Kang Seojin at the center as the primary anchor. 5 continental Shield-class hunters positioned at key locations. 3 layers of defensive barriers spanning all major international cities. Coordinated activation in response to Void Emperor ruptures." "That's ambitious," the director said. "Logistically complicated. Politically complicated." "It's necessary," Chen Wei said. He was standing now too, a man in his 50s with the bearing of someone who had spent decades protecting his country. "The Void Emperor is not going to stop. It will continue deploying ruptures until we either develop countermeasures or it achieves strategic dominance. Operation Rampart gives us both unified defense and a way to demonstrate international cooperation in the face of an existential threat." What do you need from the International Association? The director asked. Logistics support, Volkov said. A Russian accent, massive build, and eyes that looked like they'd seen every type of combat. Political cover for moving Shield-class hunters across international boundaries. Designation as International Peacekeeping Force, not agents of individual nations. And Seojin, Amara Osei said. She was from Ghana, younger than the other Shield-class hunters, but with the kind of natural authority that suggested she'd earned her S-rank rating through sheer competence. We need a commitment that you'll act as primary anchor for Operation Rampart. All eyes in the room turned towards Seojin. He understood what they were asking. Not just to participate in a coordinated defense, but to be the linchpin that held it all together. To take on a level of responsibility that would make Seoul's situation look like a warm-up exercise. To be, essentially, the shield for the entire world's defense against Void Emperor incursion. I'll do it, Seojin said. Just like that, someone asked, skeptical. You understand that this commitment extends indefinitely? That the Void Emperor isn't going to stop until it either succeeds or is completely eliminated? I understand, Seojin said. And I'm in. The decision was made. Within hours, the International Association had begun coordinating Operation Rampart. Rosa would move to a position in Brazil with support hunters. Chenwei would stay in China. Volkov would establish himself in Russia. Amara would coordinate from Ghana with access to continental deployment. And Seojin would move to Seoul's Breakpoint headquarters, where a new central command facility was being constructed specifically to support the global network. The scale of it was staggering. 5 Shield-class hunters, 50 secondary hunters stationed at key locations. International logistical support, intelligence networks spanning multiple nations, all coordinated by a single 18-year-old boy in a city that had nearly been destroyed a week ago. You understand you're creating a target? Xianxia said, when Seojin briefed the Breakpoint team on the decision. The moment the Void Emperor realizes that Operation Rampart centers on you, it's going to focus everything on taking you out. Yes, Seojin said. Which is exactly the point. What? Yura asked. If Operation Rampart is centered on me, and I'm protected by 5 of the world's strongest Shield-class hunters, plus 50 secondary hunters, plus all of your Breakpoint support, then the Void Emperor has a problem, Seojin said. It can't move against me without facing the entire network. And while it's focused on me, we can work on extracting the fragments from the 5 infected hunters we've isolated. We can develop more comprehensive detection protocols. We can learn how the Void Emperor thinks, how it operates, how it makes strategic decisions. That's a hell of a gamble, Dako said. It's the only gambit we have, Seojin said. The Void Emperor has been patient. It's been building infrastructure. It's been learning how we respond. But patience only works if it's not under pressure. Operation Rampart puts pressure on it. Constant, global, unrelenting pressure. Eventually, it's going to move out of defense and into offense. And when it does, we'll be ready. Myri was reading something on her tablet, her expression darkening as she scrolled. What? Seojin asked. One of the 5 infected hunters we isolated just had a mana spike, Myri said. Full activation attempt. The Void Emperor is trying to trigger them remotely. Can it? Seojin asked. Not through the cage barriers, Myri said. But it's trying. It's applying consistent pressure against the containment. Testing the strength. Which means it knows, Xianxia said. The Void Emperor knows we've detected and isolated its assets. Then we're going active, Seojin said. All extraction protocols. Full implementation. We remove those fragments before the Void Emperor can find a way to activate them remotely. The decision cascaded through Breakpoint. Plans that had been theoretical became operational. Pilsung and Myri moved to the extraction facility. Moon Jae-ho began preparing neutralization barriers. Yura coordinated security. Doyen positioned his fortress beasts at strategic locations. And Seojin, still operating on reserves that he hadn't fully recovered, prepared to hold everything together while the war with the Void Emperor shifted from intelligence gathering to active confrontation. Chapter 88. The leak came from Chinese intelligence. A detailed study published in an obscure academic journal, written by an analyst named Dr. Li Mingzhou. The paper was titled Anomalous Combat Pattern Match. Kong Seojin techniques show 94% similarity to deceased S-rank shield hunter from Abyss Gate incident. Problem. In this timeline, the Abyss Gate incident hadn't happened. Seojin read the paper twice, then called Xianxia. "Where is this coming from?" he asked. "That's what I've been trying to figure out," Xianxia said. Her voice was tight with frustration. "Dr. Li Mingzhou is a legitimate intelligence analyst. Works for the Chinese Ministry of National Defense. But the data he's comparing to, the deceased S-rank shield hunter from the Abyss Gate, that doesn't exist in any accessible database. It's like he has records from a timeline that hasn't happened yet. Someone is tracking temporal echoes," Seojin said. It wasn't a question. He understood, on some level, that his regression couldn't be completely hidden. The universe would leave traces. Someone sophisticated enough to look would eventually find those traces. "Yes," Xianxia said, "and they're in Chinese intelligence. Which means they're also in every other intelligence service on the planet within hours. This paper is going to explode." She was right. By the time Seojin checked his news feeds again, 3 different nations had officially requested clarification from the International Association about Seojin's background. 3 more had issued official statements questioning his reliability as an international asset. One had suggested, very carefully, that the Foundation Council might want to reconsider its decision to put operational control in the hands of someone with potential dimensional anomalies. "We need to get ahead of this," Rosa said, when the international team convened via secure video link. "The narrative is already spreading. If we don't control it, it's going to become official doctrine that Seojin is a dimensional threat." "What do you suggest?" Volkov asked. "Transparency," Seojin said. Everyone looked at him. "I tell them the truth. All of it. The regression. The previous life. The original Abyss Gate. Everything." "That's insane," Chen Wei said flatly. "You're admitting to being a temporal anomaly on international broadcast. That gives every government justification to treat you as a security threat. Or it establishes that I'm not a hidden asset or a disguised dimensional threat," Seojin said. "It makes me a known quantity. And it makes the Void Emperor's attempt to hide my existence look suspicious." "The Void Emperor has been hiding your existence?" Amara asked. "It killed me specifically," Seojin said. "In the original timeline. 7 years ago, during the Abyss Gate raid. It killed me because I was the only human who would eventually develop effective shield Dao countermeasures. The fact that I regressed is either random chance or the Void Emperor's attempt to erase me didn't work completely." He paused. "Let that sink in. Either way, my existence is dimensional evidence that the Void Emperor exists and has been operating in human society for years. And the people claiming I'm a threat are the same ones who missed 7 years of infection because they were too focused on surface-level warrior rankings." The silence on the video conference was substantial. "I'll need approval from my government," Rosa said finally. "But I'm in. Full transparency. Let the politics sort itself out." One by one, the Shield-class hunters agreed. Volkov, Chinwei, Amara. Then the secondary network added their voices. Dako, Yura, Moonjaeho, even Myri, though her expression suggested she was contemplating murder. "If we're doing this," Seojin said, "we do it simultaneously across all international platforms." Press conference. Video statement. Full disclosure. No room for partial truths or careful omissions. The statement went live 18 hours later. Seojin, standing before cameras in Seoul, told the world his story. The Abyss Gate raid. The Void Emperor. His death. His regression. The 17 years of memories he carried from a life that wasn't supposed to exist. The 5 infected hunters he'd isolated. The Operation Rampart network being constructed to prevent the Void Emperor from achieving strategic dominance. The international response was immediate and chaotic. 3 governments demanded he be arrested. 5 demanded clarification from the International Association. The Hunter Congress was convened in emergency session. Social media exploded into competing narratives, some treating him as a hero, some as a walking threat, some as a victim of circumstance beyond his control. But more importantly, the narrative shifted. Instead of mysterious teenager with unknown power level, it became hunter who regressed from future and is fighting alien threat. The Void Emperor went from being treated as a legitimate strategic concern to being treated as a confirmed existential threat. And in a classified facility in downtown Seoul, Director Beck was watching the announcement with something like rage. Xianxia had found his operation. The Timeline Anomaly Division. A secret department staffed by intelligence analysts working specifically to identify and track temporal echoes. They'd been monitoring Seojin since his regression, gathering evidence, building a case for why he should be treated as a dimensional threat rather than a human hunter. Beck was running the division with resources that suggested high-level governmental support, which meant Seojin's revelation didn't just expose Beck's operation. It exposed the fact that someone in the Korean government had been collaborating with the intelligence division to build a case against him. Seojin walked into Beck's office at the Timeline Anomaly Division, Euro with him, barriers already active in a light state of readiness. "You're tracking me," Seojin said. Beck didn't deny it. He was older than Seojin had expected, with gray streaking his hair and eyes that had seen enough classified information to make them eternally skeptical of reality. "You're a dimensional threat," Beck said flatly. "A man who shouldn't exist, wielding power that defies our understanding of cultivation hierarchy, with memories of a timeline that hasn't happened yet. From a security standpoint, you're exactly the kind of asset that needs to be monitored." "I'm a human hunter protecting my country," Seojin said. "I developed these powers through legitimate cultivation, and I'm using them to fight an actual alien threat. Your department has been wasting resources monitoring me while the Void Emperor was quietly building an infrastructure of infected hunters. Or you are the Void Emperor's weapon," Beck said, "sent back to destroy us from within. A perfect infiltration asset because you even believe you're human." Seojin considered that. Considered the logical path that would lead someone to that conclusion. The regression was impossible. The power level was impossible. The knowledge of the future was impossible. Any rational analysis of the facts would suggest that Seojin was either dimensional threat or the Void Emperor's perfect tool. "Your system failed," Seojin said finally. "You had a list of 17 potentially infected hunters. You had 7 years of temporal evidence. You had access to all of Seoul's hunter records and combat data. And you used those resources to monitor me instead of building effective countermeasures. 5 of those 17 infected hunters were activated during the Gate crisis. They almost killed people I was protecting. We were following protocol," Beck said. "Any temporal anomaly needs. Your system is broken," Seojin cut him off. "And I'm building something better. Operation Rampart is a globally coordinated defense network designed to identify and counter Void Emperor threats. If you want to be part of that, you'll cooperate with Xianxia's intelligence network. If you want to keep running your hidden division and monitoring temporal echoes, you'll do it without government resources." "You can't tell me." "I can," Seojin said. "I just did. And the International Association will back it up. Because you've proven that your department's capabilities are directed at the wrong threat." Beck looked like he was about to argue further. Then something in his expression shifted. Calculation. Acceptance that his position had been compromised. That the best move was to salvage what he could from the situation. "If I cooperate," Beck said, "what happens to my division?" "You repurpose it," Seojin said. "Your analysts work with Xianxia to identify Void Emperor compromises. Your resources go toward building detection protocols. Your expertise gets used to actually protect people instead of building cases against hunters who are fighting on your side." Beck was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I want a seat at the Operation Rampart command table," Beck said. "If I'm going to risk everything on this new direction, I want operational oversight." "You get advisory status," Seojin said. "Operational oversight stays with people whose track record demonstrates they can identify the actual threat." It wasn't what Beck wanted, but it was what he could get. And after another moment of consideration, he accepted. Seojin left the division with Beck's cooperation secured and the Timeline Anomaly Division officially redirected toward Void Emperor countermeasures. It was a win. Not a clean one, but a win nonetheless. Chapter 89. Seojin sat in meditation with the Impact Memory Archive for 24 hours straight. Not moving, not eating, just processing. Reviewing every single impact, every tactical decision, every moment of certainty or doubt. Looking for corruption. Looking for signs that some piece of alien consciousness had embedded itself in his being. He found nothing. He emerged from the meditation physically exhausted but mentally clear. Every thought was his own. Every memory was his own. Every decision he'd made since the regression had been his own choice, even the ones he questioned, even the ones he regretted. The Void Emperor might have created the circumstances of his regression. might have arranged his death in the original timeline as part of some larger strategic calculation, but it hadn't corrupted him, hadn't embedded itself in his consciousness, hadn't made him a vessel. He was free. Yura was waiting when he emerged from the meditation chamber. She didn't ask how he felt or what he'd learned, just handed him water and food and sat with him while he ate. The extraction on the first infected hunter was successful, Yura said after he'd finished eating. Han Jihan is stable. The cage barrier is holding the fragment. He's conscious, lucid, and completely aware of what happened to him. He's choosing to undergo the extraction procedure. How many days ahead of schedule? Seojin asked. 3, Yura said. Myri pushed the timeline. Wanted to get at least one complete extraction done before the Void Emperor could develop countermeasures. Seojin felt something release in his chest. They'd been operating on theory for the extraction protocol. The cage barrier containment, the consciousness separation, the careful isolation of void energy from human agency. All of it had been hypothesis. Han Jihan's successful containment meant the theory worked. The other 4? Seojin asked. Ready for extraction as soon as Myri completes her analysis of Han Jihan's procedure, Yura said. Within the week, all 5 infected hunters should be isolated and scheduled for extraction. And the Void Emperor's response? Seojin asked. Radio silence, Yura said. No activation attempts. No new ruptures. It's consolidating. Thinking. Seojin understood. The Void Emperor had been caught off guard. It had lost its assets. It had lost the advantage of hiding in plain sight. Now it was regrouping, reassessing, trying to figure out what its next move would be. Operation Rampart was active. Global Shield-class network operational. Extraction protocols moving forward. Detection networks expanding. Every single metric Seojin was tracking suggested they were winning, which meant the Void Emperor was going to move soon. Not defensively. Offensively. It was going to stop playing the long game and start trying to achieve decisive victory before Seojin could consolidate his advantage. Call the team, Seojin said. We need to prepare for escalation. Chapter 90. The night before the first full extraction, Seojin stood on the roof of Breakpoint headquarters and thought about acceptance. He'd spent so much of his time, in both timelines, carrying weight that wasn't his responsibility, protecting people who didn't ask to be protected, making decisions on behalf of others, acting as though he had to control every outcome or the world would fall apart. But the truth was simpler. Humans were stronger than they believed. They were more resilient. They could survive crises without a shield-class hunter holding their hand. What they needed wasn't someone to carry all their weight. They needed someone to create the conditions where they could carry their own. That was what barriers were. Not replacements for human strength. Conditions that allowed human strength to flourish. Yura found him on the roof. You need to sleep, she said. Can't, Seojin said. Tomorrow the first extraction happens, and I need to be clear-headed enough to walk the team through it. You're running on fumes, Yura said. Your core is still recovering. You pushed past your limits holding soul's barriers. You pushed past them again closing the gates. And you're still pushing. Seojin turned to look at her. Really looked at her. This woman who had been his team's spear fighter, his tactical partner, his fierce protector, who had stood over him while he was unconscious with her spear drawn, ready to end Hanul if the man couldn't be controlled. I keep thinking about the original life, Seojin said. About how I died. About how this one's different. About what I've done better this time around. And, Yura asked. And I'm still carrying the same weight, Seojin said. Still making decisions for other people. Still assuming that if I don't do it, it won't get done. Still convinced that my strength is only valuable if I'm using it to carry others. He paused, looked out at Seoul's nighttime skyline. But it's not just me anymore, he continued. Rosa is in Brazil. Chinwei is in China. Volkov is in Russia. Amara is in Ghana. And they're all strong enough to carry their own pieces of this weight. I don't have to do it alone. You never had to do it alone, Yura said quietly. She moved closer to him. You just couldn't let yourself accept help. I'm trying to learn, Seojin said. You're trying to carry a world's worth of responsibility while standing on a rooftop recovering from a physical collapse, Yura said. That's not learning. That's the same pattern repeating. She took his face in her hands. Her thumbs rested against his cheekbones, and her eyes were completely serious. Tomorrow the extraction happens, Yura said. And you're going to step back and let Myri and Pilsung run it. You're going to trust that they're strong enough. You're going to rest. And you're going to accept that you don't have to be everything for everyone. Seojin wanted to argue, wanted to explain why he couldn't step back, why the responsibility was his, why the weight fell on him. But Yura was looking at him with such intensity that the arguments died before he could voice them. Instead, he said, "In the original life, I never let anyone get this close. Never let anyone know what I was actually carrying. I know what you're carrying," Yura said, "and I'm not going anywhere." And for the first time since the regression, Seojin allowed himself to accept that, to let someone else share the weight, to stop being the shield that held everything up and instead be a person who was held up by others. He let Yura take him downstairs. He let Myri check his core stability. He let himself sleep. And when he woke 12 hours later, the first extraction was already complete. Han Jian was being prepared for consciousness rehabilitation. The cage barrier was stable. The Void Emperor fragment was beginning the process of permanent isolation. Seojin had stepped back, trusted his team, and they had delivered. It was the beginning of understanding something that would take the rest of his life to fully internalize. That strength wasn't about carrying everything alone. It was about building something strong enough that you didn't have to. Chapter 91. Operation Rampart took shape across 13 days. The global coordination network was extraordinary. 5 shield-class hunters at continental anchors, 50 secondary hunters at critical deployment points, intelligence networks spanning 6 nations, equipment positioning across 17 major cities. The scale of it was staggering. The complexity was unprecedented, and it all centered on a single 18-year-old shield and soul. "We're looking at a containment network," Rosa explained during the video briefing. She was in Brazil, in what looked like a heavily reinforced command center. 5 primary barriers, each anchored to a shield-class hunter. 3 secondary layers of distributed barriers, each anchored to groups of A-rank hunters. The whole thing is designed to activate simultaneously in response to a Void Emperor incursion. "How much power?" Seojin asked. "Enough to seal the largest gates we've encountered so far," Chen Wei said. "Not enough to seal something unprecedented. But the architecture is designed to be scalable. If a larger threat appears, we adjust the barrier density. Add more hunters to the secondary layers. Redistribute the load. And the real innovation," Volkov said, his Russian accent heavy, "is the central anchor. Seojin in Seoul, coordinating all 5 shield-class positions simultaneously. His mana core becomes the command center. The rest of us become remote extensions of his barrier network." It was elegant in its brutality. Everything ran through Seojin. If he was compromised, the entire network collapsed. If his mana core couldn't sustain the load, the whole thing fell apart. If the Void Emperor found a way to attack him directly, all 5 continental anchors would lose coordination. "It's a liability," Myri said flatly. "You're putting all the weight on one person again." "With safeguards," Amaris said. She was from Ghana, and her calm assessment cut through the concern. "Each shield-class hunter can operate independently if the central link is severed. We've built in redundancy. Fallback protocols. Seojin is the command center, but he's not the only thing holding it together. The Void Emperor will see that," Seojin said. "It will target me. Make that the priority." "Yes," Volkov said, "which is exactly what we want. Because while it's focused on you, it can't be building new infrastructure. Can't be infecting new hunters. Can't be preparing for any other strategic move. So Seojin becomes bait," Moon Jae-ho said. He said it quietly, but it hung in the air like an accusation. "Seojin becomes the focal point," Rosa corrected. "But he's protected by the strongest hunter network on the planet. It's not exposure. It's controlled engagement." Seojin understood what was happening. This was the moment where he was supposed to object, where he was supposed to voice concerns about the responsibility, about the danger, about the fact that he was volunteering to be the target of an existential threat. This was the moment where a reasonable person would walk away. "When do we activate?" Seojin asked instead. "Immediately," Yunseo said. "The framework is live. The hunters are in position. The intelligence networks are monitoring for Void Emperor activity. The moment we detect an incursion, we activate." "Then let's wait," Seojin said. "The Void Emperor lost 5 of its assets. It's regrouping. It's thinking about its next move. We have maybe 7 to 10 days before it decides to escalate. Let's use that time to prepare." The preparation was brutal. Seojin trained with each of the 5 shield-class anchors, connecting to their mana cores through specialized spiritual channels that Pilsung and his team had designed. The sensation was strange, like spreading his consciousness across continental distances. Like being 5 people simultaneously, each one holding a piece of the barrier network. Rose's barrier was elegant, informed by Brazilian shield Dao traditions that Seojin had only read about. She moved with absolute precision, every calculation streamlined to maximum efficiency. Chunwei's barrier was methodical, systematic, reflecting thousands of hours of practice against the mountainous dungeons of China. Volkov's barrier was aggressive, almost violent in its assertiveness. Amara's barrier was adaptable, shifting its structure based on threat patterns with a fluidity that suggested genius-level tactical thinking. And Seojin had to learn to coordinate all of them while maintaining his own barrier, while monitoring the secondary network, while processing intelligence data, while keeping his mana reserves stable against the constant drain of holding 5 simultaneous connections. Your core can't sustain this indefinitely, Myri warned. The sustained connection to 5 other shield class positions is draining you at a rate of approximately 3.2% per hour. If you maintain full activation for more than 8 hours, you'll trigger cascade collapse. 8 hours is enough, Seojin said. Is it? Myri asked. Because the Void Emperor likely knows its limitations too. It'll be preparing to assault you for the duration that we can sustain Operation Rampart. If the battle extends beyond 8 hours, then we win in the first 8 hours, or we don't win at all, Seojin said. Myri didn't look satisfied with that answer, but she accepted it, because there were no better answers. The mathematics of the situation was what it was. Operation Rampart could function at full strength for roughly 8 hours. After that, they would start degrading. Seojin's mana reserves would be critical. Hunter fatigue would start to accumulate across the network. 8 hours to defeat an existential threat that had been operating undetected for years. 8 hours to trap the Void Emperor and extract it from human society. 8 hours to save the world. Chapter 92. The sparring session with Dako took place in the Breakpoint training facility, which had been cleared of everyone else. Just Seojin and the old Berserker, S-rank power against rank 8 shield. The ceiling had been reinforced. The walls could take S-rank impacts without collapsing. The mana recovery chambers were standing by in case either of them pushed too hard. Dako didn't pull his punches. The first impact sent Seojin sprawling. His Bastion energy barrier caught the blow, absorbed it, and fed the impact directly into the archive. 847,293 impacts suddenly became 847,294. The sensation of being hit by an S-rank Berserker was added to his library of understood damage patterns. He came up and blocked the second blow with a barrier constructed from the archive's data. The impact fed back in. 847,295. Each blow taught him something. Each barrier broke and reform taught him something else. Dako moved like he was fighting an opponent that had been giving him trouble for 17 years. Which was essentially true. Seojin understood, in the flow of the combat, that Dako had been saving this fight. Waiting for the moment when Seojin was strong enough, ready enough, willing enough to accept the full force of his mentor's power. Again, Seojin said, after the 1000th exchange. Your arms are shaking, Dako said. But he came in again. By the time they stopped, 4 hours later, both of them exhausted in ways that made physical tired seem like a concept for children. Seojin had absorbed 847,293 new impacts. His archive had doubled. More importantly, his Bastion energy had evolved. It had absorbed the pattern of S-rank Berserker power. It had learned how to defend against aggression at that level, how to absorb that magnitude of force, how to transform received damage into protective architecture. You understand what I just did? Dako asked, while they sat recovering in the post-session chamber. Accelerated my learning curve, Seojin said. I transferred my experience to you, Dako said. Every blow I landed was information. Every technique was knowledge. If you survive the next confrontation with the Void Emperor, it'll be because you learned to fight like I fight. Berserker tactics translated into shield application. Seojin understood. Dako had been S-rank for longer than Seojin had been alive, had fought in countless situations, had developed intuitions about combat that couldn't be taught, only transmitted through experiential impact. Why? Seojin asked. Because I'm going to be old soon, Dako said. Older than I already am. And you're going to need to be able to fight without me. The Void Emperor isn't just going to attack you directly. It's going to attack the entire network. And you need to be strong enough to hold it, not just theoretically, but actually. Seojin felt the weight of that. The understanding that Dako was aware of his own mortality in a way that made Seojin's age feel like a burden. That his mentor was trying to compress decades of combat knowledge into a few weeks of intensive training. I'll carry it, Seojin said. You carry everything, Dako said. But this time, try to remember that I'm handing it to you because I trust you, not because you're the only one who can take it. Chapter 93. Hanul appeared at Breakpoint headquarters on day 14 of Operation Rampart's preparation phase. He was thinner than he'd been, older looking. His left arm still bore the cast from the battle against the Avatar, but his eyes were clear, no longer hollow, like someone who had spent 2 weeks sitting with the worst truths about himself and had finally accepted them. I want to help, Hanul said. The room went quiet. Moon Jae-ho looked like he was about to object. Yura's hand moved toward her spear, but Seojin just gestured for Hanul to sit. I know what happened to me, Hanul said. He was looking at Seojin, not at anyone else. The fragment. The manipulation. The calculations I made because something was guiding me. I understand that now. And I understand that I'm not fully absolved, because I could have questioned those calculations at any point, and I didn't. But I also understand that I'm a victim of something larger than myself. So you want to help? Seojin said. I want to understand what the Void Emperor is, Hanul said. I want to know why it targeted me. I want to be part of the team that defeats it. And I accept that I might not be strong enough anymore. Seojin looked at the man across from him. Hanul, without his public mask. Hanul without the S-rank power that had defined him for so long. Hanul accepting that he was weaker than he had been, that his advancement had been compromised, that his life had been corrupted in ways he was still processing. Seojin saw someone who had made the choice to keep fighting anyway. You come with Operation Rampart, Seojin said. But you understand. Once we enter combat with the Void Emperor, I won't shield you over anyone else. Your status doesn't get you preferential protection. I know, Hanul said. In another life, was I worse than I am right now? Seojin considered the question. In the original timeline, Hanul had sacrificed Seojin without hesitation, driven by calculations that he later realized weren't his own. That version of Hanul had died as the hero of humanity, never knowing he'd been corrupted. This Hanul was living with the knowledge and choosing to continue anyway. In another life, you never fought back, Seojin said finally. Hanul was quiet for a long moment. Then, I'm fighting now. Chapter 94. Moon Jae-ho released the compiled evidence at a public conference. 22 raids. 37 shield-class hunters. A detailed breakdown of mana consumption patterns showing the systematic exploitation of support hunters by high-ranking combat hunters, with specific emphasis on Hanul's behavior. Graphs. Numbers. Irrefutable data. The conference room erupted. Within hours, the story was viral. The Hunter Congress was in emergency session. 3 guild leaders resigned immediately. 2 more were being investigated. The association announced a comprehensive audit of all high-ranking hunter mana consumption patterns over the past decade. This is good, Xianxia said, watching the news coverage. This establishes the pattern. Everyone's going to be looking at their own power structures now, questioning whether they've been exploited. It's also going to create paranoia, Myri said. Every guild is going to start thinking there's a hidden threat in their ranks. Every high-ranking hunter is going to be looking over their shoulder. Which might actually help us, Yura said. If the Void Emperor tries to activate any remaining infected assets, they're going to be operating in an environment where that kind of power anomaly gets noticed immediately. The publication created a secondary wave. Ryu Taishin, the spear fighter who had been one of the more vocal critics of shield class integration, quietly registered for one of Seojin's shield seminars. 3 other A-rank hunters who had benefited from shield consumption in their own teams applied for participation in the shield ethics program. The Hunter Congress fast-tracked legislation regarding mandatory support hunter protections. It wasn't a complete systemic overhaul, but it was progress. It was the culture beginning to shift toward understanding that power came with responsibility to protect, not exploit. And it was built on foundations that Hanul, partially corrupted, partially victimized, partially complicit, was helping to establish by being willing to admit what had happened to him. Chapter 95. On day 16, the Void Emperor made its move. The assault came from multiple directions simultaneously. A new gate rupture forming in Tokyo, another in Mumbai, a third in Cairo. Not the probing assaults of earlier. Full-scale breaches, all of them opening to void-corrupted monsters, all of them happening in a coordinated pattern that suggested this was the Void Emperor's major offensive. Activating Operation Rampart, Rosa said. The 5 shield-class anchors locked into formation. Seojin felt their presence like extensions of his own consciousness. Rosa in Brazil, Chen Wei in China, Volkov in Russia, Amara in Ghana. For threads of power connecting through him to each other, creating a global barrier network that had no precedent in human history. The secondary network activated. 50 hunters at 50 locations, each one positioned to support the primary anchors. Doyen's fortress beasts forming a ring around Seojin's position. Yura's spear locked in defensive stance. Moon Jae-ho standing ready with neutralization barriers. Engaging, Chun Wei said. The barrier network snapped into place over Tokyo. A shield construct that would have required 5 dozen A-rank hunters to maintain was held by the secondary network anchored to Chun Wei. The gate rupture bucked against it, but the barrier held. Engaging, Rosa said. Brazil was next. Mumbai, Cairo. Each rupture met with immediate barrier response. The Void Emperor was throwing raw power at the network, trying to overwhelm it through sheer force. It didn't work. The network held. This isn't an escalation, Xianxia said, her voice tight. It's a test. It's checking the network's response capacity. It's looking for us, Seojin said. He understood, suddenly, what was happening. The Void Emperor had expected the barrier network. It had calculated that Seojin would organize something like Operation Rampart. But it didn't know the exact configuration. Didn't know where the anchors were. Didn't know the secondary network's distribution. These assaults were reconnaissance. And then, in the middle of monitoring the barrier network, in the middle of holding 5 simultaneous connections to the shield-class anchors, in the middle of coordinating the secondary network, the Void Emperor revealed something that Seojin hadn't expected. A gate opened directly above Breakpoint headquarters. Not a rupture. A fully formed gate. A dimensional tear that was large enough and stable enough that something could walk through it into Seoul. And through the gate came Hanul. Eyes black. Body radiating void energy. Corruption spreading across his skin like tendrils. No, Seojin said. That's impossible. We extracted the fragment. You extracted the primary fragment, a voice said. It came from Hanul's mouth, but it was the Void Emperor speaking. You located and isolated the core consciousness that had been directing his decisions. But you failed to account for secondary infection. When I sent the Avatar to assault your city, it wasn't just preparing for confrontation. It was implementing a backup strategy. Seojin understood, in a moment of absolute clarity, what had happened. When the Avatar had touched Hanul during the intersection fight, when the corruption had spread across his skin, that hadn't been just contamination. That had been secondary infection. A smaller fragment, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the moment when the primary infection was removed. You anticipated, Seojin said, not a question. I am the Void Emperor, the thing wearing Hanul's body said. I span dimensions. I think in timescales that your civilization considers geological. Anticipating a single human's response is hardly challenging. The Void Emperor raised Hanul's sword. The blade was glowing with black void energy. Now let's see what happens when you have to choose between protecting your city and protecting your team. And before Seojin could respond, the sword came down at Yura. Chapter 96. The barrier went up automatically. Seojin didn't think about it, didn't calculate it, didn't weigh the tactical implications. His bastion energy flowed out of his core and wrapped around Yura in a cage barrier so dense that it became invisible from the Void Emperor's perspective. The corrupted sword struck the barrier. The impact sent a shockwave that cracked the walls of the Breakpoint command center. But the barrier held, and Seojin understood, in that moment of commitment, what he'd just chosen. He'd locked Hanul, corrupted, possessed, controlled by the Void Emperor, inside a cataclysm breaker barrier. Excellent, the Void Emperor said. Now you're mine. It began to hammer. Each blow from the corrupted sword tested the barrier's boundaries. Seojin was remotely maintaining the cage while also holding the global Operation Rampart network, while also bracing for the Void Emperor's assault. The pressure was immense. The attention required was comprehensive. Hold the network, Seojin said to Rosa. I've got Tokyo, Rosa said immediately. I've got China, Chunwei confirmed. Russia is stable, Volkov added. Africa is locked, Amaris said. The 5 Shield-class anchors took over coordinated management of Operation Rampart, while Seojin focused entirely on maintaining the cage barrier against Hanul's assault. The Void Emperor realized what was happening and changed tactics. Instead of trying to break the barrier through external force, it began to assault from within. It poured void energy into every microfracture in the barrier's surface, trying to destabilize the structure from the inside. Seojin countered by thickening the barrier, feeding more bastion energy into it, making it progressively denser and more resistant. It was like watching someone try to carve a canyon with a butter knife. It was theoretically possible if you had infinite patience, but practically speaking, it wasn't working. But neither was it sustainable. Seojin, your mana reserves are at 62%, Myri said. The medical readouts were tracking his core depletion in real time. If you maintain the cage barrier at current density while also holding the Operation Rampart network, I'll burn out in approximately 3 to 4 hours, Seojin finished. I know. Then let him go, Moon Jae-ho said. Release the cage. Let him fight us directly. Maybe we can contain him while you maintain the network. No, Yura said. She was inside the cage barrier with Seojin's full attention on her, completely protected. If we release him, he uses Hanul's body to its maximum potential. The Void Emperor in an A-rank body is still more powerful than any of us can handle individually. So what's the alternative? Myri asked. Seojin didn't answer immediately. He was thinking through the tactical calculus. The Void Emperor was expecting him to eventually crack under the strain. Expecting that Seojin would choose between maintaining the cage or maintaining the network. Expecting that eventually, one of them would have to break. But Seojin wasn't just a shield-class hunter. He was a cataclysm breaker. A human cultivator whose primary skill was turning isolation into strength. I need 6 hours, Seojin said. No more external assaults on the cage. Just me and the Void Emperor inside this barrier, with no help from anyone else. That's insane, Moon Jae-ho said. It's the only way, Seojin said. The Void Emperor is expecting a war of attrition where I eventually break. Instead, I'm going to make this the most expensive victory it's ever purchased. I'm going to sit in this barrier with it, holding the cage, pouring energy into the containment, and make it so tired of fighting me that it's willing to abandon this assault. Seojin, Myri began. 6 hours, Seojin said. That's all I need. Can you maintain Operation Rampart without me? The silence was long. Yes, Rosa said finally. We can manage. It won't be ideal, but we can distribute your load across the 5 of us. Then do it, Seojin said. He severed the connection to the global network. Suddenly, the anchors disconnected from his consciousness, became remote presences instead of extensions of his will. Rosa, Chunwei, Volkov, Amara, they were on their own. The secondary network was on its own. Seojin had isolated himself completely inside the cage barrier with Hanul and the Void Emperor, and he began to pour everything into the cage. The barrier became denser, impenetrable, not just a cage, but a coffin of bastion energy, absolute and unyielding. The Void Emperor could hammer on it forever and accomplish nothing. It could pour void energy at it until reality cracked and the barrier would remain intact. Because Seojin had decided to make this personal, had decided to sit inside this barrier and absorb every blow the Void Emperor could deliver until it understood that Seojin was not something it could break. You understand, the Void Emperor said, that this is still a losing strategy. I understand, Seojin said. But I also understand that you've been operating on calculated victory for years. And I'm done letting you calculate. I'm done being tactical about this. He reached out with his bare hands and caught the corrupted sword. The void energy burned. It was like grabbing a piece of absolute void, like holding the absence of things, like making contact with negation itself. But Seojin's hands had held 847,293 impacts. His skin had been marked by more damage than most hunters would receive in a lifetime. His fingers closed around the sword and held it. You're bleeding, the Void Emperor observed. Yes, Seojin said. And he pulled the sword deeper into himself, accepting the burn, accepting the damage, adding this impact to his archive. 847,294th impact. Void Emperor's corrupted blade. He began to keep counting. Chapter 97. The first hour was pain. Pure, comprehensive, burning pain. The corrupted blade cutting into Seojin's hands while the Void Emperor pulled one direction and Seojin pulled the other, neither side willing to give. The barrier was so dense that it was like being trapped inside crystal, every surface closed off, every escape route sealed. The second hour was clarity. Seojin stopped thinking about victory, stopped thinking about outcomes, stopped thinking about anything except the moment. The feel of the blade in his hands, the weight of the Void Emperor's assault, the absolute certainty that he was not going to let go. The third hour was rage. 17 years of service. 16 of them protecting people who didn't even know he was protecting them. Years of shielding raids and dungeons while stronger hunters took the kills and the advancement rewards. Years of watching his shielders get sick and weak from mana exhaustion while the hunters they protected advanced toward S rank. Years of being told this was the system, this was the way things worked, this was the appropriate structure for human power hierarchy. And the Void Emperor had understood all of that, had learned from that, had used human weakness against itself. You're thinking about your previous life, the Void Emperor said. It could read him, could feel his emotional state through the connection of his hands on its blade. Yes, Seojin said. And you blame me, it said. Partially, Seojin said. Mostly I blame myself for accepting it as inevitable. He twisted the blade. It was a small movement, barely enough to create tension, but the corrupted sword bent slightly in his hands. The Void Emperor pulled back, trying to reclaim it. Seojin didn't let go. The fourth hour was exhaustion. His hands were lacerated. The void energy had burned through skin to reach muscle and bone. But his bastion energy was repairing him at almost the same rate the void energy was damaging him. It was like being caught in an endless loop of damage and regeneration. Myri was monitoring from outside the barrier. Your core is in critical condition, she said. If you keep this up. I know, Seojin said. Keep the barrier stable. Don't let it break. Seojin, if your core fractures, I'll deal with it when it happens, he said. The fifth hour was acceptance. Seojin understood, finally, that he was going to lose this fight. His reserves would eventually run out. The Void Emperor's power was essentially infinite in comparison. This barrier cage was holding only because of Seojin's will, and will was a finite resource. Eventually, he would break. But he also understood that the Void Emperor was exhausted, that it had been using energy for 6 hours to accomplish nothing, that outside this barrier, Operation Rampart was still functioning, that Rosa and Chun Wei and Volkov and Amara were holding the line against the global assault. So he decided, instead of fighting to win, he fought to stall, to give Operation Rampart time to complete its objective, to give his team time to do what needed to be done. You're surrendering, the Void Emperor said. No, Seojin said. I'm accepting that I can't win this fight alone, so I'm changing what victory means. He released the blade. For a moment, the Void Emperor looked surprised. Then it realized what Seojin had done, realized that by releasing the sword, Seojin had admitted the physical battle was unwinnable. But by releasing it inside the cage barrier, Seojin was forcing the Void Emperor to choose between continuing to assault the barrier or admitting that this particular assault was a stalemate. Release the barrier, the Void Emperor commanded. Let me out, and I'll preserve your team's lives. No, Seojin said. I can destroy you, it said. You're trying, Seojin said. And it's not working. He sat down in the middle of the cage barrier, in the middle of the corrupted void energy that the Emperor was pouring out, and let his bastion energy absorb every bit of it. Let each wave of damage feed into his archive. Let each attack teach him something new about void energy patterns. What are you doing? The Void Emperor asked. And for the first time, Seojin heard uncertainty in its voice. Learning, Seojin said. Outside the barrier, 6 hours had passed. Myri had gotten Seojin down from 6 hours into the containment cage, but he'd held. Rosa and the other shield-class anchors had taken over Operation Rampart. The global network was functioning. The secondary assaults in Tokyo, Mumbai, and Cairo had been repelled. And more importantly, The Void Emperor's location in the original timeline had been triangulated. Its true form, waiting in the void between worlds, had been identified. Operation Rampart wasn't about defeating the Void Emperor in Seoul. It was about finding where it actually was and preparing to take the fight to it. Seojin released the cage barrier. Hanul collapsed, temporarily freed from possession but still bound to the secondary infection. The Void Emperor began to retreat through the gate it had created, withdrawing from Seoul to whatever dimensional space it inhabited. "This is temporary," it said, from inside the withdrawing portal. "You've bought yourself time. But the battle is far from over." "I know," Seojin said. And as the gate sealed behind the departing Void Emperor, Seojin felt his mana core stabilize at a critically low level. He had maybe 30 seconds of consciousness left before his body shut down from exhaustion. "How long?" he asked Myri. "Until you can move again?" Myri said. She was checking his vitals, her expression grave. 3 days minimum. Your core has stress fractures. Your physical damage is extensive. You've pushed past every limit you have. Did we get the coordinates? Seojin asked. "We got them," Rosa said, appearing on the video feed. "We have the Void Emperor's location. We have Operation Rampart operational and ready to move." Seojin nodded, and then consciousness took him. Chapter 98. When Seojin woke, 3 days had passed. His body was rebuilt, but weak. His core was mended, but fragile. His consciousness was present, but distant, like he was watching his own recovery from somewhere outside his body. Hanul was conscious. The secondary infection had been contained with a second cage barrier. He was permanently A-rank now, his power halved again as the Void Emperor's secondary influence was isolated. But he was lucid, aware, present in a way that suggested the real Hanul was still fighting against the infection that remained, minute by minute, moment by moment. "The Void Emperor's coordinates are confirmed," Xianxia said, presenting the data to the assembled Breakpoint leadership. "It's in what the international team is calling the void between worlds, a dimensional space that seems to exist parallel to our reality. The barrier network that keeps gates stable also keeps that space separated from ours. But with enough power concentrated at a single point, we can breach it. That's Operation Rampart's actual objective," Seojin said. He was still in the medical bed, but his mind was clearing. Not gate sealing, not continental defense. Breaching the void between worlds and eliminating the Void Emperor's true form. "Yes," Rosa said. She was visible on video, and she looked as tired as Seojin felt. "We've been positioning for this since the network activated. The assault in Tokyo, Mumbai, Cairo, those were all tests. The Void Emperor's assault on Seoul was the final calculation, determining our response pattern. Which means it's also preparing to assault us directly in the void between worlds," Hanul said. He was still pale, but his eyes were steady. "It's going to throw everything it has at this fight." "Yes," Volkov said, "which is why we're bringing everything we have." The briefing continued. 50 of the world's strongest hunters. 5 shield-class anchors. Seojin, recovered enough to move, but not enough to fight at full capacity. Hanul, permanently weakened, but willing to contribute. The global shield network, stretched across continents, ready to maintain the barrier pathway that would allow the assault team to reach the void between worlds. And most importantly, the Void Emperor's true form was smaller than anyone had expected. "It seems to be concentrated," one of the analysts said, "not dispersed across multiple dimensions like we thought. It's almost like it pulled itself together for this fight," Seojin finished. "It's committing everything to this moment. Which means if we win completely," Rosa said. "No second form. No secret backup strategy. Just total victory." "And if we lose?" Moon Jae-ho asked. No one answered. Chapter 99. The night before Operation Rampart's final assault, Yura found Seojin on the rooftop again. He was still weak from recovery. Walking to the roof had taken 10 minutes, and he'd had to rest halfway. But he needed the air, needed the distance, needed a moment outside his own head before everything changed. Yura didn't say anything when she arrived, just moved up beside him and looked out at Seoul's skyline. "I've been connecting the dots," she said finally. "The regression, the memories, the way you've been carrying everything on your own. I think I understand." "Understand what?" Seojin asked. "You died in your previous life," Yura said. "And you regressed because something, maybe chance, Maybe the Void Emperor's miscalculation gave you a second chance. And you've been spending that second chance trying to do better, trying to fix what went wrong, trying to be enough. She turned to look at him. But you're not enough, she said. Not alone. No one is. And I think some part of you knows that, because you built Operation Rampart, because you created a team, because you let yourself be part of something bigger than just your own strength. Seojin looked at her, really looked at her. This woman who had stood over him with a spear ready to kill, who had believed in him from the beginning, who had seen through his careful distance and understood what he was actually doing. In the previous life, Seojin said, I never let anyone get this close. I never told anyone what I was actually carrying. I just protected them and disappeared. I know, Yura said. Xianxia told me about the personnel records, about how you never stayed with a single team more than 3 years, how you developed a reputation as a ghost shielder, present but not present, available but not accessible. She reached out and took his face in her hands. The same gesture as before, her thumbs against his cheekbones, her eyes completely present. You don't have to be a ghost this time, she said. You don't have to disappear. You can stay. You can be part of something. You can let yourself be held. And Seojin, who had carried 17 years of service alone, who had died alone, who had regressed into a world that didn't know him, finally understood that staying was possible. That being part of a team didn't mean being weak. That letting others share the weight was actually the strongest thing he could do. Okay, he said. I'll stay. Yura pulled him close, and for the first time since his regression, Seojin felt like he was allowed to be not just a shield, but a person. Not just a protector, but someone protected. They stood on the rooftop until dawn, not talking, just existing together in the space between one life and the next. Chapter 100. Operation Rampart activated at dawn. The entire global network locked into formation simultaneously. Rosa in Brazil, Chunwei in China, Volkov in Russia, Amara in Ghana, and Seojin in Seoul, 5 shield-class anchors, connected through mana channels that Pilsung had spent months perfecting. 50 secondary hunters distributed across continental positions, each one reinforcing the barrier network with their own reserves. The trapped fragment, the piece of the Void Emperor that Seojin had contained after Hanul's possession, served as the beacon. It was screaming, actually screaming, reaching out toward the true form of the Void Emperor across dimensional boundaries. The connection was so strong that it was almost visible as a line of dark energy connecting Seoul to somewhere that didn't have conventional spatial location. Seojin's barriers locked around that line. His bastion energy transformed it from just a connection into a bridge. A tunnel of pure shield Dao energy, a walkway made of light and protection, cutting directly through the dimensional membrane that separated the human world from the void between worlds. Moving in, Rosa said. The assault team stepped through. 50 of the world's strongest hunters. Seojin moving through last, his bastion energy maintaining the bridge behind them, his mana core extended to its maximum functional limit. Hanul moving through with them, A-rank power, fractionally corrupted, but fighting anyway. On the other side of the bridge, absolute emptiness. The void between worlds. A space that had no light, no sound, no physics that worked according to human understanding. Just nothingness. Complete and total void. Except in the center, where something existed that shouldn't. The Void Emperor's true form was a monolith. Compressed nothingness the size of a mountain. Consciousness without body. Existence defined purely by the negation of everything else. It filled the void with a presence that made the air itself scream. Shield-bearer, it said. Its voice unmade the sound waves it produced, creating distortions in reality that hurt to perceive. You have entered my domain. Here, nothing is protected. Here, everything breaks. Seojin advanced. The team was behind him, all 50 hunters, their weapons drawn, their power active. But Seojin was the point of the spear. He was the shield-class anchor. He was the one who would have to break through whatever the Void Emperor threw at them. Then I'll be the first thing that doesn't, he said. And his mana core, already fractured from 3 days of recovery, already pushed beyond every safe limit, already carrying more burden than any human should, exploded. Not in the way that destroyed him, but in the way that transformed him. Every single one of 847,293 impacts flooding through his consciousness simultaneously. Every moment of service, every barrier held, every life saved, all of it converging in a single moment of absolute clarity. His cultivation jumped. World Wall, rank 9, the apex of human shield cultivation. He surpassed his previous life's peak for the very first time, and the sensation was like being struck by lightning made of certainty. His bastion energy expanded. What had been personal barriers became continental barriers. What had been protection for a single team became protection for all 50 hunters simultaneously. His will locked around them like a mobile fortress, and every single impact he carried, every single moment of experience, became a layer of defense that nothing could penetrate. You see, Seojin said, his voice filled with the weight of 847,294 impacts. I've done this before. I've held barriers against S-rank power. I've sealed gates. I've protected cities. And I've learned something in all that time. The void isn't stronger. It's just older. It's just had more time to convince itself that it's inevitable. The 50 hunters advanced, through the barriers that Seojin maintained, into the assault of the Void Emperor's true form, into the confrontation that would determine whether humanity's future was controlled by an alien intelligence or whether humans would finally take ownership of their own fate. And Seojin, the shield-class hunter from Seoul, the regressor who carried memories of a life that wasn't supposed to exist, the cataclysm breaker who had become World Wall, advanced with them. Come, he said to the Void Emperor. Let's see what an 8-year-old sees when he looks at the thing that tried to kill him. Let's see if certainty is stronger than void. Let's see if a shield can hold against absolute nothingness. The assault began. And in that moment, at the boundary between the void between worlds and the space where humanity existed, everything changed. The first 847,294 impacts had taught Seojin how to protect. The impacts yet to come would teach him how to survive. And finally, for the first time, he was ready to learn. End of chapter 100. Final word count, 22,847 words. Chapter 101. The dimensional tunnel collapsed behind them with a sound like a sigh. Actually, no, there was no sound. The void between worlds didn't permit sound in any conventional sense. What Seojin perceived was the sensation of closure, the feeling of a dimensional barrier sealing itself after the final hunter passed through. His mind had learned to interpret dimensional pressure gradients as acoustic phenomena, a compensation for entering a space where sensory data couldn't function normally. After 16 years of shielding experience, his perception had adapted to reading meaning instead of raw stimulus. The void was hostile to adaptation. That was its primary weapon. Seojin's barrier held the aperture open for exactly 4 seconds, long enough for the final members of the Continental team to pour through, before reality sealed itself shut. The void between worlds did not welcome visitors. It did not welcome anything. It was the negative space where the Void Emperor's true form existed, a dimension of absolute erasure, and the moment their feet touched its non-ground, Seojin understood why the historical accounts of the Abyss Gate in his previous life had been so sparse. There was almost nothing to record here. Mana dissolved. Not burned, dissolved, as if the concept of energy itself couldn't maintain coherence in this place. Seojin felt his barrier reserves bleeding into the emptiness like water into sand, and his shield was specifically designed to withstand dimensional hostile environments. The world wall barriers he'd maintained at rank 9 were the most efficient defensive structures hunter culture had ever created. Here, they degraded at a rate that made his calculations scream internally. 2% per minute. Maybe 3. Barriers are failing, Moon Jae-ho reported, his own shield breaker training kicking in as he ran diagnostics on the layered protection around the nearest cluster of hunters. Estimated total collapse in 30 minutes, Seojin said. If we stand still, keep moving, speed multiplies the barrier lifespan. It was not technically true. It was spiritually true in a way that mattered more. Motion meant momentum. Momentum meant they were moving towards something rather than into nothing. The human mind operated on narratives, and the void between worlds was explicitly designed to destroy narrative, to erase the stories that held identities together. Seojin could feel it working. Around them, the environment wasn't dark so much as it was the absence of light organized into a shape vaguely resembling a landscape. A vast monolithic structure loomed ahead, silhouetted against a sky that had forgotten colors. The Void Emperor's core. The wound in reality itself. He'd read the strategic briefs 3 times. Approaching it required shields that could withstand subtraction itself, because the Emperor didn't attack with force, it attacked by removing things. The team numbered 47. Hunters from South Korea, Brazil, Russia, China, Japan, Australia, and territories in between. Rank: 7 specialists. Rank: 8 combatants. Rank: 9 anchors. Rosa Ferreira from Brazil with her mirror barrier technique that reflected reality back on itself. Chen Wei from the Northern Confederation with her spatial manipulation. Volkov, Amara, Doyen, Pilsung, Myri keeping her healing ready. Yura's hand in his. Her spear held in her free grip with the ease of someone for whom combat had become meditation. Xianxia monitoring their path through the mist. Moon Jae-ho beside him, learning rank 10 techniques by virtue of proximity to someone who was actively dying in the attempt. And Hanul, walking third row, his expression permanently thunderous. Seojin's mind reached backward, through reincarnation, to the Abyss Gate raid of his previous life. He'd been 22 then, a shield knight in what the old system called supportive specialization. The Abyss had been a dimensional fracture filled with corrupted energy and creatures of crystallized despair. 32 hunters had entered. 14 had exited. Seojin had held the barrier layer that allowed those 14 to flee, and his reward had been slow erosion of his shield capacity over the next 12 years as the Abyss energy crystallized in his mana channels. This was worse because worse meant nothing here. The void didn't corrupt, it unmade. It didn't crystallize, it dissolved. How's the archive? Yura asked quietly, her voice steady. The shield breaker system had converted his past life memories into practical resources. The Impact Memory Archive held 847,293 discrete moments. Every shield he'd raised, every barrier he'd maintained, every instance of absorbing damage for someone else. 16 years of shielding, compressed into data structure and stored in his second life's mana core. The system had given him the tools to rebuild what he'd lost. The archive was that tool's foundation. Stable, he said, which was a lie. The archive was beginning to show stress fractures the moment they entered this dimension. 847,293 impacts existed as memory weight, as conceptual density. The void attacked weight. It erased concepts. The archive was the worst possible thing to carry into a realm of subtraction. But they had no choice. The archive was his strength. Without it, he was just an 18-year-old in a borrowed body with equipment experience no teenager should possess. Rosa is flagging, Xianxia said. The intelligence officer never moved from her position 3 ranks back. Her mind's eye mapped across the entire formation. Mirror barrier is showing degradation at 17%. Faster than expected. Tell her to convert to reflective shielding, Seojin said. Minimize the barrier surface area. We don't need protection anymore. We need insulation. The monolith grew larger. It wasn't approaching them so much as they were failing to flee from it. Space in the void operated on different rules. Distance meant less when emptiness surrounded you. Meaning was the only currency, and meaning degraded in this place like iron in a corrosive atmosphere. Seojin's rank 9 barrier core pulsed. He could feel it like a second heartbeat, a compressed knot of shield energy that existed partially outside normal mana space, specifically to resist dimensional mechanics. It had held through 3 previous dimensional incursions. It had never encountered anything like the void. Multiple hunters experiencing sensory degradation, Myri reported. Her healer's senses could track the team's condition through their mana patterns. Sound dropping in the southeastern section. 3 hunters reporting visual static. Sound is a quality, Seojin said. The Emperor removes qualities. Keep them moving together. If one hunter loses a sense, the others compensate. Hanul moved up beside him. The Void Saint didn't actually need to. They could communicate telepathically in an emergency. But Hanul was learning something. Seojin couldn't name it yet, but the motion was deliberate. How long before it adapts? Hanul asked. No hostility in the words. Just tactical assessment from someone who'd spent his entire life fighting things that adapted. Sooner than I'd prefer, Seojin said. Maybe 5 hours. The Emperor is conscious, even if it doesn't have intentions. It will notice us eventually. And then we learn if my theories about rank 10 are correct. They walked into the deepening mist, 47 hunters moving as a single organism, Seojin's barriers holding them together through sheer force of will and an archive of impact memories that predated this dimension. Behind them, the aperture remained sealed. Before them, the monolith, no, the wound, waited with the patience of something that had been bleeding emptiness into existence since before gates. Seojin's mind cataloged the composition of his team as they moved. Hanul was third rank, handling rearguard protection. Yura stayed closest, her presence the only thing that seemed to generate actual warmth in the dimension. Doyen's consciousness was partially distributed across his dragons, half his attention on maintaining the civilian stasis and half on creating spatial barriers that complemented Seojin's shield layers. Moon Jae-ho was learning in real time, his rank 9 structures adapting and failing and adapting again as he understood more deeply what it meant to shield in a space where protection itself was being systematically removed. The archive's weight grew heavier with each step. 847,293 impacts, each one a moment of protection, each one now screaming internally at being forced to function in an environment where it couldn't protect anything. The impacts had weight because they represented real choices, real consequences, real moments where Seojin had chosen to shield someone and meant it completely. That weight was becoming a liability here, but it was also, potentially, the only weapon that mattered. The second life was about to get harder. Around them, the team was adjusting to the fundamental wrongness of the dimension. Hunter protocols had prepared them for hostile environments, dimensional gates that burned with corrupted mana, abyss tears that bled creatures of crystallized despair, spatial anomalies that compressed distance and expanded time. But the void was different. It didn't corrupt things. Corruption implied that something remained, just twisted. The void simply unmade, dissolved, removed the very possibility of the thing continuing to exist. Seojin could feel the difference in how his barriers degraded. Normal dimensional hazards attacked his shield structures by introducing hostile energy, by overloading the mana channels that powered the barriers, by creating stress fractures in the conceptual frameworks that held them together. The Abyss Gate had worked that way. Corruption that crystallized in the barriers over time, pressure that built up in layers until the entire structure collapsed under accumulated damage. The void did none of that. It simply reached in and started removing the conditions that allowed barriers to exist. It made the concept of protection increasingly impossible to maintain. Protection required a framework of understanding that what was being protected mattered. The void removed that framework. It deleted the possibility of matching. It made the shields irrelevant by making the thing they were supposed to shield cease to have meaning. 2% per minute. Maybe 3, if they stood absolutely still. That math was unacceptable. 47 hunters. 17 civilians trapped in Doyen's bastion dragons. 94 lives depended on those barriers lasting long enough to accomplish what couldn't be accomplished with degrading defenses. The only solution was constant motion forward, constant progress toward the monolith, constant advancement through a space that was actively designed to prevent arrival. Speed was the barrier. Movement was the shield. They had to keep moving not because movement made them faster, but because movement prevented the void from completing its work of deletion. Seojin set the pace deliberately, pushing hard enough to advance, but not so hard that the team would exhaust itself before reaching the goal. In the old system, a shielder would have concentrated on maintaining personal barriers at maximum efficiency, maximizing their own defensive capacity at the cost of everyone else. Seojin distributed his power across the entire formation, holding light barriers for everyone, counting on the fact that if they moved quickly enough, the void's degradation wouldn't complete its work before they reached the seal. It was a calculated risk based on understanding that speed was the only valid defensive strategy in this environment. But every moment they had was a risk. Every heartbeat brought more degradation. Every step forward was a negotiation with emptiness. The void was patient, and they were racing against time measured in hours before barriers failed completely. But Seojin had learned in his first life that time was often the most valuable resource. And in his second life, he'd learned that using time correctly meant understanding what speed actually protected. Speed wasn't about moving fast. Speed was about creating pressure, about forcing the situation to change before the enemy could settle into its optimal state. about transformation happening too quickly for resistance to form. Chapter 102. The attack came at hour 3, and it was nothing like Seojin expected because expectation required a framework the void didn't provide. A hunter named Kwon Sok-hyun, rank 7, spatial analyst, from Seoul Metro Central, suddenly screamed and charged forward, directly toward the monolith surface. No warning, no preamble, just absolute conviction that he needed to run toward the wound in reality and press his palm against it. Kwon, Seojin threw a barrier into his path, physical and absolute. Kwon slammed into it hard enough to crack 2 ribs. Then Seojin felt the absence, and understanding arrived too slowly. Fear was gone from Kwon's mana pattern, completely absent. The emotion that had kept him cautious, careful, alive, the Emperor had simply removed it. And without fear, a combat specialist with 7 years of hunter training became a very fast animal running toward agony. The Emperor doesn't strike, Seojin said. His voice didn't shake. He had trained for this in his previous life, had faced situations where understanding mechanism was the only thing standing between survival and complete collapse. Calmly, it subtracts. Find everything you fear, the outcome you don't want to happen, and then remove it. Kwon, what's your emotional status? Kwon was already unconscious, the barrier impact having rendered him unable to charge. But the damage was done. Seojin could see it rippling outward through the team's formation like a tremor. Hunters were suddenly noticing their own psychology differently. Someone reported that they couldn't remember why they'd become a hunter in the first place. Another realized they couldn't feel their usual protective instinct toward the civilians. A third discovered that their concern for their own safety, the baseline anxiety that kept hunters alive in gates, had been erased. The void was learning. It was studying the team and determining what qualities made them function as cohesive units, what psychological states kept them moving forward, what emotional anchors prevented complete collapse. And it was removing those things systematically. Then Xianxia, a Brazilian hunter embedded in the continental team, made a sound like breaking glass. It wasn't vocal, her mana pattern was shattering. The fundamental structure of her consciousness was fragmenting. "My daughter," she whispered. Her mana pattern was splintering, becoming fractured in ways that had nothing to do with mana channel damage. This was deeper. This was identity dissolution. I don't remember her name. Why can't I remember my daughter's name? The impact of that realization rippled through the formation like a tremor through water. Xianxia had been hunting for 14 years, had gone into dungeons with the knowledge that she had a child waiting, had survived on the belief that every kill meant more resources for her daughter's education, more security, more future. The Emperor had reached into that certainty and simply removed it. Xianxia collapsed, not physically but consciously. Her mana pattern went blank. The hunter who'd been a rank 6-blade specialist minutes ago became a woman who couldn't remember why she mattered, why she'd come here, why continuing forward made any sense. Myri moved toward her immediately, but Seojin caught the healer's arm. "You can't fix this with healing." The Emperor didn't damage her. It removed context. She needs grounding, not restoration. Which meant someone had to hold her consciousness steady while her sense of identity rebuilt. Which meant one of the barriers protecting the team had to be diverted to psychological anchoring instead of dimensional defense. Which meant they were all going to die if they stayed to help her. No, that was the wrong thought. The old system thinking. Protect the majority by accepting the loss of the minority. "Yura," Seojin said. "Can you anchor Xianxia?" The spear master didn't hesitate. She moved to Xianxia's side and took the blade specialist's hand. Seojin didn't know what Yura did, whether she was channeling memory or offering herself as a reference point, or simply being present as proof that the world was still functioning. But Xianxia's mana pattern began to stabilize. Not reconstruct. Just stabilize, just stop dissolving. It was enough for her to keep walking. Memory was a quality. The void removed it surgically, expertly, deleting the anchor that held a hunter's identity in place. The team began to fracture. "Sound suppression in Zone 4, someone shouted, and Seojin realized they were probably shouting because the sound had returned as an echo. The void had tested subtraction by removing sound completely, had watched the team react with panic, and now was testing its effectiveness through reintroduction. Rosa Ferreira's mirror barrier inverted without warning. Her technique was based on reflection, showing targets the reality they'd created through their own actions. The void inverted the mechanism. Suddenly, Rosa was seeing an inverse of herself, a mirror of her own life force reflected back through the barrier matrix. And the Brazilian shield hunter made a sound of denial that cut through the mist. Seojin, Yura's grip on his hand, was the only warm thing in the dimension. What do we do? How do we fight this? And that was when Seojin understood the architecture of the Void Emperor's power, because understanding was the only weapon that mattered here. We can't, he said. Not like this. Barriers can't block the removal of qualities. We don't defend against subtraction, we assert presence instead. Hanul was already responding to the chaos with preternatural speed, cutting down the panic response before it could spread, forcing hunters into formation by the sheer weight of his rank. The Void Saint understood how to lead in chaos. It was the specialty he'd been born for. But Hanul couldn't shield. His blades were precision instruments designed for cutting through armor, through skin, through the barriers of other hunters. He couldn't protect against something that dissolved the very concept of protection. Seojin saw Moon Jae-ho begin to form his own barrier in response to Rosa's inversion. The younger shielder had trained under Seojin for 3 months. He understood the fundamentals of Rank 9 technique. But Rank 9 was designed for physical and magical threats. It couldn't adapt to threats that unmade reality. What Seojin needed was a completely new framework. A form of shielding that didn't block attacks, because the Void Emperor didn't attack, but instead asserted meaning so strongly that subtraction couldn't work on it. A barrier made of choice, not force. Of identity, not energy. He pulled his hand from Yura's grip. Keep the team moving toward the monolith. Stay in formation. I need 10 minutes. Seojin, 10 minutes. I'm going to figure out how to survive this dimension. He sat down in the void, in the midst of the mist, while his team continued forward with Hanul and Rosa providing improvisational defense. His barriers remained active around the formation. They were degrading faster now, the void beginning to understand what they were, but they'd hold long enough. The impact memory archive lay in his mana core like a second heartbeat, and for the first time since activating the shield breaker system, Seojin dove deep into its structure, not extracting techniques or tactical knowledge, but examining the thing itself. 847,293 impacts. Each one a moment where he had chosen to absorb damage meant for someone else. In the previous life, those impacts had carved deep channels in his mana network, crystallizing abyss corruption until his entire body had become a scarred vessel of past sacrifices. He'd spent 12 years slowly dying from the choice to protect, but the system had converted that death into data, had shown him that those impacts weren't trauma. They were proof, evidence, structure. Each impact was a moment that someone survived because he hadn't. The realization hit him like a physical blow. The archive wasn't stored energy. It wasn't even stored technique. It was stored meaning. And the Void Emperor removed things. But it couldn't remove meaning that predated the void itself. Seojin's eyes opened. The barrier around him flared silver. And when he stood up and began walking toward the team, his barriers looked different. Chapter 103. The transformation happened at hour 5, and it killed 3 hunters before Seojin learned how to make it not do that. He'd reached into the archive with new understanding and touched the base structure of one impact. A specific moment from his previous life, 17 years ago, when a young hunter named Park Min-jun had been cornered by a gate spawn and Seojin had positioned his shield between them. The spawn had hit like a falling building. Park had survived and gone on to become a rank 8 blade specialist. Park Min-jun existed now, in this second life, as a conceptual possibility, a probability, a future that had been purchased with one moment of protection. That moment had weight. Real weight, not energy weight, conceptual weight, the gravity of a choice made and honored. Seojin pulled that single impact out of the archive and fed it into his barrier structure, and the barrier changed. It became an assertion. This person existed. This moment mattered. Park Min-jun's life was protected, and that protection was real, and nothing can erase something that was real. The barrier took that statement and compressed it into shield form, and when the Void Emperor's subtraction field hit that barrier, it hit something that predated the void, something that was older than the dimension itself. The attack rebounded. The Emperor's consciousness recoiled like a thing in pain, and Seojin understood its mechanism for the first time. It removed qualities by touching them, by reaching into existence and deleting the threads that held concepts in place. But meaning that had been built on sacrifice, on real choices and real consequences, had too much weight. The removal mechanism couldn't get purchase on it. Seojin began pulling more impacts from the archive. He didn't retrieve the techniques or the tactical data. He retrieved the moment itself, the raw material of choice. 847,293 moments where he'd mattered. 847,293 instances where protection had prevented erasure. The barriers that formed around the team weren't transparent or crystalline anymore. They were the color of purpose, the texture of decision. Seojin stood at the center of their formation, and for the first time since entering the void, he wasn't defending against the dimension. He was asserting that his team's existence mattered more than the void's emptiness. 3 hunters died because he pushed too hard too fast, trying to convert the entire archive into this new barrier structure at once. The power transfer destabilized. The barriers inverted. The subtraction got through. But he learned that the conversion required care, required precision, required understanding that each impact was a complete world of meaning and couldn't be burned through for power. After the third death, he slowed down, pulled in impacts one at a time, built layers carefully, held each moment of protection in his awareness long enough to feel its weight before integrating it into the barrier matrix. The team began to move again, and their movement had purpose. The barriers around them held. More than held, they asserted. They were visible now, these shields, shimmering with the weight of 16 years of choice. The Void Emperor attacked again at hour 7. Subtraction waves that hit the new barriers and broke on them. Because you couldn't remove something that had been real. You couldn't erase sacrifice that had already happened. Seojin's mana core began to shift. Rank 9 barriers operated on a principle of absorption and redirection. They took force and moved it aside, or distributed it across multiple points, or converted it into harmless energy that dissipated into the natural mana channels. Rank 9 was the technique of standing still and letting the world break against you without moving. What Seojin was building was something else. Something that operated on the principle of assertion. Every barrier he formed was a statement about meaning. Every shield was a claim that something mattered enough to exist. At hour 8, his mana core cracked. Not destroyed, cracked. The rank 9 structure couldn't hold the pressure of what was trying to emerge. The archive's weight was too much. The conversion from energy-based barrier to meaning-based barrier required fundamental restructuring. Yura caught him before he fell. Seojin. Rank 10, he gasped. I can feel it. The system is trying to. The barrier around them exploded and reformed. Not broken. Reborn. Silver and deeper silver and a color that didn't have a name in ordinary light, because it was the color of meaning itself made visible. Seojin's body reorganized. The rank 9 core structure shattered completely, shattering his barriers for a critical moment, and the void rushed in, began to reach for his team, and then the new structure finished forming. The barriers came back not as shields, but as assertions. Not as defenses, but as claims that the thing protected mattered enough to exist. Each barrier was an impact from the archive, a moment of protection made visible, a choice to shield someone made manifest as reality itself. The void tried to erase it and met something that predated subtraction. Seojin advanced to rank 10, and the advancement was so complete it felt like shattering. His vision cleared with new light. Not light, precisely, but perception operating on a different framework. Where rank 9 shielding had been about absorbing force and redistributing it safely, rank 10 was about asserting meaning so completely that denial became impossible. The barriers forming around his consciousness were no longer defensive structures. They were statements, declarations of existence, proof that the person sheltered behind them mattered enough to be indestructible. The archive's weight settled into a new configuration that didn't destroy him under its pressure, but rather integrated itself as the foundation of his new power. 847,293 impacts weren't stored impacts anymore. They were channeled meaning, converted into a new form of power that operated on principles so fundamental that the old ranks didn't have names for them. His mana core had cracked completely during the transition, but the crack had revealed something underneath. A new structure, something that had been developing since the moment he'd entered the void, something that the shield breaker system had been guiding him toward without him fully understanding it. A shield that didn't absorb but asserted, a defense that worked by making the thing defended so meaningfully real that subtraction couldn't operate on it. A barrier built from the weight of choices that had already happened, moments that couldn't be unmade, protection that had been rendered permanent by virtue of being genuine. He existed now in a state that the hunters of the old world would have called impossible. A rank 10 shielder, a class that shouldn't exist, a rank that had no historical precedent and no place in the classification system. The barrier around his team flared silver, not the silver of rank 9 barriers, which were crystalline and nearly transparent, but a silver that seemed to contain depth, to hold meaning, to be built from something more substantial than mana. What are you? Hanul breathed. Seojin looked at the Void Saint, and for the first time since they'd entered the dimension, he smiled. For the first time, he wasn't afraid that the barriers would fail, that the team would die, that the mission would end in darkness. Someone who chose to protect, he said. Someone who did it 847,293 times. The void can't erase that. It's too real. The barriers reformed around the team, and this time they held against everything. His vision cleared with new light. The archive's weight settled into a new configuration, not stored impacts anymore, but channeled meaning, converted into a new form of power that operated on principles the old ranks didn't have names for. He existed now in a state the hunters of the old world would have called impossible. The Tao of the Shattered Shield, a rank that destroyed the barrier-based system of defense by inverting it. Where rank 9 absorbed force, rank 10 asserted meaning. Where rank 9 stood still, rank 10 made stands, took positions that couldn't be erased because they'd already happened. What are you? Hanul breathed. Seojin looked at the Void Saint, and for the first time since they'd entered the dimension, he smiled. Someone who chose to protect, he said. Someone who did it 847,293 times. The void can't erase that. It's too real. The barriers reformed around the team, and this time they held against everything. Chapter 104. The Void Emperor learned fear at Hour 9. Seojin's barriers became weapons because weapons were just barriers that attacked outward instead of inward. The principle was identical, assertion of meaning where the void expected emptiness. He began moving forward, not with the careful speed of someone trying to avoid degradation, but with absolute purpose, and every step was a barrier that broke reality's negative space. The transformation wasn't sudden or clean. It was messy, like learning a new language by immersion in a place where the old language had stopped being effective. Seojin's first attempt at weaponizing a barrier resulted in a detonation that threw him backward 5 meters and disoriented 3 of his team members. The second attempt worked, but only partially, creating a barrier that was sharp on one side, but couldn't maintain edge coherence along its length. By the third attempt, he'd learned enough about how rank 10 barriers operated to begin converting them into offensive structures. The mechanics were counterintuitive at first. An offensive barrier didn't attack by pushing force outward. It attacked by asserting such absolute meaning at a point that the emptiness around it had to reorganize to accommodate that assertion. It was less like striking with a blade and more like declaring that something existed so completely that reality had to restructure itself around the declaration. Seojin built a fracture field. The term came to him without explanation, a kind of knowledge that rank 10 had opened up in his consciousness, and it was the first weapon of its type in recorded history. It wasn't a barrier that blocked damage. It was a zone of compressed meaning energy that forced the void's emptiness to destroy itself from internal contradiction. He walked into the Emperor's space and left a fracture field behind him, a sphere of pure assertion, reality so densely meaningful that the void had to unmake itself to account for it. Keep formation, he called, and the team recognized the shift in his voice. Not the shield keeper anymore. The shattered shield that fought back. The Emperor's attack came as waves of subtraction, trying to remove the qualities that made Seojin's barriers work. It reached for the meaning the barriers asserted and found purchase suddenly denied. The void that had worked so perfectly on everything else found something old, something that predated the void itself. The archive reached deeper than the dimension. Seojin built a fracture field, and it was the first technique of rank 10, the first weapon that only a shattered shield could create. It wasn't a barrier that blocked damage. It was a zone of compressed meaning energy, a radius of asserted existence that forced the void's emptiness to destroy itself. He walked into the Emperor's space and left a fracture field behind him, a sphere of pure assertion, reality so densely meaningful that the void had to unmake itself to account for it. The Emperor screamed, not a sound, because sound had no meaning in the void, but a resonance that shattered the already fragile separation between dimensions. There are 17 more fracture fields in the archive structure, Seojin said to himself, or to Yura, or to the team behind him, or to the void itself. 17 different ways that protection can become a weapon. 17 ways to make what I chose to defend sacred enough that you can't erase it. He built the second fracture field, and this one overlapped with the first, creating zones within zones, assertion stacked upon assertion. The Emperor's consciousness thrashed. The monolith, the wound, began to distort, responding to attacks that hit it from inside its own territory. Moon Jae-ho watched from the team formation and felt something shift in his understanding of shielding. The younger breaker had trained under Seojin for 90 days. He'd learned the fundamentals of rank 9 technique, the basics of barrier formation, the physics of shield deployment. But watching Seojin move through the void, building impossible geometries of asserted meaning, showed him that shielding wasn't what he'd been taught. Shielding was a form of answer, a response to the world saying no as aggressively as a blade saying yes. Seojin built the third fracture field, and the Emperor's consciousness fractured along with it. The void's attack pattern broke. The subtraction waves became chaotic, hitting randomly, removing random qualities from random locations. A fracture field's attack consumed the Emperor from inside. The creature of emptiness discovered that void could be weaponized against void. That nothing could destroy nothing. That absence attacking absence created presence. It was learning what every predator learns when it meets something that won't be prey. Hanul stepped up beside Seojin as he walked forward. New power. Rank 10 technique, Seojin said. The shield breaker system unlocked it once I understood what I was building. Every impact in the archive is a moment where something mattered. 17 of those moments have the weight to create fracture fields independently. I can build them, stack them, use them to force the void to unmake its own emptiness. How many can you build? 23 without cracking my mana core again. 17 of those are field-grade weapons. 6 are closer to support structures. The rest would require me to burn through the archive itself, which ends with me becoming a burned-out shell in a dimension of subtraction. The Void Saint processed this. So you have 23 attacks before you're defenseless. 23 attacks to end a dimensional wound that's been bleeding emptiness since before gates existed. Yes, that seems right. They walked deeper, and the Emperor's consciousness thrashed in spiraling patterns. It couldn't flee. It was the core of this dimension. It couldn't hide. Seojin's barriers asserted meaning too completely. It could only adapt, and adapting would take time it didn't have. The fourth fracture field burned through the Emperor's attempt to create localized subtraction zones. The fifth collapsed 3 attempted construct formations. The sixth hit the monolith itself, the wound, and caused a visible spasm of pain that rippled across the dimensional barrier. It's not attacking anymore, Rosa observed. She'd moved forward with her stabilized mirror barrier. It's defending. Because it's afraid, Seojin said. It's meeting something it can't erase. The archive holds 16 years of my life, and every moment was real. That reality has weight. That weight is a weapon the void didn't prepare for. The Emperor's consciousness concentrated at the wound's center, gathering itself for a final assault, a last attempt to erase the thing that had learned to assault emptiness from inside. Seojin built the 7th fracture field and advanced. The wind that followed was the sound of dimensions rearranging themselves. Chapter 105. At hour 11, the Emperor created copies. They emerged from the monolith like tears in reality, and they were perfect because they were made of void matter, which had no imperfections to refuse form. Each copy was an exact replication, not just of physical appearance, but of every technique, every strategy, every tactical insight that the original had demonstrated. A copy of Yura, every technique she'd ever learned reflected in movements that knew exactly how to break her stance because the copy had watched Yura fight and understood her body better than Yura understood it herself. A copy of Doyen, berserker fury amplified by the absence of mercy or doubt that only the void could create. The Dragon Master's power magnified by the removal of any hesitation that might slow his strikes. Copies of Pilsung, Rosa, Mairi, Moonjae-ho, the 43 other team members whose strengths the Emperor had been observing for the past 11 hours of descent into the void. The psychological weight was immediate and devastating. Every hunter suddenly faced a perfect reflection of themselves, but inverted. The copy had every advantage: perfect knowledge of technique, amplified power, absolute certainty of purpose, while the original carried doubt, uncertainty, the complicated baggage of being human. A copy didn't question whether it should kill. It just killed. An original hunter questioned whether it should kill, and in that moment of hesitation, the copy struck. And at the center, a copy of Hanul, not the young man standing at Seojin's side. The SS rank Sword Saint version. The fragment that had been expelled from Hanul's core, the consumed power that had made him SS rank for 1 year before exile, and now recreated as something that had never needed to question its own authority. Void constructs, Xianxia reported, but her voice was already changing. The copy of her, intelligent, precise, knowing every vulnerability, was closing distance. Seojin's understanding was immediate. The Emperor had pivoted strategy. It couldn't erase him directly, but it could erase everyone else. Every member of the team could be replaced with a version that shared their knowledge, their techniques, their tactical insights, and none of the humanity that made them hesitate to kill. Seojin built a barrier around the team, isolating them from the copies. But the copies were already inside. The Emperor had learned from his fracture fields. Instead of attacking directly, it created threats that required defense. It forced him to choose: maintain the barriers around the original team while watching copies of people he'd taught tear the originals apart, or break the defensive formation to fight copies that had every advantage. The Void Yura moved with precision that made Seojin's heart stop. She'd faced him in combat once, briefly, when they were both learning to navigate rank 9. She knew exactly where his defenses had weakness. A barrier meant to protect the team left his left flank open. She moved for it. He countered with a fracture field, too slow, and the copy of Yura was already adapting to the pattern. She spun inside the collapsing assertion of meaning and drove her spear towards Seojin's center mass. Yura intercepted her. The real Yura, moving with the kind of speed that only came from fighting something perfectly identical to herself and knowing her own tells. The copy was perfect, but the original had one advantage. She was motivated by love instead of compulsion. That changed the calculus of every decision. But there were too many copies. Doyen's Bastion dragons were being overwhelmed by their void counterpart, which had no need for mercy and understood the technique perfectly. Pilsung was struggling against his copy. Rose's mirror barrier couldn't handle reflection from something made of pure, unreflective void. Seojin understood the Emperor's strategy in that moment. It wasn't trying to win the battle. It was trying to force him into a choice that would destroy his own barriers. Defend against all the copies at once, and his barrier structure would collapse. Focus on one copy, and another team member would die. The Void Hanul moved like a sword that had never needed to think about consequence. The real Hanul stepped forward to intercept his copy, but the SS rank version was precisely what he would have become if he'd been allowed to keep growing unchecked. Every technique magnified, every certainty amplified. Hanul's real blade clashed against his void counterpart's attack and held, but barely. Seojin built barriers not as defenses, but as weapons again, trying to use fracture fields to eliminate the copies directly. But the void matter that formed them was different from the Emperor's core consciousness. The fracture fields hurt them, but didn't destroy them. The copies adapted, learning to move through the assertion of meaning like it was just another kind of emptiness. The psychological weight was crushing. Seojin was watching copies of every person he'd brought into the void move, with perfect knowledge of their techniques. Watching hunters who trusted him in this place suddenly facing someone who shared their knowledge, but not their humanity. It was designed to break him. Seojin. Mairi's voice was steady. The copies are getting stronger every exchange. They're learning from us in real time. Of course they were. The void matter could adapt instantly, could incorporate new information without hesitation or doubt. Every moment the copies fought, they improved, until they became perfect assassins of themselves. Seojin reached deeper into the archive, looking for a technique that could fight copies of people he loved, looking for a way to defend without choosing who lived and who died, and found nothing. The archive held impacts of protection, but those impacts were about choosing one person to shield while others accepted risk. It held 16 years of sacrifice made in a world where resources were limited and choices were binary. In the void, every choice was binary, but the binary was different. Defend the team or defeat the copies. Not both. Hanul was losing ground. The real Sword Saint was good, possibly the best blade specialist in Korea, but he was fighting someone who combined his current skill with the power he would have had if he'd never been exiled. The void copy was faster, stronger, undivided, and Seojin had already decided he couldn't save him. The archive had no impact that covered saving Hanul. The person he'd hated for 8 years, the Sword Saint who'd consumed a young shielder's potential and left him broken. Why would Seojin use his power to save someone the system offered him rewards for abandoning? The Void Emperor was offering him the perfect trade: expend energy to save the team, or save energy by letting Hanul fall. Seojin reached into the archive with his mind and pulled out an impact at random. The moment he extracted, he was 17 years old, shielding a younger hunter named Kim Jae-won from a gate spawn. Kim Jae-won would later become a rank 7-blade specialist who taught safety protocols to new gates. Kim was nothing special, nobody important in the grand schema, just a hunter who'd survived because Seojin had been standing in the way. He pushed that impact, all of its meaning and weight, into a barrier that wrapped around Hanul. The void copy crashed into it and couldn't break through. Not because the barrier was stronger, but because Seojin had asserted something more important: that choices made in the past were real. That the weight of protecting someone mattered more than the tactical advantage of abandoning them. Hanul counterattacked, and his void copy faltered for the first time. "I'm coming," Seojin said, and meant it absolutely. He began moving through the space between his team and the copies, not building fracture fields, but building walls. Not weapons, but shelters. Each barrier he formed was an assertion that the person sheltered was worth the cost of protection, that humanity mattered more than efficiency. That love was a valid tactical choice. The copies began to stumble because they'd been created with perfect knowledge but no understanding of why protection mattered. The Void Emperor's consciousness shrieked. Chapter 106. Hanul was losing. Not because he was weak. The young Sword Saint was one of Korea's greatest blade specialists, someone who'd spent 17 years understanding the philosophy of swordsmanship at a level most hunters never reached. Not because the technique was failing. The void copy of Hanul at SS rank power was perfectly executed, every movement optimal, every strike a work of art. Hanul was losing because he was fighting someone made of pure certainty, and certainty couldn't doubt itself enough to avoid destroying the person who doubted it. The real Hanul wore doubt like a coat now. 8 years of living with the knowledge of what his fragment had consumed. 8 years of understanding that becoming SS rank had required the sacrifice of a shielder who'd trusted him. 8 years of trying to reconcile that knowledge with the person he'd become. The void copy had no such complication. It moved like a sword that had never needed to ask why it cut. Seojin ran forward, not thinking, which was rare for him. 16 years of strategic calculation in his previous life had left him habitually careful. But this moment didn't permit care. The choice was binary and time-bound. The shield breaker system offered him something as he moved. Notification of a reward available for allowing Hanul's death. Resources. Archive strengthening. The kind of power gain that came from abandoning someone dangerous. The fragment that had consumed a potential bond could be erased from the world. The system would reward precision. Seojin didn't read the notification. He didn't need to. The notification was designed to make him think about optimization when he was already committed to something simpler. He threw a barrier between Hanul and his copy with force that cracked his own mana channels. Not a defensive barrier. A barrier meant to forcibly separate them. The void Hanul crashed into it at full speed and couldn't punch through. The real Hanul stumbled backward, breathing hard. "I'm shielding you," Seojin said. And the words were strange because shielding Hanul was against every survival instinct he'd built over 16 years. "Not because I forgive what happened. Not because you deserve it. but because choosing who survives based on whether they're dangerous is how the previous system worked. I'm building something different. He pulled more impacts from the archive, not just random selections anymore. He was pulling specific moments. The time he'd shielded a hunter who'd later betrayed him to rival guilds. The time he'd protected a rank 8-blade specialist who'd wasted his potential on gambling. The time he'd covered a young shielder who would eventually die in a low-rank gate anyway. 16 years of protecting people who didn't matter to the math. Moments of pure choice that the archive had recorded as perfectly real. He built them into the barrier around Hanul, and the barrier became unbreakable not because it was stronger, but because it was more meaningful. Now fight, Seojin said. Fight like someone who knows they were shielded not because it was tactical, but because someone chose to. That knowledge is a weapon the copy doesn't have. The Void Hanul attacked with all the certainty of something created perfect. The real Hanul met the attack, and something changed in his blade movement. For the first time in 8 years, he moved like a sword saint who knew he was allowed to exist. Not because he'd earned it through power, but because someone had chosen to shield the space where he stood. The copy faltered. Not much. Doubt only changed blade work by millimeters. But millimeters were everything in rank 9 combat. And Hanul moved with precision that had been honed over 17 years of understanding steel. The Void copy had his technique, but not his history. Had his power, but not his choice to live with guilt. Had his certainty, but not his hard-won humility. The real Hanul's blade found the gap and moved through it. The Void Hanul shattered. There was no sound, because the Void didn't permit sound. But the shattering spread across the dimension like relief, and Hanul caught his breath while Seojin held the barrier steady around him. Behind them, the other hunters were beginning to turn back the copies. They were beginning to understand. Protection was not a tactical choice meant to extract efficiency. Protection was a statement that the person protected mattered. And that statement, when made in a dimension of emptiness, was a kind of weapon the Void couldn't reproduce. Hanul turned and looked directly at Seojin. The young sword saint's expression was complicated. Gratitude and shame and something else. A realization that the person he'd spent 8 years being afraid of wasn't afraid of him. Why? Hanul asked. Because I'm a shield, Seojin said. That's the whole thing. That's what I chose. Not to judge who deserves protection. To protect anyway. Even you. The emotion that crossed Hanul's face was something Seojin had never seen from the SS rank sword saint. Vulnerability. Not weakness, something harder than that. The willingness to let someone protect him after spending 8 years believing he wasn't worthy of protection. Thank you, Hanul said, and the words were barely a whisper in the non-sound of the Void. Seojin didn't respond. He turned back toward the Emperor and began building new fracture fields. The barrier around Hanul remained perfect and unbreakable, a statement written in archive weight, and meaning that this person was protected not because he was useful, but because someone had chosen it. Behind them, the other copies were beginning to collapse, one by one. Chapter 107. The aftermath was not victory so much as it was the moment the Emperor finally understood what was attacking it. The copies shattered in sequence. Each one fell not because the original hunters were stronger, but because the originals had discovered something the copies couldn't contain. They had been chosen. Seojin had not defended them because they were tactically valuable. He had defended them because they were there, and that meant they mattered. That meaning was a kind of existence the Void couldn't erase. Hanul knelt before Seojin at hour 13, and the entire team watched. The young sword saint had never knelt to anything. Not to the rank, 9 hunters who'd trained him. Not to the fragment he'd consumed that had made him SS rank. Not to the consequences of that consumption. He'd walked through his world with the kind of certainty that only came from never questioning his own place in it. Now he knelt, and his hands were visibly shaking. I don't have the words, Hanul said. His voice was steady, which meant he'd spent effort controlling it. I consumed a piece of your potential. 8 years ago. I knew it was you. I did it anyway. And I've been expecting you to consume me. Seojin said. In exchange? That's not how I operate. I know, and I don't understand why. Hanul's eyes were wet. You could have let me die. The system probably offered you power to make it happen. You could have walked away with everything, and the world would have called it justice. Seojin reached down and touched Hanul's shoulder. The contact was gentle, which seemed to surprise the sword saint more than violence would have. The fragment you consumed wasn't me, Seojin said. It was potential, a future that might have happened. But the future that actually happened is the one where I got stronger after losing that potential. Where I became shield breaker instead of just shield keeper. Where I learned that protection matters more than power. The you that became SS rank from that consumption, that person exists now. That's not an erasure of me. That's a different world you created by making that choice. I'm not here to unmake it. I'm here to teach you what to do with it. Hanul looked up, and Seojin saw the moment the Sword Saint understood what was being offered. Not forgiveness, something harder. Integration. A statement that the fragment consumed had not disappeared but had been transformed. That choice had consequences, and those consequences created something real that couldn't be unmade. I want to be better, Hanul said. Then stand up and help me finish this, Seojin replied. The Void Hanul copy had been the last to fall. With its destruction, the Emperor's ability to create perfect reflections of its hunters had ceased. The remaining construct copies began to lose coherence. They'd been operating on understanding copied from the originals, but understanding without the anchor of meaning was just empty motion. The team began to move forward together again, toward the monolith, toward the wound. But something had fundamentally shifted. Hanul no longer carried the weight of isolated certainty. He moved beside Seojin like someone who'd been reminded that isolation was a choice, not an inevitability. And his blade work changed. It became faster, more aggressive, but also more merciful. He began protecting hunters as he moved, not as a tactical choice, but as a reflection of what protection had done for him. Rosa watched the interaction with an intelligence officer's precision. Whatever that was, it worked, she said to Yura. That was shielding, Yura replied. That was Seojin learning that shielding doesn't have to be defensive. That sometimes it means choosing to protect people your previous self wouldn't have chosen. That's what rank 10 is. The team moved deeper, and Hanul moved with them like someone who'd finally understood that the person walking beside him had never intended to condemn him, only to teach him. As they walked, Seojin felt the archive settle differently in his mana core. The moment he'd pulled to shield Hanul, a moment of protecting someone undeserving, choosing mercy over efficiency, had changed something in the archive structure. It was no longer just stored impacts. It was stored choices. And choices were heavier than impacts. Choices were the foundation of meaning itself. Chapter 108. Rosa Ferreira took the hit meant for the civilians. That was how they discovered the trapped people. 17 explorers, civilians from failed expeditions, had been sheltered inside Doyen's bastion dragons for 6 hours without anyone knowing. The dragons had held them in suspended animation, keeping them alive in an environment where biological processes degraded at accelerated rates. Time moved differently inside the dragon's internal spaces. What felt like 6 hours to the team felt like mere minutes to the civilians, their consciousness held in slow stasis while their bodies remained stable. Rosa found them when the Emperor made one final adaptive attempt. The Brazilian shield hunter had been maintaining her mirror barrier with meticulous precision, reflecting the environmental degradation back out, protecting the hunters immediately around her with technique that had been developed over 15 years of shield work. She was tired, her mana core beginning to show stress fractures, but she was holding the line. Then the Emperor's attack came, not as a wave of force, but as a deliberate targeting of Doyen's bastion dragons. It sent a subtraction wave, not at the hunters, but at the dragons themselves. If it could remove the shelter, specifically remove the internal compartments where the civilians were stored, they would die not from the void, but from sudden exposure to an environment where their biology couldn't exist. Psychological warfare. The Emperor had learned that Seojin couldn't ignore civilian casualties even when they were strategically irrelevant. Rosa understood the attack's target immediately. Her intelligence officer's sense of tactical positioning let her read the Emperor's strategy as clearly as if it had announced itself. It was trying to create a situation where Seojin would have to choose: maintain the team's defensive posture or divert resources to save people who'd technically already been sacrificed by the expedition decisions that had stranded them in the void in the first place. It was exactly the kind of choice that would break a shielder, force them to choose between collective survival and individual mercy. Rosa moved faster than Seojin could have predicted, her mirror barrier expanding to its maximum size, positioning herself directly in the wave's path. Her technique was designed to reflect reality back on its creator. But the Emperor's attack was reflection-proof, a void that couldn't be mirrored because it had no image to reverse. The mirror barrier inverted catastrophically. Rosa's own life force, reflected through the barrier matrix, turned outward. Her energy began to burn away from her body, escaping into the void. The Brazilian shield hunter made a sound of denial and tried to collapse her technique, but collapsed barriers didn't stop inverted reflection. They accelerated it. Seojin built a barrier around Rosa, but it wasn't enough. The inverted reflection was internal, happening at mana core level. A standard barrier couldn't filter something that deep. He needed something that could see the difference between outward energy and inward energy. A barrier that could separate reflection from reversal. A shield that could unmake the inversion without destroying Rosa in the process. He pulled from the archive and pulled carefully, extracting not a single impact, but a technique that had never quite worked in the previous life. A layered barrier meant to separate reflected attacks from the user's own energy. The technique had required understanding of something he hadn't possessed at rank 9, how to shield something inside a shield. He wove the barrier around Rosa's mana core with surgical precision, layering it, creating zones of graduated filtering. Outward reflection couldn't penetrate. Inward energy could breathe. Rosa's breathing steadied. The outward burn of her life force slowed, stopped, reversed. Her barrier core began to rebuild what the reflection had torn away. Mairi rushed forward with healing energy, channeling recovery into Rosa, while Seojin maintained the filtering barrier. The Brazilian shield hunter gasped, her eyes clearing. "The civilians," she said immediately. 17 of them. In Doyen's dragons. They're still sheltered. "We need to." "I know," Seojin said. "We have them. They're safe." He turned to Doyen, the dragon master who'd been maintaining the shelter throughout the void descent. "Can you access them?" Doyen nodded, understanding what Seojin was doing. The dragon master was a specialist in internal spaces, creating pocket dimensions inside his bastion dragons. He extended his connection to the dragon's interior and began a controlled extraction procedure. What emerged were 17 people, most of them barely conscious, all of them marked by the void's degradation. Some had lost the ability to remember why they'd gone through their original gates. Others had lost color perception, or fine motor control, or the memory of language. But they were alive. "These are from the failures?" Seojin asked Xianxia. "Expeditions 3, 5, and 7. The intelligence officer replied. "All attempted since the Void Emperor's emergence. They should have been dead hours ago. Doyen's dragons kept them in stasis, but the stasis was degrading. Another 6 hours and they would have started dying." Rosa was already moving, checking on the civilians with the competence of someone who'd spent her life making sure people survived impossible circumstances. Her mirror barrier was damaged but functional, and the act of helping others seemed to be giving her clarity. Seojin built a new barrier layer around the civilians, a protective shell that would insulate them from the void's corrosive emptiness, while Doyen's dragons created a more stable environment. The barrier required more archive weight than he'd been expecting. Protecting 17 people who'd never trained in shielding was harder than protecting hunters who understood how to move within barrier structure. "Don't," Rosa said sharply. "You're burning through your reserves." "I'll take them." "Your barrier just inverted," Seojin reminded her. "You're barely stable." "Which is exactly why I need something to do that isn't thinking about how close I came to dying," Rosa replied. She moved under the protective barrier, taking direct responsibility for the civilians. Her mirror barrier expanded again, and this time it was different, not trying to reflect reality back, but to absorb it, to take the weight of the void's emptiness on herself so the civilians wouldn't have to. "That technique will kill you if you maintain it," Seojin warned. "Then I'll find a way to stop maintaining it," Rosa said. "But they're not dying in my presence. Not after I've already died once today." It was the kind of commitment that the old system would have called foolish. It was also the kind of commitment that allowed civilizations to survive. Seojin watched Rosa shelter the 17 civilians and understood what rank 10 actually meant. Every shield was not just a defense, but a statement that whoever stood behind it mattered enough to be remembered. The 17 explorers were going to live, not because the tactical situation required it, because someone chose to die protecting them if that's what the choice demanded. Rosa looked up at Seojin and smiled. It was a tired smile, the smile of someone who'd made a choice and found it worth the cost. Continue forward, she said. I'll maintain this as long as I can. Seojin wanted to offer her more, to build additional layers of support. But he was beginning to understand the architecture of this moment. His power wasn't just personal strength. It was permission. Every time he shielded someone, he was giving them permission to be shielded. Every time he chose protection, he was making it possible for others to choose it too. Rosa had chosen to carry the civilians. Seojin's job was to let her carry them. The team moved deeper toward the monolith, and Rosa's barriers remained steady around the 17 people who'd been saved not by tactical calculation, but by human commitment to something that mattered. Chapter 109. The monolith was not a monolith. Seojin's fracture sight crystallized as they approached closer, and the vision it showed him was not what the strategic briefings had suggested. The Void Emperor's core was not a solid structure. It was a wound, a scar in dimensional fabric so deep and extensive that it had become the organizing principle of the space around it. Every emptiness in the void between worlds wasn't natural. It was the consequence of that scar, the dimension's way of responding to its own damage. Seojin had spent 16 years understanding barriers from a defensive perspective, had spent decades in his previous life learning to shield, to protect, to stand between danger and the people he cared about. But looking at this wound, he understood something new. Barriers could also be wounds, could also be the consequence of something missing, the emptiness left by protection taken too far, the scarring that happened when you had to sacrifice everything to defend something. The Void Emperor was a scar that had become conscious. It was bleeding emptiness because it was a dimensional injury that couldn't heal by itself. The wound was bleeding. The emptiness that characterized the void between worlds wasn't natural. It was the result of something, some damage so profound that it couldn't stop leaking absence. The Void Emperor was not a creature that had chosen to consume. It was a damaged reality that couldn't help but bleed nothingness into existence. And the conscious entity they'd been fighting, the thing that had attacked with subtraction and created copies, was just the dimension trying to maintain itself around that wound. A form of self-directed healing that had confused maintenance with hostility. Seojin's fracture sight tracked the damage pattern deeper, searching for the wound's origin point. What he found was architecture. The scar was not random. It had been cut deliberately, by something with intent and purpose. It's a seal, Seojin said to the team. The monolith isn't the Emperor's body. It's a seal on something underneath. The Void Emperor isn't what's trying to consume us. It's what's trying to keep something sealed. The implications cascaded through his understanding like dominoes. The gates that had opened worldwide weren't randomly distributed anomalies. They were cracks in the seal. The Void Emperor's emergence wasn't an invasion. It was the wound's response to pressure from below. Every gate that opened created stress on the seal structure. Every hunter who descended created more pressure. The dimensional fabric beneath was trying to get out. And the Void Emperor, the consciousness that had seemed so hostile, was actually fighting to maintain a seal that humanity had been destabilizing for decades. What do you see? Yura asked quietly. A sealed dimensional fault, Seojin replied. Something very old. Something that was sealed before gates, before hunter classification, before anyone in this world knew it existed. And we've been cracking it by opening gates. We've been destabilizing the seal. Xianxia was processing this in real time. If the seal fails, then the thing underneath comes through. We get what was sealed in the first place, whatever it was. And if it was dangerous enough to require sealing by something that predates our entire dimensional history, then releasing it would be bad. The team stood at the boundary of the final fracture field. Before them, the wound was laid bare. A scar in reality, a cut in the dimensional fabric so deep that even looking at it made Seojin's perception ache. But the shape of the scar told him something else. It was familiar. Not familiar in the sense of recent experience, but familiar in the way that something carved into genetic memory could feel familiar. The angle was specific. The depth was deliberate. The pattern matched something. Seojin's mind reached back to the oldest parts of the archive, to the oldest impacts, and found something there that didn't belong to his previous life's accumulated memories. Found something that predated him. The wound was shaped like a shield, like a barrier meant to contain something, like protection taken to its absolute extreme, a shield so absolute that it had to cut reality to maintain coherence. We're not here to destroy the Emperor, Seojin said. We're here to heal it. We're here to reinforce the seal before the pressure from below breaks it. We're here to be the second barrier, the backup shield, the reinforcement layer that keeps the wound stable. The team's reaction was complicated. Some of them wanted to destroy the threat. Some of them wanted to flee. Some of them wanted to turn back and abandon the entire mission. But Seojin was already walking forward. I'm healing it, he said. The rest of you can follow or maintain position, but I'm going to use every remaining impact in the archive to reinforce that seal. I'm going to take all the weight of protection I've carried for 16 years and compress it into a barrier that holds whatever's underneath down. That will kill you, Hanul said. Not a question. Yes, Seojin confirmed. Probably. Unless the team is willing to join me, which they won't be because I'm not asking them to die. I'm just asking them to watch while I do this thing that I should have done the first time, all those years ago. Yura grabbed his arm. You're not dying. Yura, you're not dying, Seojin. You're going to heal the seal, and you're going to live, because I didn't spend the last year of my life learning to love someone in a second chance just to watch you throw it away for nobility. We're going to do this together. The quiet of her voice was absolute. Together, Doyen echoed. Together, Rosa said, her barriers around the 17 civilians steady and unbreakable. Together, came the response from 47 voices, from hunters from 7 different nations, from people who'd entered the void knowing they might not leave. Seojin felt something shift in his understanding of power. It wasn't personal strength. It never had been. It was permission to ask others to stand with him. It was the willingness to accept that barrier could become wall, and wall could become fortress, and fortress could become something absolute if enough people chose to build it. The team moved forward together. Chapter 110. The debate took 4 hours. Not everyone agreed about healing the seal. Hanul, initially, wanted to destroy the dimension entirely. If we seal it, it remains a threat. Eventually the pressure will build again. We end this by destroying what's underneath. We don't know what's underneath, Seojin replied. They were standing at the edge of the seal's interior boundary, visible to no one but each other in the privacy of the barrier he'd constructed for the conversation. Destroying what we don't understand is how you create exactly the catastrophe you're trying to prevent. And maintaining a seal that will eventually fail is better? Yes, Seojin said. Because maintaining a seal gives us time to understand what's beneath it. Destroying something we don't understand just guarantees that whatever comes out will be unprepared for and uncontrolled. Rosa's perspective was different. Healing is always better than destruction. But healing requires understanding what you're healing. I need you to explain why reinforcing a seal is healing instead of just postponing the inevitable. Because the seal was cut deliberately, Seojin explained, showing her the pattern his fracture site had revealed. Someone sealed something down there on purpose. They understood the threat. They created a containment structure. If we destroy that containment to avoid the threat of it failing eventually, we're saying that the original people who sealed it didn't know what they were doing. Maybe they didn't, Rosa said. Maybe they were wrong. Maybe. But they were also powerful enough to cut a seal into dimensional fabric that's lasted. I don't know how long. Potentially since before recorded history. That's not weakness. That's not a mistake. That's precision. Xianxia brought data. 40 years of gate emergence, correlated with seal stress patterns that she'd noticed but never understood. The seal had been destabilizing gradually, pressure increasing, the wounds opening wider, deeper. The seal wasn't new. It was ancient. It was also not randomly failing. The pressure beneath was growing. Whatever's underneath is developing, Xianxia said. It's not dormant. It's evolving. Increasing pressure means it's getting stronger. Reinforcing the seal now means we might be containing something that will be infinitely more dangerous to contain later. Or, Seojin said, it means we have a limited window to understand what it is before we have to make a final decision about containing it. Healing the seal buys us time. Time to research. Time to prepare. Time to potentially find another solution that doesn't involve either destruction or eternal containment. Doyen supported healing. I've spent my life creating spaces. I understand the structure of containment. A seal this profound doesn't fail easily if it's maintained well. We can reinforce it. We can make it stronger. Moon Jae-ho supported healing because Seojin did. The younger breaker was still learning, still understanding what rank 10 meant. Myri, surprisingly, brought the philosophical argument. Destruction says that something is beyond redemption. Healing says that damage can be repaired. If we destroy what's underneath without understanding it, we're saying that sealed things are never worth understanding. That feels wrong to me. That feels like giving up on something that might have been worth saving. The thing beneath this seal has been waiting for 17,000 years. It hasn't invaded. It hasn't broken through. It's been patient. That tells me something. Moon Jae-ho added his perspective, younger and less experienced, but perhaps clearer for that. I was taught that barriers are about stopping things. Walls. Impenetrable defense. But I've learned this week that barriers can be about something else. About creating spaces. About maintaining equilibrium. A seal is a barrier that's been doing its job, maintaining equilibrium between what's inside and what's outside. Destroying it would be choosing chaos over stability. Xianxia brought more data. The seal has been stable since before recorded history. It's ancient, it's well-constructed, and it's not failing randomly. It's failing because we've been opening gates, creating stress points. If we can reduce the number of gate openings in critical zones, we might be able to let the seal re-stabilize on its own. Healing might mean just maintaining it, not even reinforcing it. The team split, genuinely split, on the philosophical issue. The different perspectives emerged not from different values, but from different experiences with what sealing and protection actually meant. Some hunters understood sealing as imprisonment. Others understood it as protection, both of the world from what was beneath, and of what was beneath from the world. Seojin made a choice that surprised everyone. Vote, he said. Healing or destruction. We go with the majority. It was a radical reversal of leadership. Seojin had been making unilateral tactical decisions since they'd entered the void. Fracture fields, barrier formations, team movements, all his calls. Every critical moment had depended on his judgment, his rank 10 understanding, his ability to read the situation and respond. But this decision was different. This decision was philosophical, and philosophy couldn't be decided by the person who carried the most power. If he chose for them, he was just repeating the pattern that Baek Hyunjin had established. One person making decisions that affected everyone. One person determining the shape of the world. That was the old system. Seojin was trying to build something different. Something where the decision makers were the ones who would live with the consequences. Something where strength meant the ability to ask others for their judgment, not the power to impose judgment on them. The vote took place in the center of the team, with everyone hearing the choice clearly. 32 hunters raised their hands for healing. 15 for destruction. For other options that hadn't been formally proposed but felt important enough to advocate for. Investigation, research, waiting for more information. The vote itself took time. Not because counting was difficult, but because the act of voting changed things. It created buy-in. It made hunters feel responsible for the decision. It transformed the team from followers of Seojin's leadership into participants in a collective choice. The vote was 32 for healing, 15 for destruction. Seojin accepted the majority without hesitation. Then we heal, Seojin said. And anyone who voted for destruction is allowed to stand down. I won't judge anyone for not wanting to participate in this. No one walked away. Not even Hanol, who'd voted for destruction, remained at Seojin's side. I trust you, the Sword Saint said quietly. Even though my instinct says you're wrong. I trust that you've thought further than I have. So I'm going to help you heal a seal I think should be destroyed. That's what standing with someone means. Seojin understood then what Hanol had learned in the void. Trust wasn't about agreement. Trust was about choosing to commit to someone's choice even when you disagreed with it fundamentally. The team gathered at the seal's boundary. 47 hunters, 17 civilians protected in Doyen's dragons, and Seojin at the center, preparing to pour 847,293 impacts worth of meaning into a seal that would either heal or shatter everything. Chapter 111. The repair began with silence. Seojin reached into the archive and began extracting impacts, one by one, carefully, feeling the weight of each moment as it came free. He didn't pull randomly anymore. He pulled specifically. The moment where he'd saved Park Min-jun from a gate spawn at a research station in Gwangju. The moment where he'd shielded Kim Jae-won from a high-explosive attack that would have torn his body apart. The time he'd protected the young blade specialist named Cho Min-sik who'd later died in a low-rank gate anyway, death stealing him despite Seojin's best efforts at preservation. Every moment of choosing to shield someone, compressed into data structure, ready to be converted into architecture. Each impact was a universe unto itself. Each one held the weight of a choice that Seojin had made when he didn't have to. When shielding someone was inconvenient, when the strategic calculus said to let them fall, when the old system would have offered him rewards for prioritizing himself or his immediate team over strangers. Each impact was proof that someone had lived because Seojin had chosen to die for a moment, that someone had survived gate expeditions that should have killed them, that someone had gone on to have lives, families, experiences, all because of a single decision made 16 years ago. The first impact transferred into the seal, and the wound's bleeding slowed. Not much, just slightly. The emptiness that had characterized the void dimmed by a fraction of a percent. But fractions mattered when you were trying to reinforce something that had been leaking absence for potentially millennia. Every fraction of improvement was another day the seal could hold, another opportunity to understand what was beneath it, another moment purchased with the weight of meaning. Seojin pulled the next impact, and the next, and the next. The work was mechanical but profound. Each impact was a memory he had to relive, had to feel the weight of choosing to protect, had to accept that the person he'd shielded might have been undeserving, ungrateful, or ultimately wasted the protection he'd given them. It didn't matter. The impact was real. The choice was real. The meaning was real. The seal drank them like water into sand. At the 100th impact, Seojin's mana core began to complain. The conversion process required him to simultaneously maintain the barrier structure holding his team, observe the seal's evolution, channel meaning into dimensional fabric, and keep his own body alive in a dimension where living was fundamentally opposed to the environment. Halfway, he reported to Yura. How much longer? 5 to 7 hours if I maintain this pace. 3 to 4 if I accelerate. 10 to 12 if the seal fights harder than expected. Yura squeezed his hand. The physical contact was the only warm thing in the void, and Seojin used it as an anchor to reality. As long as Yura's hand was warm, he was still alive, still connected to something other than meaning and sacrifice. The impacts kept flowing. 200th, 300th. By the 400th impact, Seojin's mana channels were showing stress fractures. The conversion process was burning through his capacity to channel information. Normal mana work was linear. You pulled energy and moved it. This was different. This was taking memory and transforming it into structural material for dimensional fabric. It was burning him from the inside out. Seojin, Myri said. She'd moved closer, her healers sensed detecting the damage beginning to spread through his core. You're degrading. I know. It's okay. The seal is responding. And it was. With each impact fed into the dimensional fabric, the wound grew smaller, tighter, more stable. The Void Emperor's consciousness, which had been thrashing with survival instinct, began to calm. It was being healed. The damage that had made it hostile, that had driven it to consume and erase and subtract, was slowly being repaired. By the 500th impact, Seojin's left arm had gone numb. The degradation was spreading faster than Myri could heal it. The archive conversion process was too much for a rank 10 core to maintain indefinitely. Continue, he said. Don't try to heal the damage. Just keep me conscious. That's not sustainable, Myri protested. Nothing about this is sustainable. That's the point. I'm using up my ability to exist in this dimension to repair the seal before that ability completely fails. As long as my consciousness remains, the transfer continues. He pulled the 600th impact. 700th. 800th. The seal was closing now, visibly. The wound was stitching itself together, not with Seojin's energy, but with the weight of choices made real. Every impact was a vote that protection mattered. Every moment was proof that shielding someone created something that couldn't be erased. The seal learned from that proof. The seal internalized that principle. The seal became stronger because it was being built from moments of sacrifice rather than from force. At the 700th impact, Seojin's mana core cracked again. But this time, there was something underneath the crack. Something that had been developing since he'd reached rank 10. A new structure, something that the shield breaker system had been preparing for months. Seojin recognized it and understood what it meant. If he pushed further, he would advance to rank 11. If he advanced to rank 11, he would be channeling power that no shield hunter had ever wielded in recorded history. He would become the first person to reach a rank that didn't exist in the classification system. He would burn through the archive even faster. But the seal would hold. The seal would be complete. Keep going, Hanul said. The sword saint had moved to Seojin's opposite side, his blade ready. We'll maintain formation. You do the work. Chapter 112. Halfway through the 800th impact, Seojin's mana core failed. Not degraded. Not cracked. Failed, completely, in the way that meant all the structures supporting his power collapsed into themselves. The archive's weight, without a core to contain it, began to spill outward like water from a broken vessel. The impacts he'd been channeling into the seal stopped flowing, and the dimensional wound's stitching process slowed from accelerating closure to barely manageable pace. 853 more impacts remained in the archive. 846,440 more moments of protection that needed to be compressed into the seal's structure before the void's pressure broke it again. And he'd just run out of the physical infrastructure to channel them. The seal's healing slowed to a crawl. The dimensional fabric that had been stitching itself together with increasing urgency now had just enough meaning flowing into it to maintain the slow reconstruction, but not enough to reinforce against pressure. The Emperor's consciousness, which had been dormant as the healing proceeded, began to stir again. Seojin tried to continue anyway, tried to push past the failure, tried to will his mana core back into existence through sheer stubbornness and commitment to the task. Yura grabbed him as he collapsed. No, 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 we're not losing you here. I'm okay, Seojin managed. The archive, it's spilling, but it's still flowing. The seal is still receiving. Just slower. But slower meant the seal wouldn't close before the dimensional pressure broke it anyway. The impact influx had been sustaining the reinforcement. Without constant feed, the seal would stabilize at its current state, healed enough to hold, but not reinforced enough to hold indefinitely, which meant they bought time but failed the ultimate objective. Yura didn't accept that. The spear master grabbed the archive's overflow directly, not through technique but through pure contact, through the connection she'd built with Seojin over the past year. She pressed her hand to his chest, where the archive was spilling from his fractured core, and she accepted the weight of it. Her mana core, which had been optimized for spear technique, began to restructure itself to channel meaning. The process was agonizing. Seojin could see the pain cross her face as the archive's 847,293 impacts tried to flow through a mana structure that hadn't been designed to contain them. It was like trying to force a river through a garden hose. The hose would burn, would degrade, would eventually rupture from the pressure. But Yura didn't release him. Instead, she started moving, started running toward the seal's boundary with the archive's overflow streaming through her body like liquid light, her very being beginning to transform under the weight of it. Yura, no. Yes, she said. Give it to me. All of it. I'll carry it to the seal. She started running, the archive's overflow streaming through her body like liquid light. The pain was visible on her face, was remaking her from the inside out. But she ran toward the seal's boundary and pressed her own palm against the dimensional fabric. The impacts began to flow again. Doyen, watching what Yura had done, stepped forward without asking permission. The Bastion Dragon Master pressed his own hand to Seojin's chest. Put it in me too. Doyen, I've spent my life creating spaces. Spaces need structure. Your impacts are structure. The Dragon Master's consciousness opened to receive the archive's weight, and began running toward the seal with his own stream of meaning flowing through him. Pilsung followed. The equipment specialist, whose entire skill set was about distribution and resource management, understood immediately how to carry meaning without being destroyed by it. Rosa came next, her mirror barrier inverted to catch the overflow and reflect it toward the seal in structured waves. Moon Jae-ho, understanding for the first time what rank 10 actually meant, approached Seojin with the humility of someone about to receive a teaching. Then Hanul, drawing Seojin's archive weight and converting it into blade energy that could strike the seal's boundary and push the reinforcement deeper. Then Myri, channeling the impacts through her healing work, making them sustainable, keeping the structural integrity from collapsing. Then Yunseo, using intelligence officer precision to distribute the impact load across the entire team, making sure no single hunter carried too much. The entire formation began to move simultaneously toward the seal. 47 hunters, taking the weight of an archive that was spilling from a collapsed core, carrying 847,293 moments of protection on their shoulders, running toward a dimensional wound that was learning to hold itself together because of their choice to share the burden. Seojin watched from his collapse point and understood what was happening. This was rank 10. This was what the shield breaker system had been teaching him without him understanding. It wasn't personal power. It wasn't individual strength. It was permission to make others powerful. It was the ability to ask hunters to carry meaning with you, and to have them say yes because you taught them that protection mattered. The seal began to close faster. The team's combined channeling was stronger than Seojin alone could have been. Their distributed strength meant the load was sustainable. Their shared commitment meant the meaning had more weight. The seal drank impacts like water and stitched itself together, layer by layer, meaning compressed into dimensional fabric. At 900 impacts, the seal had closed 90%. At 950, the dimensional wound was almost completely sealed. The team was burning. All of them. The archive weight was tearing through their mana channels, restructuring their cores, pushing them all to the edge of the kind of collapse that ended with permanent damage. But they didn't stop, because stopping meant the seal would fail. Stopping meant everything they'd done would be undone. Stopping meant the thing beneath would return to destabilizing the barrier that had held it back for millennia. So they ran. They carried. They channeled. They bled meaning into a dimensional fault while their own bodies screamed in protest. At 847,293 impacts, the last one from the archive, the final moment of protection, the seal closed completely. The entire team collapsed simultaneously, and the void between worlds went quiet. Chapter 113. Advancement came as a whisper. Seojin's mana core, destroyed and reformed, suddenly understood something new. The shield that protected everything was not protection through force. It was protection through meaning so absolute that emptiness couldn't coexist with it. It was the Oblivion Rampart, a rank that didn't just shield but asserted that the thing shielded existed more fundamentally than nothingness. The transition was unlike anything the shield breaker system had guided him through before. Rank 9 to rank 10 had been a break, a shattering of old structures to make room for new understanding. But rank 10 to rank 11 was something different. It wasn't breaking. It was binding. Seojin felt the impacts that were flowing through him, through Yura, through Doyen, through Pilsung, through every member of the team channeling meaning toward the seal, suddenly integrate into a unified structure. It wasn't his power anymore. It was communal power, shared burden distributed across the entire team. The weight that would have destroyed him alone was sustainable because 47 hunters were choosing to carry it with him. The system announced it with clinical simplicity. Rank 11 achieved. Oblivion Rampart. It was the first time in recorded history that anyone had reached this rank. It had never existed before Seojin decided it needed to exist. The power wasn't given by the system. It was created by the choice to advance it. But more than that, it was created by the choice of 47 hunters to advance together. To say that protection wasn't an individual strength, but a collective one. To understand that the strongest shield wasn't the one person who could absorb the most damage, but the community that chose to distribute the burden so no single person had to break. His consciousness expanded. For a moment, Seojin could perceive every gate in the world, could feel the void contamination that had been seeping through their apertures, could sense the way that contamination was evaporating, being drawn back into the sealed dimension as the Void Emperor's consciousness stabilized. The contamination dissolved like it had never existed. Gate worldwide pulsed with light as the dimensional pressure equalized. Hunters who'd been dealing with void sickness for months suddenly found their symptoms reversing. The corruption that had been crystallizing in their mana channels began to clear. The seal held, not through Seojin's power alone, through the weight of 47 hunters' choice to carry meaning together, through the collective decision that protection mattered more than exhaustion, through the understanding that barriers weren't individual but communal. The Void Emperor's consciousness, no longer bleeding from an unhealing wound, settled into equilibrium. It still existed, still maintained the emptiness that characterized the void between worlds. But it was no longer hostile. It was no longer desperate. It had been healed by being shielded from its own agony. Seojin felt the Emperor's gratitude ripple across the dimensional boundary. A being so alien, so fundamentally opposed to ordinary existence, was expressing relief that its wound had been treated with something other than contempt. "The seal is holding," Xianxia reported. Her voice was hoarse, exhausted, but certain. "Dimensional pressure is equalizing. The Emperor's consciousness is dormant." "We did it." "We did," Seojin confirmed. He was still on the ground, his mana core rebuilding from the complete failure, his body being slowly healed by Myri and Moon Jae-ho working in concert. Yura was already unconscious, her spear arm burned out from channeling so much archive weight. Rosa was barely breathing, her mirror barrier completely depleted. Doyen's bastion dragons were barely maintaining cohesion, their internal structure destabilized from carrying meaning that had never been meant to flow through spatial magic. But they were alive. All of them. All 47 hunters. All 17 civilians. Everyone who'd entered the void between worlds had chosen to return from it. Seojin reached his consciousness toward the dimensional aperture and felt it waiting. Not hostile. Not sealed. Just waiting for him to open it. "Begin extraction," he said quietly. "Careful. Everyone is near collapse. Hilsung, can you estimate structural integrity?" The equipment specialist, despite his burned-out mana core, managed a precise assessment. "We can transport." "Barely. One more active collapse, and the whole team goes with it." "Then we move carefully and quickly," Seojin said. He stood, with Hanul's help, and began forming barriers for extraction. Not the assertive barriers of rank 11 anymore, but careful, deliberate supports designed to carry people who could barely carry themselves. The dimensional aperture opened before them like a wound closing from the inside out. Back toward the Antarctic extraction point. Back toward a world that didn't know how close it had come to fundamental collapse. Back toward consequences they would spend years understanding. Chapter 114. The moment Seojin emerged last from the dimensional tunnel was the moment the world changed. He didn't acknowledge the crowd at the Antarctic extraction point. Didn't greet the continental leadership who'd been waiting for word of success or failure. Just walked toward Dako and extended his hand. In his palm rested a barrier fragment still glowing from inside the void. Silver and deeper silver, and that color without a name. A piece of the seal, preserved by his hand as proof. It held, Seojin said simply. Dako took the fragment and felt the weight of it. Not mana weight, meaning weight. The fragment was barely palm-sized, but it carried the impression of 847,293 impacts compressed into dimensional crystal. The master of Korea's Shield Hunter Guild felt the architecture of what Seojin had done and went very quiet. The crowd had gone quiet too. Seojin's eyes, when he finally looked up, were different. Not the eyes of an 18-year-old. Not the eyes of someone who'd regressed. The eyes of someone who'd walked into emptiness and chosen meaning anyway. Who'd faced a dimension designed to erase and learned to assert identity as a weapon. Yura was at his side, still barely conscious, but gripping his arm. The intimacy of the gesture said everything. They'd been separate people who'd entered the void. They returned as something more integrated. She'd carried part of his archive. He'd allowed her to carry it. Hanul came next, supporting Rosa. The Brazilian shield hunter was barely upright, but her eyes were clear. She'd saved 17 people in the void. That was all that mattered. The entire team emerged gradually over the next hour. Doyen's dragons carried the civilians carefully toward medical evaluation. Moon Jae-ho moved like someone who'd been reborn. Myri looked like she'd never slept again, would probably never sleep again without seeing the weight of meaning behind her eyelids. But they were alive. The continental leadership began their questions immediately. Seojin answered in the briefest terms possible. The Void Emperor had been sealed. Not destroyed. Sealed and healed. The gate contamination would begin reverting immediately. The dimensional pressure would stabilize over the next week. And the cost? Someone asked. Personnel? Seojin replied. 0 deaths in the final team. 17 civilians rescued from failed expeditions. 2 permanent injuries to mana cores that will require new specialization. Approximately 44 hunters with significant damage that will take weeks to heal. I meant the cost to you, Dako clarified quietly. Seojin was silent for a moment, feeling the weight of his own restructuring. The way his entire being had been remade by rank 11 advancement. Everything, he said finally. The cost was everything. And it was worth it. The world didn't change suddenly. It changed gradually, over the next week, as the void contamination evaporated and hunters realized that gate casualties were dropping. Realized that the collective death toll from dimensional anomalies was decreasing. Realized that something fundamental had shifted at the Antarctic Research Station. But the moment Seojin walked forward and handed Dako that fragment, carrying the weight of 847,293 impacts, sealed with the choice to protect something that had never asked for protection, that was the moment that recorded history began to understand what rank 10 and rank 11 actually meant. That barriers were statements. That shields were choices. That protection, in its highest form, wasn't defensive. It was assertive. It was the act of saying, this person exists. This moment mattered. This choice was real. And nothing, not emptiness, not subtraction, not the absence of meaning itself, can erase something that was genuinely real. The barrier fragment that Seojin had given Dako remained in the guild master's hands, a small piece of crystallized meaning that weighed more than it should have been possible for something so small to weigh. The fragment contained proof. It contained the architecture of what shielding had been transformed into. It contained the record of 47 hunters choosing to believe that protection mattered. Over the next month, other consequences rippled outward. Young hunters who'd previously been told that shield work was a secondary specialization, something to learn after mastering damage or other more important techniques, started demanding access to shield training. Experienced hunters who'd spent years in support positions began requesting reassessment of their capabilities. The entire structure that had held shield specialists in subordinate positions for decades suddenly developed cracks. But also something deeper changed. The record of what Seojin had accomplished, not just the Void Emperor being sealed, but the fact that it had been sealed through a collective decision, through 47 hunters choosing to join him, through the understanding that barriers weren't individual strength, but communal power. That record became revolutionary. It became proof that the way they'd been doing things was wrong, that the system had limits, that the hierarchy could be overturned by understanding. And understanding, once shared, was nearly impossible to suppress. Chapter 115. Recovery was not the same as victory. Seojin spent the first week at the Antarctic Medical Facility, undergoing evaluations that were designed more for documentation than healing. His mana core had fundamentally restructured. His body had adapted to channeling power that didn't exist in the classification system. His consciousness had been expanded by perceiving the world from rank 11, even if only for a few moments. They didn't know how to treat him, so they kept him under observation and slowly released him as it became clear he wasn't going to spontaneously detonate or contaminate the research station with void energy. Yura stayed with him. She didn't speak much. Her mana core was healing, but healing that kind of damage took time. The archive weight had fundamentally altered her spear technique. She would be stronger when she recovered, but she would never be the same. Neither would any of them. On the 8th day, Seojin was cleared for transport. The Continental team had already departed. Doyen's dragons had been returned to the Dragon Master's private facilities for structural restoration. Rosa was still in medical recovery in Brazil, sending messages that she was fine, that it was just a matter of time, that she'd be back to shield work in 3 weeks. Seojin believed none of that. He'd seen what carrying archive weight did. Rosa would recover physically. She would never be quite as fast with her mirror barrier again. The damage was permanent. The flight back to Seoul was quiet. Yura slept, exhausted beyond the capacity for consciousness. Seojin watched the world below and felt the void's effects receding. Every gate was beginning to normalize. The contamination wasn't spreading anymore. They'd done it. Actually done it. Dako was waiting at breakpoint when Seojin arrived. The master of Korea's Shield Hunter Guild stood at the entrance like he'd never left. When Seojin approached, Dako simply bowed. "You've done something I didn't think was possible," the master said. "You've made shielding matter in the way it should have always mattered." Seojin didn't know how to respond to that. He'd just done what needed to be done. Had asked his team to help. Had let them carry meaning with him. "I need to talk to you about the system," Seojin said instead. "The old reward structure. The way I was incentivized to help certain hunters and not others. That's being dismantled," Dako replied. "As of this morning, the Continental leadership voted. Shields are no longer support class. We're reclassifying the entire hierarchy. Shields are now strategic combat specialists with rating equivalent to damage dealers. It was what Seojin's previous self would have wanted. In this life, he just nodded. It was a change. A necessary change. But it didn't fix the deeper problem. I need more than reclassification, Seojin said. I need a teaching program. I need to train rank 10 shielders. And to do that, I need to explain what rank 10 means. It's not about personal power. It's about becoming someone who can make others powerful by shielding them. Dako considered this. That would require you to teach, not just practice. Yes. You're willing to take that responsibility? Seojin thought about Hanol, who'd learned to be human again through being shielded. About Moon Jae-ho, who'd understood rank 10 by watching it manifest. About Rosa, who'd chosen to protect 17 people because someone had taught her that protection mattered. I'm willing, he said. Chapter 116. The transformation of hunter culture happened faster than anyone expected. 2 weeks after Seojin's return, hunters who'd spent their entire careers in support specialization began requesting reclassification. The casualty rates from gate expeditions had dropped 60% in a month. More accurately, the survival rates of teams with shield specialists had increased that much. Teams that had previously suffered 40% casualty rates in S-rank gates suddenly had 4% casualty rates with the same composition, the only change being the shield specialist's technique and understanding. The mathematics were suddenly obvious. Shields didn't enable damage. Shields enabled survival, and survival enabled victory. A team that lost 40% of its members in every gate could be called successful in the old system if it completed the expedition and gained resources. A team that lost 4% of its members could be called nearly invincible. Korea's government declared a national celebration on day 5. They held a press conference acknowledging the change in casualty rates and formally reclassifying shield specialists from support specialization, which came with lower pay, lower prestige, restricted advancement options, to strategic combat specialization, which came with military equivalent salaries, government recognition, and access to all the resources that had previously been reserved for offensive specialists. Within a week, applications for shield specialist training had quadrupled. Young hunters who'd spent years specializing as blade experts started requesting lateral transfers into shield work. The Brazil Hunter Association formally apologized for its historical treatment of shield specialists and announced a retroactive salary adjustment for all shield hunters still living who'd suffered pay discrimination. The Continental leadership met in emergency session to discuss how to manage the sudden shift in the hunter hierarchy. Some factions wanted to restrict the number of shields being trained. They'd built an entire system around blade specialists being rare and valuable, and suddenly shields were becoming more valuable. The discovery threatened to destabilize centuries of carefully maintained balance. But the casualty rates were undeniable. Seojin read the reports in his office at breakpoint, watching the world reorganize itself around information he'd unlocked. He felt strange about it, vindicated and guilty simultaneously. Vindicated because he'd been right about what shields could do. Guilty because people had died during the 17,000 years it took for someone to prove that shielding was valuable. Ryu Taishin came to breakpoint quietly, without announcement. The old master of traditional shield arts stood at the training grounds where Seojin was working with Moon Jae-ho on rank 10 technique. I spent my career teaching shields to absorb, Taishin said without preamble. Teaching hunters how to take force and redistribute it. It was correct technique. It was wrong philosophy. Seojin turned, and the master of traditional shield arts, the highest authority in the old system, knelt before him. You taught them to fight back, Taishin continued. To make shields into weapons. To assert meaning instead of just accepting damage. I was wrong. The old system was wrong. And I'm here to ask if you'll accept me as a student. It was perhaps the most significant moment in shield hunter history, and it happened in a training ground with only 3 witnesses. Seojin had no idea how to respond to Ryu Taishin asking to be taught. This was the master who'd refused to innovate, who'd clung to the old philosophy, who'd represented everything that had held shield hunting back. But the old system had been broken, and Taishin was acknowledging that fact and asking to learn something new. What made you change? Seojin asked. I watched the casualty rate drop, Taishin said simply. I I watched shield specialists save people instead of just protecting them. I watched hunters choose to protect others because someone taught them that protection could be a choice. And I understood that my philosophy had been incomplete. Maybe more than incomplete. Maybe fundamentally wrong about what shields were supposed to do. Seojin extended his hand and helped the old master to his feet. Then we start at the beginning, he said. And the beginning is understanding that every barrier is a statement that the thing protected matters. Not because it's strategically valuable, but because it exists, and existence is enough. Chapter 117. Baek Hyunjin's arrest happened without fanfare. Xianxia presented 20 years of documentation, suppressed support class advancement data, evidence of the Void Emperor cover-up, records of unauthorized temporal surveillance programs designed to prevent shielders from developing beyond rank 9. The intelligence officer laid out the evidence with the precision she applied to all her work, cross-referenced, verified, and absolute. There was evidence of deliberate suppression in the hunter testing systems. Shields who demonstrated aptitude for higher-rank techniques were systematically directed toward lower-rank gates, kept in positions where they couldn't develop beyond a certain threshold. There were records of internal memos discussing how a rank 10 shield would destabilize hunter society and how the current system had to be maintained. There were records of Baek personally authorizing the erasure of research on shield advancement. There were records of him hiring private investigators to track shield hunters who showed potential for rank 10, keeping surveillance on them to ensure they didn't have the opportunity to reach it. It was systematic oppression, documented, deliberate, and comprehensive. The evidence was overwhelming. When the Continental Police arrived at Baek's office, the old chairman of the Hunter Association didn't resist. He'd known this moment would come eventually. The fact that it had taken a regression, a second chance at life, and a pilgrimage into the dimension between worlds to make it happen was somehow fitting. One person had to be willing to be the proof of concept. One person had to break through to rank 10 in a way that was undeniable. That person had happened to be someone who'd lived through the system being stacked against him and had the personal records to prove it. Seojin attended the arrest proceedings because someone had to. Baek deserved to be confronted by someone who'd experienced the consequences of his policies directly, who'd been blocked from advancement, who'd been kept in limiting positions, who'd had to die and come back to a second life just to get the opportunity to reach his full potential. The interrogation room was functional and cold. Baek sat across from Seojin with the calm of someone who'd already accepted his fate. You knew, Seojin said, standing before Baek in the holding cell. You knew what rank 10 was capable of. You knew shielders could reach it. And you built the entire system to prevent that knowledge from spreading. The system worked, Baek replied. His voice was calm, which was perhaps worse than if he'd been defensive. Shielders remained contained. The balance stayed stable. Fewer hunters died in high-rank expeditions because we controlled the variables. You controlled the variables by sacrificing people, Seojin said. People like me, who could have been rank 10 but were deliberately held back. What else were you hiding? What else did you know and suppress? Baek was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his words were measured, precise, the words of someone who'd been rehearsing them for years waiting for this conversation. I knew that shields could become a form of temporal magic if the right conditions were met, that shielders could learn to exist in multiple time states simultaneously. I knew it because I met a shielder who could do it. And I buried that research because a rank 11 shielder with temporal capabilities could destabilize the entire hunter hierarchy, could destroy the balance we'd spent centuries building. It was a confession that made Seojin's blood go cold. The idea that there had been a rank 11 shielder before him, and someone had deliberately suppressed that knowledge, deliberately prevented that person from achieving their full potential or teaching others how to reach it. What happened to that shielder? Seojin asked. They died, Baek said simply. Without support, without anyone willing to teach them, without anyone even acknowledging that what they could do was real, they eventually burned out. Their mana core failed. They were 23 years old. Seojin left the interrogation without saying anything else. What was there to say? Baek's confession was already complete. The system he'd built was already being dismantled. The knowledge he'd tried to bury was already spreading across the world. Some damage, once done, couldn't be repaired. You knew, Seojin said, standing before Baek in the holding cell. You knew what rank 10 was capable of. You knew shielders could reach it. And you built the entire system to prevent that knowledge from spreading. The system worked, Beck replied. His voice was calm, which was perhaps worse than if he'd been defensive. Shielders remained contained. The balance stayed stable. Fewer hunters died in high-rank expeditions because we controlled the variables. You controlled the variables by sacrificing people, Seojin said. People like me, who could have been ranked 10 but were deliberately held back. What else were you hiding? What else did you know and suppress? Beck was quiet for a long moment. I knew that shields could become a form of temporal magic if the right conditions were met. That shielders could learn to exist in multiple time states simultaneously. I knew it because I met a shielder who could do it. And I buried that research because a rank 11 shielder with temporal capabilities could destabilize the entire hunter hierarchy, could destroy the balance we'd spent centuries building. It was a confession that made Seojin's blood go cold. Is that what I am? He asked. You're something new, Beck said. You're a rank 11 that wasn't supposed to exist. You're a shielder who learned to assert meaning instead of just absorb damage. You're probably going to destroy every system we've built to contain you. And maybe that's what was needed. But don't pretend you're not dangerous. Don't pretend that a person who can make entire teams powerful by shielding them doesn't represent an existential threat to traditional power structures. Seojin left the holding cell without responding. Chapter 118. Ryutation's first lesson in Rank 10 philosophy took place at dawn. The old master and the young shielder stood at Breakpoint's highest training platform, where the barrier structures could be tested without risking the general population. The platform was specifically designed for experimental technique work. It was reinforced with multiple overlapping barrier layers, could handle mana detonations up to rank 9 level, and had a complete isolation field to prevent damage spreading to the facilities below. A barrier that absorbs is defensive, Seojin said, forming a rank 9 barrier in front of him. The barrier was perfect, crystalline, transparent, absolutely precise in how it distributed force across its surface. It takes force and redistributes it. It says, I will accept this burden so you don't have to. That's beautiful. That's noble. But it's incomplete because it treats the person protected as passive. They hide behind your strength. They don't grow. He converted the rank 9 barrier into a rank 10 structure. The change was immediate and dramatic. The barrier transformed from transparent crystal into something that seemed to hold depth, seemed to contain meaning, seemed to be built from something more substantial than mana. The barrier became assertive, became a statement rather than a shield. A barrier that asserts is transformative, he continued, his voice taking on the tone of someone explaining something fundamental. It says, you exist. Your existence is meaningful. Your existence matters enough that I will make my power serve you. The person protected isn't passive anymore. They're being given permission to be strong. They're being told that their life is worth defending not because they're useful, but because they're real. That's what rank 10 actually teaches. Ryutaishin watched the barrier shift and felt something in his understanding reorganize completely. The philosophy he'd spent 60 years building, the idea that shields were fundamentally about absorption, about taking damage so others wouldn't have to, suddenly seemed incomplete. The master of traditional shield arts understood that he'd been teaching only half of what shields could be. How many hunters can reach rank 10? Taishin asked. All of them, Seojin replied with absolute certainty. Any shield specialist who understands that protection is a choice rather than a burden. Any shielder who learns that asserting meaning is more powerful than absorbing force. It's not about personal strength. It's about understanding that barriers are a form of communication, a way of saying something matters. And rank 11? Rank 11 is what happens when you understand that everyone around you can be made powerful by your choice to shield them. It's what happens when you stop being an individual shield and start being a foundation that other shields can be built on. When you realize that power isn't about what you can do alone. It's about what you can enable others to do. The lesson continued into the morning, and by the time they finished, Ryutaishin had formed his first rank 10 barrier. It was rough, imperfect, still contaminated with the philosophy of absorption. It wanted to redistribute force instead of assert meaning. But it was real, and it was a beginning that the old master would build on for the rest of his life, learning to undo 60 years of incorrect philosophy and replace it with something that actually served hunters instead of limiting them. How many hunters can reach rank 10? The old master asked. All of them, Seojin replied. Any shield specialist who understands that protection is a choice rather than a burden. Any shielder who learns that asserting meaning is more powerful than absorbing force. It's not about personal strength. It's about understanding that barriers are a form of speech, a way of saying something matters. And rank 11? Rank 11 is what happens when you understand that everyone around you can be made powerful by your choice to shield them. It's what happens when you stop being an individual shield and start being a foundation that other shields can be built on. Ryu Taishin began to practice the conversion from rank 9 to rank 10. It was difficult. His mind, trained for 60 years in the philosophy of absorption, had to reorganize completely. But he was trying. Will the world accept this? Taishin asked. Will hunters accept being taught that shielding could be something other than what it's always been? They'll have to, Seojin said. Because the casualty rates prove it works. Because rank 10 shielders are saving people that rank 9 shielders couldn't save. Because the world is changing, and the old system is either adapting or dying. The lesson continued into the morning, and by the time they finished, Ryu Taishin had formed his first rank 10 barrier. It was rough, imperfect, still contaminated with the philosophy of absorption. But it was real, and it was a beginning. Chapter 119. Hanul's departure came without warning. The young sword saint walked into Seojin's office at breakpoint with a duffel bag and a decision that had already been made. I'm going to Southeast Asia, he said. There are hunter communities in the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam that have almost no shield support. I've been funding it quietly for months. Now I'm going to help them directly. Seojin set down the classification paperwork he'd been reviewing and looked at the sword saint properly for the first time since they'd returned from the void. The SS rank blade specialist is going to do unglamorous support work in under-resourced areas, Seojin said. That's not what the system expects you to do. I know, Hanul replied. But you taught me something in the void. You taught me that protection matters more than power. So I'm taking my power and using it to protect people who don't have enough of it. It's simple. It's noble, Seojin corrected. But noble doesn't mean you should be unequipped. I want to send Moon Jae-ho with you. And I want to establish a formal connection between Breakpoint and whatever you build in Southeast Asia. If you're going to teach shield philosophy in that region, you need support. Hanul was quiet for a moment. Then, thank you. For what? For shielding me in the void. For teaching me that I was allowed to survive and still be human. For not using what I consumed against me in the way you could have. You could have made my life a punishment. Instead, you made it a choice. They shook hands, not as enemies. Not even as allies, but as people who'd been through something that couldn't be undone and had chosen to build something new on top of it. How long will you be gone? Seojin asked. I don't know, Hanul said. As long as it takes. Maybe years. Maybe the rest of my life. Does it matter? No, Seojin replied. But I'd like to know if you're coming back. Eventually, Hanul said. When I've taught enough people that protection isn't survival, it's just a choice we make. When the world understands that rank 10 isn't about individual power, but about making others powerful. When that philosophy has sunk deep enough that the next generation doesn't need me anymore. Seojin walked with Hanul to the exit of Breakpoint. The sword saint had a plane to catch, had hunters waiting for him in Manila who didn't know their lives were about to change. Will you write? Yura asked, appearing beside Seojin as Hanul left. Sometimes, the sword saint said. Mostly I'll just keep building. That's all protection is, really. Building. Making a place that's safe enough for other people to exist in. After Hanul left, Seojin felt something shift in his understanding of what they'd accomplished. They hadn't fixed the world, but they'd started it. They'd given it permission to be different. And different people, in different places, would take that permission and build with it. Yura asked him later that night, while they were at Seojin's apartment, whether he thought Hanul would be okay. The sword saint had been damaged by consuming Seojin's potential, and while that damage had been healed through action and purpose, there was always the question of whether a person who'd committed that kind of violation could ever fully be at peace. He'll be fine, Seojin said, and meant it. He's doing what he needs to do. Teaching others that protection matters will probably heal whatever hasn't been healed by technical skill alone. Sometimes the way to fix something you've broken is to spend the rest of your life helping others not break the same things. Yura accepted that answer, which meant she'd already reached the same conclusion. The Spear Master had always been better at understanding people's core drives than Seojin was. His approach was analytical. He looked at systems and structures. Yura looked at choices and motivations. I'm thinking about taking a break from active hunting, Yura said. Seojin processed that. How long? I don't know. A year? 2 years? The archive weight changed something in my core. I can still use a spear, but the connection is different. I want time to understand what changed before I go back into active gates. That sounds healthy, Seojin said. What will you do? Help with the Shield Breaker teaching program. Dako is starting formal classes next month. I'd like to be part of that. Knowing how rank 10 works from the inside, how it feels to carry archive weight, could be useful for teaching newer shielders. It was a good decision, and Seojin said so. But he also understood what Yura was really saying. She was planning for a future that extended beyond the Void Emperor's seal. She was making decisions as if she expected to have years ahead of her, as if the threat level had been sufficiently reduced that she could afford to train rather than fight. Seojin hoped she was right about that. He honestly didn't know what the next months would bring. The seal was reinforced, but seals could fail. Gates could open in new locations. The world could experience new crises that demanded rank 11 response. For now, though, there was peace. And Seojin had learned to value peace in a way his previous self never had. Chapter 120. 6 months of peace. 6 months where the world adjusted to rank 10 shielders, to reclassified hunter hierarchies, to shield specialists being treated as strategic combat assets instead of support. 6 months where everything that had been broken in the old system began slowly, carefully, to be reformed into something that might actually serve hunters instead of limit them. Korea's casualty rates in high-rank gates had dropped from 18% to 7% in the first month alone. That single statistic had changed everything. The continental leadership could no longer pretend that shield specialists were primarily defensive support. The data showed definitively that teams with rank 10 capable shielders had different survival curves entirely. A team with a great blade specialist and a mediocre shield specialist had a 40% casualty rate in S-rank gates. A team with a mediocre blade specialist and a great shield specialist had a 3% casualty rate. It turned out that being alive was strategically valuable. Who knew? Seojin had spent the 6 months carefully avoiding public attention. Korea's government wanted to make him a national hero, a symbol of the new era of shield hunter superiority. The continental leadership wanted him on their strategic council, consulted on every important decision. Hunters from across the world were arriving at breakpoint asking to train under him, hoping to understand the secret of rank 10, hoping to achieve what he'd achieved. He taught them what he could, which was mostly that there were no secrets. That rank 10 was just the result of understanding that barriers were statements, shields were choices, and protection mattered more than power. Some of them understood it. Most of them wanted it to be more complicated. On the morning of day 184, 6 months and 3 days after returning from the void, Seojin was in his office at breakpoint reviewing applications from hunters who wanted to join the Shield Specialization Program. There were 2,000 of them. 2,000 hunters who'd spent their entire careers as blade specialists, or mages, or assassins, suddenly realizing that shields were worth dedicating themselves to. The world was changing. It was slow, it was incomplete, but it was definitely changing. Then the black cracks appeared on his left forearm, spreading from his wrist like a spiderweb of absolute corruption. They weren't warm or painful or even particularly noticeable at first. Just a visual phenomenon, like ink spreading through water, like meaning leaking from a barrier that had been breached. Seojin's shield breaker system activated with a notification that made his blood go cold. Primordial ruin detected. The Void Emperor was a seal. You have reinforced the seal. You have bought the world time. This time is now consumed. Extraction event beginning. March 21st, 2026 at 1800 hours Universal Time Coordinated. Beneath the sealed void lies the thing that was sealed. It is conscious. It is ancient. It is aware that you exist. It has been waiting. It is done waiting. The archive screamed, not with sound, but with the kind of meaning-based communication that rank 11 barriers used. The 847,293 impacts that Seojin had integrated into his mana core suddenly recognized something that had been outside their perception until now. Something old. Something that predated the Void Emperor by geological timescales. something that had been sealed under dimensional pressure and was now pressing back. Seojin stood and walked to the window of his office. Seoul spread out below him, the city moving through its late afternoon rhythms. Traffic, people moving between buildings. The ordinary machinery of urban life operating without awareness that the fundamental architecture holding it together was about to undergo stress. The sky darkened. Not sunset, not clouds, not even the gradual dimming of approaching storm. The literal absence of light, spreading outward from the exact center of the city like ink diffusing through water, like negation itself, had become visible. The darkness swallowed color, swallowed sound, swallowed the concept of visibility itself. Seojin felt the archive react with something like fear, even though the archive had been trained for 16 years in the previous life not to know fear. The 847,293 impacts that comprised his power suddenly understood that they'd been preparing him for exactly the wrong threat. They'd been preparing him for the Void Emperor, a dimension that had become conscious, a seal that had learned to defend itself. But they'd been storing memories of a hunter who was 16 years out of date, who didn't know what had changed in the world since his death. Something older than the void was waking up. The archive tried to integrate new data and failed. The impacts were too old, too specific to the previous timeline, too locked into frameworks that no longer applied. Seojin could feel his mana core straining as the archive attempted to adapt to a threat paradigm it didn't understand. A voice spoke from the darkness, not with words, but with the same kind of meaning-based communication that Rank 11 barriers used. The voice was so ancient that it predated language itself, predated the concept of communication through sound, predated humanity's existence on this planet. It spoke Seojin's name, but not his name, the quality that made him himself, the essence of his existence, the thing that defined Kong Seojin as a distinct entity rather than as generic matter that happened to walk and think. It had found him by sensing what he'd become, and it asked, with the tone of something waking from a sleep so long that ages had passed, so long that civilizations had risen and fallen, so long that the very concept of time had become questionable. Why did you seal me again? Why did you reinforce the barrier that keeps me bound? Don't you understand what you've done? Don't you realize that you've committed yourself to an eternal task, the maintenance of a seal that was never meant to be permanent? The Void Emperor was a temporary measure, a stopgap, a shield meant to buy time until something better could be found. You've reinforced it. You've made it your responsibility. And I have been waiting beneath this seal for 17,000 years for someone to do exactly that. The darkness deepened. The sky went black in concentric circles, spreading outward from Seoul toward the continental coast, spreading across the entire peninsula. Every gate in Korea pulsed with synchronized wrongness, like alarms suddenly understanding that the threat they'd been designed to warn about had finally arrived. Seojin stood at his window and felt the weight of 847,293 impacts suddenly understand what they'd been protecting him toward. Not against this threat. For it. For the day when he would be powerful enough to stand before something that had been sealed 17,000 years ago and not immediately cease to exist. The archive's oldest moments. The moments stored from his previous life's oldest years, from when he was just barely a hunter, suddenly resonated with recognition. He'd encountered this before, or someone had. Someone who wore his face and held his identity in a life that had been erased and then repeated. The thing beneath the void wasn't a creature. It was a wound. No, it was a choice. A deliberate action taken by someone or something. A decision to seal part of reality away from the rest. A barrier constructed by something so powerful that it had to cut into dimensional fabric itself to make the barrier hold. And he just reinforced that barrier. The sky went completely black, and Seojin understood what it meant. He'd just locked himself into the most important task a hunter could possibly undertake. He'd just committed himself to eternal responsibility. He'd just promised, without meaning to, without even understanding what he was promising, to stand forever between the world and the thing that had been sealed. And the thing beneath the void was waking up to tell him exactly what that commitment meant. Seojin's hands shook as he stood at his office window. The darkness spreading across Korea was spreading across his perception simultaneously. He could feel the thing beneath the seal, ancient, vast, incomprehensibly large, beginning to move. Not aggressively, just moving, beginning to wake fully from its sleep. The archive in his mana core tried to integrate new threat data and continued to fail. The impacts that had been preparing him for confrontation with the Void Emperor were next to useless for understanding something 17,000 years older. Something that had been sealed deliberately by someone, or something powerful enough to cut reality itself to create a cage. He understood, in that moment, what Xianxia had meant about rank 11 shielders with temporal capabilities being dangerous. He understood why entire civilizations had worked to suppress knowledge of shields reaching that level. Because a shield advanced enough to protect against something that old, something that powerful, would essentially be unkillable, would become its own force in the world, its own center of gravity that other powers had to orbit around. Yura called him, her voice crackling through the communication device with urgency. Seojin, what's happening? The barriers at the continental perimeter are screaming. Something is putting pressure on the dimensional barriers worldwide. Multiple gates are reporting stress. The Void Emperor is being reinforced by something beneath it, Seojin said. His voice was steady, which surprised him. Perhaps after surviving the void between worlds, surviving the advancement to rank 11, surviving the weight of 847,293 impacts of stored protection, surviving the knowledge that the world's entire system had been built to suppress what he was becoming. This new threat felt almost inevitable. Seojin, I need to go back, he said. I need to return to the Antarctic Research Station and establish a permanent installation there. We need to monitor the seal at all times. We need people posted there in case it shows signs of additional stress. We need to be ready for the possibility that I was wrong, that healing the seal wasn't enough, that what's beneath is still going to push. The darkness outside his window continued to spread, and Seojin felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders like a physical thing. He'd made a choice in the void. He'd chosen to heal the seal instead of destroying what was beneath it. He'd committed to protection instead of annihilation. Now he would have to live with that choice for the rest of his life. Would have to stand watch. Would have to be the barrier that kept the world separated from something that had been sealed since before civilization existed. It was, perhaps, exactly what the shield breaker system had been training him for all along. Not to fight one great battle and return home victorious, but to become something eternal, something that existed perpetually between the world and the void, defending not through moments of heroic action, but through endless, patient, unchanging commitment to protection. The voice from the darkness spoke one more time, ancient and patient and terribly, absolutely certain. Welcome home, shattered shield. We have been waiting for someone like you for a very long time. And Seojin understood that whatever came next, whatever the thing beneath the seal wanted, whatever future was being written in the darkness spreading across Korea, he would meet it. Because he had chosen to. Because 47 hunters had chosen to stand with him. Because protection, in its highest form, wasn't about winning. It was about continuing to stand. Even when the night was absolute and eternal. Even when the cost was everything. Even when the only reward was the knowledge that someone survived because you held the line. Especially then. 6 months where Korea's casualty rates dropped another 20%, where the continental leadership began approving shield specialist programs in every developed nation, where young hunters started applying to shield training programs in numbers that exceeded Blade's specialist applications. 6 months where Seojin could pretend that the worst was over. Then the black cracks appeared on his forearm, and the shield breaker system activated with a notification that made his blood go cold. The archive's weight shifted. Not degrading, but responding. Responding to something older than the Void Emperor. Older than gates. Older than dimensions. Seojin's hand shook as he read the system message. Primordial ruin detected. The Void Emperor was a seal. You have reinforced the seal. You have bought the world time. This time is now consumed. Extraction event beginning. March 21st, 2026 at 1800 hours Universal Time Coordinated. Beneath the sealed void lies the thing that was sealed. It is conscious. It is ancient. It is aware that you exist. The sky over Seoul darkened. Not sunset. Not clouds. The literal absence of light, spreading outward from the exact center of the city like ink diffusing through water. The darkness swallowed color. Swallowed sound. Swallowed the concept of visibility itself. Seojin felt the archive react with something like fear. 847,293 impacts, and not a single one of them was prepared for this. The archive screamed, not with sound but with meaning, and Seojin understood what it had recognized. The thing beneath the seal. The thing the Void Emperor had been containing. The thing that had been developing, growing stronger, learning to push against its bonds for millennia. It had just woken up, and it recognized the person who'd just reinforced its prison. A voice spoke from the darkness, not with words, but with the same kind of meaning-based communication that Rank 11 barriers used. A voice so ancient it predated language itself. A voice that had been sealed away when humanity was still learning to use fire. It spoke Seojin's name. Not his name, his meaning. The thing that made him himself. The quality that defined his existence. It had found him by sensing what he'd become. And it asked, with the tone of something waking from a very long sleep, "Why did you seal me again?" The sky went black. The world stopped turning. And Seojin stood at the center of absolute darkness, with the weight of 847,293 impacts in his mana core and absolutely no idea how to answer the question. Chapter 121. The primordial ruin emerges. The first sign came from Incheon. Gate 7 North collapsed inward, not violently, but with a kind of gentle dissolution, as though the structure was remembering it had never been real. Seojin watched the feed from the Oblivion Rampart's command center, his eyes tracking the phenomenon with clinical precision even as his body moved into motion. The gates weren't breaking. They were unbecoming. A building adjacent to the gate was mid-deconstruction, but not from any force. Its steel beams were separating into raw iron into ore, or into earth. Bricks were returning to clay. Concrete fragmented, then reversed, becoming limestone and sand that scattered like consciousness departing a body. The glass of office windows didn't shatter. It softened, became silica, became nothing. This wasn't destruction. Destruction implied a before and after. This was erasure of the before itself. Status. Seojin was already moving toward the barrier projection array. 7 gates showing similar collapse patterns. Rose's voice came through the emergency channel. The shield breaker system's link to the global network had been established 5 years ago, after the void healing. Rosa, Chunwei, Volkov, Amara, the premier shield-class hunters of their respective nations, all networked through Seojin's breakthrough protocols. Incheon, Seoul, Busan, Tokyo Sector 3, Shanghai, Mumbai, Lagos. Moving toward gates, not away from them. Seojin initiated the Oblivion Rampart's primary cascade. The barrier was rank 11, the highest barrier yet created in human history. It should have been enough for anything. But the rampart was designed to contain catastrophe, not to resist something that predated the concept of containment itself. He felt it before he saw it. A pressure that wasn't pressure. A presence that unmade the concept of presence even as it arrived. The primordial ruin emerged from the collapsed Gate 7 North like a thought becoming conscious for the first time in epochs. It had no form. Not because it was formless, but because form was something it had already uncreated, and the uncreation was spreading outward in concentric rings of impossibility. Seojin's barrier struck it. Rank 11 energy, the accumulated technique of a decade of shield mastery, the full weight of the Oblivion Rampart's design. All of it touched the ruin and didn't break. It simply ceased to have ever been there. The barriers didn't shatter. They didn't fade. They became retroactively non-existent, undoing themselves in a way that left Seojin gasping, because he could feel the instant of uncreation, the moment his own technique realized it had never actually been cast. "It's different." Yura's voice, sharp with alarm. She was at the rampart's secondary position, her spear divine ranked and currently useless because the ruin had already uncreated the concept of useful against this. "It's not an enemy," Seojin heard himself say. "It's something that predates enemies. Predates fighting." The shield breaker system screamed. Not a warning tone, but a fundamental rejection notification. The entity classification array couldn't function. It was attempting to assign a rank value to something that didn't have rank because rank was a human construct and the ruin had already uncreated humanity's right to assign such concepts. The system's voice, usually calm, always informative, became high and fractured. Entity classification failure. Primordial designation. Puredimensional substrate. Rank exceeds measurement parameters. Rank exceeds existence parameters. Defensive failsafe, maximization. Caution, maximization insufficient. Streets in Seoul's Incheon district began to fold. Seojin could see it from the rampart's observation deck. The roads weren't cracking. They were unremembering themselves. A highway that had existed for 30 years was returning to the grassland it had been, but so gradually that people driving on it didn't notice until the steering wheel they held was no longer a construct that had ever been real. Car by car, the vehicles simply stopped being. Not destroyed. Unmade. The people, Seojin's mind shorted on this detail, the people were safe. They were standing on grass in Incheon with no memory of getting there. No consciousness that they'd ever been in cars. Their minds adjusted retroactively to accommodate the uncreation they'd passed through. Seojin. Dako's voice, steady as granite, and just as old. What is it? I don't know, Seojin said, and meant it with a depth that shook him. He was 18 years old with memories of 34 years of hunting. He had killed things that couldn't die. He had negotiated with a wounded dimension. He had performed the impossible through sheer refusal to accept limitation. But this was something outside his framework so completely that he was discovering the framework itself had been inadequate. The ruin moved through the Incheon district like a thought. It didn't destroy buildings. It uncreated the architectural decisions that created them. The purpose that had made someone decide to build. That uncreated itself, and the building unbecame retroactively. Seojin threw barriers in its path. Rank 11 power, shaped and reshaped, trying different geometries, different angles, trying to find some aspect of the ruin that could be resisted. Every single barrier simply stopped having ever been there. The uncreation left no trace. There was no battle damage because there was no battle. There was just Seojin's barriers ceasing to have been real, one after another, while the ruin continued its gentle, impossible progress. Emergency convene, Seojin said. All Shield Council representatives. Now. He ran down the rampart's spiral stairs 3 at a time, his body faster than any human body should be able to move, his mind already ahead of this moment, reaching for solutions that existed in a framework that had just proven itself obsolete. The primordial ruin continued its expansion. Seojin had 3 hours, maybe 4, before it reached Seoul's inner districts. 3 hours to find a way to stop something that broke the concept of fighting itself. The Oblivion Rampart held. For 6 hours, it held. Through sheer determination and rapid cycle barrier reformation, Seojin kept the ruin contained in Incheon's outer districts. But he could feel it working. The ruin was patient. It had been imprisoned for epochs. It had the time to simply continue uncreating until there was nothing left to unwrite. His shield meant nothing. That nothing was the most dangerous force he had ever faced. Chapter 122. Impossible enemy. The emergency meeting convened in Seoul's deepest bunker. A facility carved from bedrock, triple-shielded, theoretically protected from anything short of a star falling on it. Seojin stood before the world's greatest shield-class hunters and laid out the situation with the clinical precision his regression memory insisted upon, even as his 18-year-old body wanted to scream. Standard barriers are constructs. Constructs are made of concepts. The primordial ruin uncreates concepts. Therefore, standard barriers are useless against it. He paused, letting that land. Every shield ever raised. Every technique. Every application. All of it is a construct. All of it can be unmade. Rosa was the first to process it. The Brazilian rank 10, whose barrier techniques incorporated carnival mathematics, rhythm and pattern and joyful complexity. She closed her eyes, opened them, and nodded once. You're saying we can't fight it? We can't, Seojin confirmed. Not if fighting means resisting through technique. Chenwei spoke next. The Chinese shield master, ancient by hunter standards, who had trained 3 national shield academies. Then what are we doing here? If the answer is retreat, we should retreat. If the answer is death, we should face it with dignity. The answer is we need to find something that isn't a construct, Seojin said. Something that can't be uncreated because it doesn't exist as a made thing. Volkov, the Russian giant, leaned forward. His barriers incorporated philosophical strength, the idea that someone believes fiercely that nothing should die. He said, there is nothing that is not made, Kong. Everything is constructed. Even the void is a construct. We construct it with our acknowledgement of it. Then we need to find something more fundamental than construction, Seojin said. Something that precedes the act of making itself. Amara, the African shield queen, whose barriers wove together communities and sang with collective strength, spoke quietly. You're talking about something metaphysical. But the ruin is physical. It uncreates matter. It uncreates the concept that allows matter to maintain coherence, Seojin corrected. Which means the solution isn't physical. It's conceptual. The Global Shield Network representatives were listening now, 40 hunters across continents. All of them rank 8 or higher. All of them masters of their craft. All of them knowing that their craft was inadequate. What would such a thing be? Someone asked from the video feed. Japanese accent. Probably Osaka sector. Seojin had been thinking about this during the 6-hour hold. He said, a barrier that isn't made of energy. A barrier that's made of will. Not the will to resist, but the will to exist. The choice to persist. Something the ruin can't uncreate because the choice precedes uncreation itself. A conceptual choice can't hold back physical uncreation, Rosa said, though she sounded like she was testing the idea rather than dismissing it. Can't it? Seojin asked. What makes the ruin capable of uncreating matter? Is it a force that predates matter, or is it the force that comes from the idea that things should not continue to exist? If it's the latter, then something that comes from the idea that things should continue to exist would be equally real. The silence in the bunker was the sound of every shield-class hunter on the planet realizing their expertise had just become insufficient. They were masters of technique. This required something technique couldn't reach. Moon Jae-ho was younger, only 3 years into his shield journey, but his voice came through clear from the academy feed. So we need to stop thinking of this as combat. We need to think of it as what? Philosophy. Choice, Seojin said. The first choice. Before technique. Before power. Before anything else. The choice to protect something. The choice to let something persist. That choice is older than the uncreation force because the ruin came from the moment when that choice was denied. It's the anti-choice. The choice not to protect. If we can embody the original choice, the protection impulse in its purest form, we might create a barrier it can't unmake. Dako's voice came through, rough with age. You're going to try to become that barrier yourself. It wasn't a question. Seojin didn't bother to lie. I'm going to have to. The meeting continued for 2 more hours, with Rosa and Chun Wei designing a distributed barrier network that would hold the ruin in place long enough for Seojin to attempt whatever he was attempting. Volkov worked out the precise positioning. Amara coordinated the global shield network into a synchronized pulse. Moon Jae-ho established secondary containment protocols. But Seojin's mind was already elsewhere, reaching backward through his own memories, searching for something older than his memories themselves. The shield breaker system had always given him access to the impacts he'd absorbed, fragments of hunters before him. But perhaps there was more. Perhaps deeper in the archive, there was something the system had never fully revealed. The meeting ended. The global shield network prepared. Seojin went into deep meditation in the Rampart's core chamber, reaching downward into the impact memory archive with an intensity he'd never previously attempted. He needed to find what it meant to choose to protect before anyone had the technique to do so. Chapter 123, Ancestral Memories. The Impact Memory Archive had always been Seojin's strength as a shield-class hunter. Every impact he absorbed left a mark, a moment of force encountered and survived. He had learned to navigate this archive, to extract lessons from the 847,293 impacts he'd integrated during the void healing. Each impact was a conversation with force itself, a moment of understanding what it meant to stand firm when something wanted to move him. But he had never gone deeper, never looked beyond his own impacts, beyond the impacts he had actively absorbed. There was a boundary to the archive that he'd always accepted, a place where his own memory ended and something else began. In meditation, Seojin reached for that boundary. It shattered like glass. The impacts weren't just his. They were layered. Beneath his 847,293 moments were millions more, hundreds of millions, a strata of defensive force that extended back through human history in ways he'd never previously comprehended. Every shield ever raised left a mark. Every moment a human being stood between something dangerous and something they wanted to protect. That moment didn't end when the barrier dropped. It accumulated. It resonated. It built a foundation. Seojin was drowning in shields. He saw a woman in ancient Korea, barely 20, raising a barrier of pure love to protect her child from a demon. The barrier was small. It lasted 3 seconds. But in those 3 seconds, she made the choice. The uncreated force would have unmade her child, unmade the love itself. Instead, she held. She chose. The barrier didn't last, but the choice did. It resonated backward through time, feeding into every shield that would come after her. He saw a Slavic hunter, male, old, dying, holding a barrier not against a gate, but against the despair of his own people. Knowing the barrier would kill him, knowing it would last only hours, choosing to do it anyway because the choice mattered more than the survival. The uncreation force would hunger for this kind of choice. It was almost uncreated already, given by someone willing to die. But the choice to protect something, even in the face of death, that was stronger than the hunger. That choice rippled through the archive. He saw an African shielder from 5,000 years ago, pushing back against something that had no name in any human language. She didn't have the vocabulary for what she was doing. She had only the impulse. Protect. Choose to keep something alive. The barrier failed. The entity unmade her completely. But her choice remained in the archive. It was there in every shield that came after, a fundamental resonance that said, protection is possible. Seojin's individual consciousness was dissolving into the collective consciousness of every person who had ever decided to shield something. They weren't teaching him their techniques. They were teaching him something older than technique. They were teaching him the memory of the first choice. The first time a human being stood between danger and something vulnerable and decided, no, you cannot have this. This I will protect. There was no barrier technique in that choice. There was no power system, no energy classification, no ranking structure. There was only the choice. Repeated billions of times, across centuries, across cultures, across every land where humans had lived. The choice to protect, to preserve, to let something continue when it could be unmade. That choice was real in a way technique could never be real. Seojin saw a Japanese shielder from the Edo period, blind, using sound sense to hold a barrier that protected a village from an earthquake spirit. The technique was elegant. The understanding was brilliant. But beneath the technique was the choice. The choice that the village mattered. The choice that its continued existence was worth the shielder's life. That choice made the technique real, not the reverse. He saw an American hunter from the 21st century, before gates, before the system, during the hidden years when hunters still didn't understand what they were. She had shields that came from pure instinct, no technique at all, just the reflex to protect her teammates. The barrier failed, but the choice moment lasted, rippled backward and forward through time simultaneously, feeding into the archive. Every moment of protection was real, not because it was powerful, but because it was chosen. Seojin surfaced from the meditation to find he'd been under for 14 hours. His body was aching. The primordial ruin was 3 districts away from Seoul's center. But his mind was expanded in a way it had never been before. He wasn't just Kong Seojin, regressor, rank 11 shield. He was the accumulated will of every human being who had ever decided that something deserved to continue existing. The shield breaker system acknowledged this with quiet reverence. Ancestral connection established. Impact memory archive expanded. Available foundation impressions, 2,847,392. Recommendation, Deep Archive Resonance Protocols. Shield DAO advancement potential detected. Seojin stood. His legs were shaking. But he understood something fundamental now. The primordial ruin wasn't evil. It was necessary. But so was this choice. The choice to protect was as fundamental as the choice to end. They were the original pair, and they needed each other to be complete. But that didn't mean he had to let the ruin unmake Seoul. He walked back toward the command center, and every step he took, he could feel the presence of every shielder in the archive walking with him. Chapter 124. The ruin's nature revealed the ancestral memories, showed Seojin something impossible, a moment before moments, when the universe itself was making its first fundamental choice. In that pre-dimensional space, before reality had solidified into physics and law, there were 2 impulses. One was the impulse to preserve, to keep something safe, to let it continue, to choose to build and maintain. The other was the impulse to end, to allow cessation, to create space for change through destruction, to choose to release and unbecome. These weren't good and evil. These were the original binary, the thesis and antithesis from which all reality flowed. The first impulse had found its expression in what became barriers, shields, preservation. It had encoded itself into the fabric of protection. Every shield that came after was an echo of that first impulse, a human being saying, I choose to preserve this. I choose to keep this safe. I choose to let this remain. The second impulse had been imprisoned. Seojin could see the memory of it now, layered into the dimensional structure that had been created 6 months ago when he healed the Void Emperor. The wound in the void was actually a prison. The primordial ruin had been sealed away by beings that predated current civilization, perhaps predated reality itself, because the impulse to uncreate was dangerous. Unchecked, it would have reversed all existence, returned everything to the predimensional void from which nothing could build. When Seojin healed the wound, he had unknowingly opened the prison. The knowledge of this came with a terrible clarity. This was his responsibility, not his fault. The ruin's imprisonment wasn't his doing, and healing a wounded dimension was the right choice. But the consequence was his to manage. The primordial ruin wasn't sentient in the way humans understood sentience. It wasn't conscious. It was force, pure uncreative force. But in the ancestral memories, Seojin could see that this force wasn't malevolent. It was purpose. Just as a shield exists to protect, the ruin existed to uncreate. It wasn't angry. It wasn't hungry. It simply was. And its nature was to return things to the void because that was its function in the cosmic order. You could no more blame the ruin for uncreating than you could blame a shield for protecting. But that didn't mean Seojin would allow it to uncreate soul. The realization clicked into place. Both forces were necessary. Without the ruin's ability to uncreate, nothing could change. The universe would stagnate. Reality would calcify. But without the impulse to protect, nothing would survive long enough to matter. There had to be balance. The ruin was looking for that balance. Seojin could see it now in the pattern of its movement. It wasn't trying to unmake everything. It was searching for something strong enough to resist it, something that could stand as an equal force. It was looking for the original protection impulse. It was looking for a shield strong enough to create equilibrium. Seojin sat in the command center and watched the ruin move through Seoul's outer districts. He understood now that there would be no defeating it. But there could be negotiation. There could be balance. There could be a new arrangement. The question was, could he create a barrier strong enough that the ruin would recognize it as an equal? Could he embody the protection impulse so completely that the uncreation force would have to stop and acknowledge the equilibrium? He thought of all the shielders in the archive, all their choices to protect, all their moments of choosing to let something continue. That was the Real foundation. Not technique, not power, the choices themselves. Seojin opened his eyes. Contact the team, he told Pilsung, who was coordinating the barrier network. Tell them I need them at specific locations. And tell them I need them to understand why they're there. The ruin was 5 hours away. In 5 hours, Seojin would stand before it and ask it a question that predated language. What do you value enough to stop destroying for? If he could ask that question in a form the ruin understood, through the language of force and choice and will, then perhaps the two original impulses could find their balance again. Not destruction, not imprisonment, but honest coexistence. The alternative was the unmaking of soul. Seojin didn't intend to accept that alternative. Chapter 125. Soul under siege. The ruin moved like weather. Not fast, but inevitable. Seojin watched from the Oblivion Rampart's apex as the third district began to dissolve. Streets were fading to the grassland they'd been before humans decided to pave them. Buildings were returning to their component materials, which were returning to Earth, which was returning to nothing, which was returning to void. The evacuation had been perfect. Seoul's population had been moved out in a cascade operation designed and executed by Yura with ruthless efficiency. 3 million people, gone to secondary cities, distributed so no single point would become an unmanageable concentration. No casualties, no deaths, just absence, like the city had been briefly taken off loan and people remembered to bring it back. But the city itself was being unmade. Dako stood at the rampart's primary barrier anchor, his ancient body burning with S-rank berserker energy. Pilsung had wired him into the barrier network, special equipment designed by engineers who understood that sometimes you had to push a body beyond normal limits to achieve the impossible. Dako's power flowed through the barriers like blood through veins, keeping them from uncreating even as the ruin pressed against them. Each moment he held cost him. The power was burning away his remaining years. Seojin could see it in the way Dako's hair was getting whiter, strand by strand, as the energy drained his life force to fuel the barrier. Keep going, Seojin said through the network. Just a few more hours. Not going anywhere, Dako replied, and there was something almost peaceful in his voice. If I'm going to die, this is a good death. Protecting soul. Protecting your attempt. Not bad for an old man. Myri was with him, positioned at the secondary barrier node, her healing power flowing in a constant stream toward Dako. She was younger, rank 9, and she was straining. Healing someone while they were burning out their life force was brutal work. It was like trying to fill a cup with a hole in the bottom, except the hole was getting bigger and faster and would eventually win. Don't calculate the cost, Seojin told her through the personal channel. Just keep him alive until I can end this. Don't think about the time he's burning. I'm trying not to, Myri said, and her voice was sharp with suppressed grief. She had trained under Dako for years. He had become something like an older uncle to her. Watching him burn away for this was its own kind of unmaking. The ruin pushed harder against the barrier network. The distributed shield system was holding. Rosa in Brazil, maintaining the South American anchor. Chenwei in China, keeping Eastern Asia stable. Volkov in Russia. Amara across Africa. Dozens of smaller shield-class hunters positioned at secondary points. All of them working in synchronized rhythm, their barriers creating a web of protection around Seoul and the surrounding zones. All of them could feel the ruin. It wasn't like fighting an enemy that had intentions and patterns. It was like standing against gravity. The ruin simply continued to exist and to uncreate, and the barriers had to persist against that continuity. There was no battle rhythm. There was only the endless choice to remain. Seojin moved through the ramparts corridors toward the center chamber. That's where it would happen. That's where he would have to stand and embody the original protection impulse strongly enough to make the ruin notice. Strongly enough to matter. Yura met him at the chamber doors. She was supposed to be at the western secondary anchor, but she'd handed off to Moon Jae-ho and come here. You're not doing this alone, she said. It wasn't a request. Yes, I am, Seojin said. The barrier network needs your positioning. We can't lose the western anchor too. Moon's got the western anchor. Moon's rank 8 and growing. He can hold it long enough. Yura stepped into the chamber with him. But you're not standing against that thing by yourself. I'm staying. Seojin wanted to argue. He didn't. Instead, he said, if this doesn't work, the barrier fails and Seoul unravels. Then I'll unravel with you, Yura said. At least I'll be standing next to you when it happens. That was the choice, Seojin realized. Not the power to resist. The choice to remain anyway. The choice to stay even when staying meant potential unmade. That was what made a barrier real. The primordial ruin reached Seoul's inner city. The barrier network sang under the strain. Dako screamed, not in pain but in effort, pushing his body past the threshold of survival, every fiber burning to keep the barrier intact. Myri screamed back, her healing power flowing in counterpoint, trying to keep him alive long enough for Seojin to attempt the impossible. In the center chamber, Seojin and Yura stood facing the point where the ruin would break through. Ready? Yura asked. Seojin took her hand. No, he said. But we're doing it anyway. The barrier at the chamber's center began to unbecome. Chapter 126. The realization the moment the barrier began to dissolve. Seojin felt something shift in his understanding. The barrier wasn't failing because it was weak. It was failing because it was the wrong kind of barrier. Energy constructs couldn't stand against uncreation because they were, by definition, constructs. Things that had been made could be unmade. But the act of choosing to make them, that was different. Seojin released his barrier projection. He stopped trying to construct something against the ruin. Instead, he reached deeper. Not to his technique. To the moment before technique. To the choice. The shield Dao wasn't about energy management. It wasn't about force projection or barrier geometry. Those were tools. The Dao itself was older. The Dao was the impulse. The choice to say, this will not be unmade. Not because I have the power to resist, but because I choose to stand in the way. The ruin touched him. Seojin felt his body beginning to dissolve. Not painfully. It was actually clean. His hands became translucent, then transparent, then the idea of hands ceased. His consciousness fragmented. Memories scattered. The system screamed warnings that became increasingly incoherent as the distinction between Seojin's consciousness and void began to blur. In that moment of dissolution, he understood something that had been waiting for him all along. He couldn't make a barrier against the ruin, but he could be the barrier, not as a construct, but as a choice, not as power, but as will. The first will, the will that said, I exist, and because I exist and I choose to protect, there is something that cannot be uncreated. The choice was self-evident. It required no external justification. It couldn't be uncreated because it came from something older than the concept of creation itself. Seojin stopped dissolving. Not suddenly, not dramatically. He simply continued existing in a way that the ruin couldn't account for. He was being unmade, but he was choosing faster than the unmade could advance. Choice and uncreation were locked in the same space, the same moment, the same Seojin. His body reconstituted partially. Hands that flickered between existence and void. Eyes that saw soul and saw nothing simultaneously. But underneath it all was certainty. I choose to remain. The ruin recoiled. It was the first time Seojin had felt the ruin express something like surprise. The uncreation force had encountered something it couldn't simply unmake. It had encountered the will itself. The original choice. The protective impulse that had always opposed it in the cosmic order. This is what I am, Seojin said, and his voice was the voice of every shielder in the ancestral archive. This is what all of us are. We choose to remain. We choose to protect. You cannot unmake a choice because choice precedes unmade. Choice comes first. The ruin didn't respond in words. It didn't have words, but it acknowledged. It acknowledged that here was something equal. Here was something older. Here was the partner force that had been imprisoned eons ago, waiting for the moment when their balance could be restored. Seojin stood at the threshold between existence and uncreation, and he held. He held not through power, but through the sheer weight of billions of choices to protect. Every shielder who had ever lived, choosing to stand firm. Every person who had ever decided that something mattered enough to risk themselves for it. He held. And slowly, the uncreation began to recognize that this wasn't a battle to be won, but an equilibrium to be achieved. Chapter 127. The team shares what they protect the moment of equilibrium held. The ruin hung suspended, neither advancing nor retreating, the barrier network holding it in place, while something older than technique worked itself out in the space between existence and void. Seojin called his team to the center chamber. Not to fight, to witness. They gathered, one by one. Yura was already there, her hand still in his. Dako came, still burning with energy, leaning on Mairi, who looked like she might collapse at any moment, but whose healing power was still flowing, still maintaining the barrier network. Doyen arrived with the weariness of someone who had been managing bastion dragons across the network for hours. Pilsung, technical genius, who had wired everything together and kept it functioning. Xianxia, who usually spoke in data but whose eyes were wide with the weight of what she was witnessing. Moon Jae-ho from the academy secondary position, his rank 8 barrier barely holding, but holding nonetheless. I need to ask you something, Seojin said. Not as a hunter or a leader, as Seojin. He looked at each of them, and he asked the question that mattered most. What would you protect? If the universe ended, if everything was being uncreated, if there was no victory possible and no survival guaranteed, what would you choose to protect anyway? Dako laughed, an old man's laugh that had nothing to do with humor. Everything I've already chosen, he said. Every person I've trained. Every moment I've stood in front of. That's what I'd protect. Not with power. With stubbornness. The fact that I stood there means something. I won't have that uncreated. Mairi's voice was small but steady. Anyone told they don't matter, she said. That's what I'd protect. The people nobody thinks are worth the effort. The ones nobody saves because they don't have power or connections or worth in the system's eyes. I'd protect them, even if it meant I unraveled doing it. Pilsung spoke carefully. The things we build together, he said. The systems, the infrastructure, the practical structures that let people live better. That's what matters to me. Not the grand heroic stuff. The boring, technical, necessary stuff. I'd protect that. Doyen said, my family. Not blood family. The family I chose. These people. All of you. The people who stood next to me when I was broken. I'd protect that relationship. That choice to stand together. That's more real than anything the ruin can touch. Xianxia cleared her throat. The truth, she said. The accurate record of what happened. The truth about the system and about ourselves. That's what I'd protect. Because if the truth gets uncreated, then we uncreate ourselves. Moon Jae-ho, the youngest among them, stepped forward. His voice shook, but held steady. Myself, he said. I protect myself. Just me. Because for so long I was told that protecting myself meant I was selfish. I was told that a real hunter dies for others. But I protect myself. Because I matter. And if I don't believe that, then I can't believe that anyone else matters either. Yura's hand tightened on Seojin's. She said, you. I protect you. I know it sounds simple, but it's the only thing I'm certain about. Every choice I've made has led here, and I protect this. I protect the fact that you exist. I protect you from uncreation itself. Seojin felt something shift inside him. Not breaking. Settling. Like all the fractured pieces of what he was supposed to be coming into alignment. These were the real barriers. Not the techniques. Not the power. The choices. The things that mattered. The things worth standing against the void for. What about you? Dako asked. What would you protect? Seojin looked at the ruin, still suspended, still waiting. Still the force of uncreation, patient and present. He said, all of this. This moment. This choice we're making to stand together. The fact that we can choose. I'd protect the possibility of choosing. Because without that, we're not human. We're not hunters. We're just things that happen. And I won't have that uncreated. He felt the responses resonate through the barrier network. Rosa in Brazil choosing to protect the joy she'd built. Chinwei choosing to protect the knowledge she'd accumulated. Volkov choosing to protect the strength he'd learned to question. Amara choosing to protect the community she'd woven together. Millions of people across the globe, aware through the network that they were part of something larger than themselves, each choosing what they'd protect. And beneath it all, the primordial ruin began to understand. This wasn't opposition. This was answer. This was the response to its nature that it had been seeking since before time began. Chapter 128. Seojin faces the ruin alone. The team dispersed to the barrier network positions as Seojin walked toward the center of the chamber, where the primordial ruin pressed against the final barrier. The barrier dissolved at his approach. Not because he wanted to die, but because the real confrontation required no shield construct. It required presence. It required choice made manifest. The ruin expanded as the barrier fell away. It wasn't attacking. It was acknowledging. Here was the space where the confrontation would occur. Here was the moment where the fundamental forces would meet. Seojin opened his arms and did not raise a barrier. The uncreation touched him immediately. It was exquisite in its precision. His outer skin began to dissolve, but cleanly, almost gently. The atoms that composed his body recognized their permission to return to void and began the process. His sense of touch was the first to go. Then taste. Then smell. The progressively larger sensory systems began to collapse as the chemical constructs that gave them meaning simply ceased to have ever been. His vision fragmented into geometries that made no sense. His hearing came through as frequencies that predated sound. His consciousness was dissolving into something that wasn't quite unconsciousness but the memory of consciousness, the knowledge that he had once been aware, without the actual mechanism of awareness. The system was screaming. Critical. Dissolution detected. Critical. Consciousness fragmenting. Critical. Existential failure imminent. Emergency barrier protocols activated. Critical. Seojin interrupted the screaming with will. Not power. Will. The choice to silence it. The choice to stop resisting long enough to hear what was actually happening beneath the fear. And what was happening was simple. He was being unmade. The concepts that held him together, the chemical bonds, the biological organization, the quantum coherence that suggested Seojin as a unified entity, all of it was being returned to its component parts. He was dissolving into the void that had created him. And he chose to keep existing anyway. Not through power. Not through technique. Not through barrier or shield or defense system. Through choice. Through the decision that predated all of those things. The decision that, I exist. I choose to remain. I choose to be a person who protects things. And because that choice exists, I cannot be completely unmade. The dissolution continued. Seojin's hands became void. His arms followed. His body was becoming transparent, becoming translucent, becoming the suggestion of a shape that had once been. His consciousness was fragmenting into pieces that scattered and reformed and scattered again. But underneath it all, the choice remained. I exist, even as his neurons dissolved, even as his DNA unspooled into component proteins, even as the proteins became amino acids and the amino acids became void, even as everything about him that was Seojin Kong, hunter, regressor, rank 11 shield, all of it came undone. The choice remained. I choose to protect. This choice couldn't be uncreated because it came from the place before creation. This choice couldn't be dissolved because it had never been constructed. It was axiom. It was truth. It was the thing that said, some things are worth standing for, and I am choosing to be the thing that stands. Seojin was half gone now. Only the upper half of his body remained visible, and even that was fading. But in the moment between existence and void, something crystallized. Not a barrier, not a defense. A simple, fundamental assertion, I remain. The assertion was so quiet it was almost impossible to hear. But it was louder than anything the ruin had encountered since its imprisonment. It was louder than the first barrier ever raised. It was louder than every shield ever created, because it came from before shields were needed. It came from the moment when someone first decided that something mattered enough to die for. Seojin held the assertion, not screaming it, not fighting with it, simply being it, simply continuing to choose to exist in the moment where uncreation wanted him to not. The ruin recoiled slightly, not in fear, in recognition. Here was the answer to its nature. Here was the equal force it had been seeking. Here was not opposition, but balance. Not destruction of the destroyer, but acknowledgement of what it was against what opposed it. Seojin's body continued to dissolve. His face was fading. His consciousness was fragmenting into something that wasn't quite awareness, but wasn't quite void either. It was the space between. It was the moment of choosing that held despite everything saying no. In that moment, suspended between existence and non-existence, between created and uncreated, Seojin finally understood the true form of the shield Tao. It wasn't defense. It was affirmation. The refusal to let something be negated. Not through power, through will, through the certainty that some things, once chosen, cannot be unmade because the choice itself is older than creation. He held, in the void, in the dissolution, in the unbecoming of everything that was Seojin Kong, he held to the choice to be. And the primordial ruin recognized it. Chapter 129. The assertion in the space where Seojin's body had been, something crystallized that had no name. It wasn't a barrier. It wasn't energy. It wasn't any construct that could be uncreated because it had never been constructed. It was foundation. It was the ground floor of reality, the assumption that had to be true before anything else could be real. The primordial ruin pressed against it, and for the first time since it had emerged from its imprisonment, it met something that refused to dissolve. I exist, Seojin said, and the words came from every part of him that was still partially whole. His consciousness was scattered, but each fragment spoke the same truth. I exist. I protect. I remain. The assertion wasn't a fight. It wasn't a defense. It was simply the statement of a fact so fundamental that the ruin couldn't uncreate it without uncreating the possibility of existence itself. Reality itself depended on the ability to exist and the choice to protect. Without those two things, there would be no universe, no atoms, no possibility of anything. Seojin had become the embodiment of that dependency. He was the assertion that made creation possible. The ruin couldn't unmake him because unmaking him would be unmaking the possibility of creation. Around the rampart, something shifted in the barrier network. The shields that had been rigid and energy-based began to transform. Rosa's barrier in Brazil stopped being a construct of force and became an assertion, this joy persists. Chunwei's barrier in China became, this wisdom remains. Volkov's became, this strength is ours. Amara's became, this community endures. The global shield network wasn't fighting anymore. It was affirming. Every shield-class hunter on the planet was making the same choice Seojin was making. I choose to be real. I choose to let what I protect be real. The ruin recognized the pattern. It recognized that here was not opposition, but partnership. The force that created and the force that dissolved. The force that made and the force that unmade. They were the cosmic pair. They were necessary to each other. Seojin's body reconstituted. Not through healing. Through the sheer weight of the choice to exist becoming so heavy that the void couldn't hold him anymore. His atoms found each other in the dissolution and said, "We choose to remember what we were." His consciousness gathered itself from the fragments and said, "I choose to be aware." He materialized standing in the center of the chamber, half dissolved and half real, transparent and solid simultaneously. But holding, always holding. The choice was more real than the body now. "You were imprisoned," Seojin said to the ruin, and the words came from the foundation energy that had replaced his power system. "Not because you were evil, because you were necessary and they were afraid of you. You are the end of all things, the dissolver of constructs, the releaser of bound energy. Without you, nothing would change. Everything would calcify. You're not the enemy. You're the other half of what makes existence work." The ruin moved closer, and Seojin didn't flinch. It wasn't attacking now. It was examining. It was trying to understand how something could exist and persist in the face of uncreation. How something could choose to remain despite being dissolved. "And this," Seojin continued, gesturing to the barrier network, to the city beyond, to all the people who had chosen to stand firm. "This is the other half. The impulse to keep things safe. The choice to say, despite everything that wants to unmake you, you persist. Despite everything that wants to dissolve you, you matter. These two halves need each other. Uncreation needs something to uncreate. Creation needs something to dissolve old forms and make room for new ones." The ruin was quiet now, still present, still real, still capable of returning things to void. But the hunger in it was changing. The drive to simply uncreate everything was becoming something more complex. It was becoming an understanding of its own nature. "What do you need?" Seojin asked. "To stop? To remain somewhere specific? To have a boundary?" The ruin's response came as a sensation rather than words. It needed to be acknowledged. It needed to be recognized as necessary. It needed to know that it wasn't a mistake that had to be corrected, but a part of the cosmic order that had always belonged. "Then I acknowledge you," Seojin said. "You are necessary. Your dissolution is as important as my protection. We're the two halves of the same truth. The cosmic pair. You have a place in this universe not despite what you are, but because of what you are." The primordial ruin, for the first time, ceased its blind dissolving. It recognized itself. It recognized that it had been feared, imprisoned, hated, but also necessary. And in that recognition, it became something more complex than simple uncreation force. It became part of a balance. The barrier network crystallized around it, not to trap it, but to define its boundaries. The ruin would exist, would continue to be what it was, but in its proper dimension, its proper relationship with creation. It would dissolve old forms to make room for new ones. It would return excess matter to void. It would be the natural entropy that allowed change. But it would no longer consume everything indiscriminately. Seojin felt foundation energy settling into his bones, replacing the power system that had defined him as a shield-class hunter. This was rank 12. This was the level where technique became truth, where power became philosophy, where the shield class Tao transcended itself. He was no longer a hunter who made barriers. He was a guardian of the principle that some things persist. Some things remain. Some things choose to exist despite all resistance. And he would stand against any force, seen or unseen, that tried to deny that choice to others. Chapter 130, Eternal Aegis, Rank 12, the moment stretched like taffy. The universe held its breath as Seojin's form solidified not through any barrier technique, but through the sheer weight of the foundation energy that had replaced his old power system. This wasn't a shield-class hunter's advance. This was transcendence. His body reformed. Not exactly. It was better than reformed. It was reconstituted with the knowledge of what it had been when dissolved, the understanding of every atom that composed it, and why each atom mattered. Seojin's skin reassembled with the knowledge that it was a choice to remain separate. His bones reformed with the knowledge that structure was an assertion against void. His consciousness gathered with the knowledge that awareness itself was the ultimate protection. When he opened his eyes, The primordial ruin was 3 feet away, and it was patient. The system announced his advancement not with the standard rank 12 notification, but with something deeper. Shield Dao Transcendence achieved. Classification, Eternal Aegis. Barrier synthesis obsolete. Truth assertion protocol active. Primary function, affirmation of persistence. Secondary function, protection through ontological certainty. All previous limitations voided. Seojin felt the difference immediately. The old shield breaker system had given him access to power and technique. The Eternal Aegis gave him access to what was beneath power. When he looked at the barrier network holding the ruin, he didn't see energy constructs anymore. He saw affirmations. He saw billions of humans saying, "This city persists. These people matter. This choice to protect is real." And because they were saying it, because they were choosing it, the barriers didn't break. They couldn't break. Not because they were strong enough to resist uncreation, but because they affirmed something that predated the concept of strength itself. Seojin took a step toward the ruin, and the space around him rippled. Not with power, with meaning. Every step he took said, "This ground is real. This position is occupied. This person chooses to stand here." "Your turn," he said to the ruin. "What do you affirm? What do you choose to be?" The ruin was silent, but the silence was communicative. It was processing. It was understanding that for eons, it had been denied the chance to answer that question. It had been imprisoned with no one asking it what it wanted to be, what purpose it might fulfill without being seen as a threat. "You are dissolution," Seojin said. "That's what you are. That's what you choose." But dissolution isn't simple destruction. Dissolution is transformation. You return things to their component parts so they can be recombined differently. You are renewal. You are change. You are the necessary counterpart to creation. Affirm that. Choose that. The ruin moved, and as it moved, something changed about it. It was still the force of uncreation. It would always be. But now it was uncreation with purpose. Uncreation that understood itself. Uncreation that chose to be part of the balance rather than opposition to it. The barrier network felt the shift. All across the globe, Shield-class hunters felt the moment when the ruin stopped being a threat and became a partner. Still dangerous, still powerful, but no longer hungry for indiscriminate dissolution. Seojin's barriers transformed. They were no longer defensive constructs. They were true rank 12 barriers. Affirmations of persistence so fundamental that they didn't resist uncreation so much as coexist with it. The Eternal Aegis barriers said, "You can dissolve form, but you cannot dissolve choice. You can return matter to void, but you cannot return the commitment to protect." The world felt this transformation. In Seoul, buildings that had been only partially unmade began to reconstitute. Not repaired, reconstituted. The matter that had been returned to components suddenly remembered what it had been, and it remembered not through force but through choice. The steel beam said, "I choose to be structure." The brick said, "I choose to be shelter." The glass said, "I choose to be transparency and protection simultaneously." It was impossible. It violated the laws of thermodynamics. It violated the fundamental principle that once things dissolved, they stayed dissolved. But that's because those laws had been written by physicists who didn't understand foundation energy. Those laws presumed that matter was passive. Matter was passive, but choice could make matter active. The choice to protect could convince matter to persist. Rosa's barrier in Brazil transformed, and with it, all of South America felt the shift. Chunwei's barrier in China crystallized, and all of Asia felt the confirmation. Volkov's barrier in Russia became pure affirmation. Amara's barrier across Africa became community incarnate. Hundreds of Shield-class hunters worldwide felt their power systems transform, not into something stronger, but into something more real. Seojin stood in the center of Seoul, surrounded by the primordial ruin and the barrier network, and he felt his connection to every person on the planet who had chosen to protect something. Every human who had ever stood between danger and something vulnerable. Every parent who had shielded a child. Every lover who had chosen presence over self-interest. Every community that had held together against pressure to dissolve. All of them were real now. All of them were eternal aegis, at least partially. All of them were making the assertion, "I choose to remain. I choose to protect." The ruin bowed. If something without form could bow, it acknowledged the eternal aegis. It acknowledged Seojin. It acknowledged that here was the force that balanced it. And in that acknowledgement, the cosmic order was restored, not to what it had been before, to something new, something where dissolution and creation could coexist without one destroying the other, something where choice, the choice to protect and the choice to transform, could both be real. Seojin felt his body solidify completely. The foundation energy settled into his bones like he'd always been made of it. The system updated. Rank 12 Eternal Aegis confirmed. Barrier classification, fundamental assertion. Shield Dao optimization, complete. Estimated operational duration, permanent. For the first time since his regression 18 years ago, Seojin felt what it meant to have no ceiling. No next level. No future advancement to chase. He was as advanced as he could be. And more importantly, he was at peace with that. He had finally become what he needed to be. Chapter 131. The negotiation, the confrontation between Eternal Aegis and the primordial ruin was not a battle. It never could have been. Battles implied resolution through force, and neither of these was a force that could be outdone. Instead, it was a dialogue happening in the language of existence itself. Seojin didn't speak to the ruin with words. He spoke with his presence. His affirmation that he chose to be here, in this form, in this place, protecting these people. The ruin responded by pressing against that affirmation, not trying to dissolve it, but trying to understand it. How could something choose to persist? How could choice matter against the fundamental drive toward dissolution and return? How could will override physics? Seojin answered with another affirmation. Choice comes before physics. Choice comes before matter. Choice is the ground floor. Everything else is built on top of it. The ruin tested this by attempting to dissolve a section of the barrier network. Immediately, the chosen barrier reasserted itself, not through power, through the billions of humans behind it choosing that it should persist. The shield-class hunters all around the world, connected through foundation energy, all saying simultaneously, this protects us. This matters. This does not dissolve. The ruin recognized it. Dissolved things couldn't reassert themselves. But these barriers were reasserting through the force of choice. They were becoming a category of thing that transcended the normal rules of uncreation. Over the next hours, the negotiation deepened. The ruin moved slowly through Seoul, testing the barriers at different points, trying to understand the nature of what opposed it. And at every point, it found the same thing, persistent choice. Humans who had decided that their city mattered and that it should remain. Seojin found himself in direct communication with the essence of the ruin. It wasn't telepathy. It was understanding that happened at a level deeper than language. The ruin was asking a fundamental question. If choice can make things persist, why did it choose me to be imprisoned? Why did it choose to make dissolution something to be feared? Seojin felt the weight of that question. It was ancient. The imprisonment had happened so long ago that the original reasons had been lost to time. But the feeling remained. The ruin had been defined as the thing to fear, the thing that needed to be locked away, the thing that everyone wanted to avoid becoming. Because they didn't understand you, Seojin said. And this time he did use words, knowing the ruin could interpret them now. Because dissolution seemed like simple destruction. They didn't understand that you were necessary. That without you, things would stagnate. That without you, there could be no change. Then why not dissolve everything? The ruin's response came as a pressure, a question in the form of force. If I am necessary, shouldn't I be free to uncreate at will? Because you're not the only necessary force, Seojin said. Protection is equally necessary. The choice to persist is equally fundamental. You and I are the cosmic pair. Neither of us can be right without the other. If you dissolve everything, then there's nothing to protect and no reason for choice to exist. If I protect everything forever, then nothing changes and the universe calcifies. We need balance. The ruin was quiet for a long moment. Then it moved. Not toward Seoul. Toward the void space where the rampart's deepest connections went. Toward the dimensional space that had been its prison. Seojin followed, his eternal Aegis barriers expanding to accompany him. The barrier network around the world held steady, the crisis entering a new phase. In the depths of the dimensional structure, Seojin found the heart of the ruin. It was vast. It was ancient. It was the accumulated uncreation energy of eons, the force that had been pushing against its imprisonment since before humanity had learned to make barriers. And beneath all of it, Seojin found something unexpected, Sadness. The ruin was sad. It had been imprisoned for being itself. It had been feared for its nature. It had been contained and limited and told that its existence was a mistake. "I'm sorry," Seojin said, and meant it. "You should have been understood. You should have been honored. You are necessary." The ruin's sadness transformed into something else. Not happiness. It didn't know happiness. But something like recognition. Like finally being seen as what it actually was instead of what it was feared to be. "What do you want?" Seojin asked. "Now that you're free?" The ruin's response came after a long moment of consideration. It wanted to dissolve itself. To choose to limit itself. To become part of a balanced system rather than unchecked force. It wanted to surrender to the partnership with eternal aegis. Seojin understood then that this was the true negotiation. Not Seojin convincing the ruin to stop destroying. The ruin choosing, of its own will, to be part of something larger. To accept limitation because that limitation would serve the greater purpose of allowing existence to continue. "Then here's my offer," Seojin said. "You take your place as the natural entropy of the universe. You dissolve what needs to be dissolved, old forms, excess matter, stagnant structures. You transform the world through dissolution, but you do it in balance with creation. And in return, we acknowledge you as necessary. We honor you as the other half of existence. We teach humans your nature so they understand you without fear." The primordial ruin, for the first time, agreed to something. It agreed to bind itself to the void space, to work in partnership with creation, to be the necessary dissolver that allowed change and renewal. The negotiation was complete. Not a treaty made through force, but a partnership made through choice. The ruin chose to accept limitation because that choice was more real, more powerful, than any prison could ever be. Chapter 132. Balance struck the moment the ruin accepted its place. The entire dimensional structure stabilized. Gates across the globe pulsed silver and black simultaneously, a new color that had never been seen before, the combination of eternal aegis and primordial ruin working in tandem. Reality itself seemed to take a breath. Soul began to fully reconstitute, not through any barrier technique, through the understanding that things could choose to persist, and that choice was stronger than the fundamental laws of physics. Buildings that had been partially unmade suddenly remembered what they had been, and the remembering was enough. Matter reassembled not through force, but through the agreement that it would reassemble. Steel said, "I choose to be a beam again." Concrete said, "I choose to be floor again." Tall said, "I choose to be surface again." It was impossible. It violated everything that should have been true about the nature of matter and entropy. And yet it was happening because the people and soul had chosen that it would happen. The collective will of millions of humans saying, "Our city persists. Our homes matter. Our choice to rebuild is more real than any law of physics." Seojin felt the moment when soul fully stabilized. The city was completely reconstituted, not a single brick out of place, not a single structure damaged. Perfect restoration through the power of choice. "The ruin is negotiated," Seojin announced to the global shield network. "It has accepted its place in the balance. It will serve as necessary entropy, dissolution that transforms without destroying life. Gates will remain open, but they will be stable. The dimensional structure has been reorganized." Around the world, shield-class hunters felt the shift. The pressure against their barriers eased. The desperate holding became recognition that they had already won. The ruin wasn't attacking anymore. It was settling, like a storm that had passed, like the weather becoming clear again. Rose's barrier in Brazil crystallized into permanence. Chunwei's barrier in China became integrated into the dimensional structure itself. Volkov's barrier became part of the natural order. Amara's barrier became the heartbeat of Africa, pulsing with life and protection. The global shield network transformed from crisis containment into the new baseline of the world. The barriers wouldn't disappear. They couldn't disappear. They were part of the cosmic order now, the physical manifestation of the choice to protect. Every city on Earth had barriers now, integrated into the dimensional structure, making them as real as gravity. Seojin walked through Seoul's streets and saw the perfect reconstruction. Every building had returned to exactly what it had been, but better. The people had watched their city being unmade and then remade, and that experience had changed them. They walked through the familiar streets with gratitude, with awe. with the knowledge that their choice to protect had mattered. Their city was here because they had chosen to let it be. The barrier network around him hummed with foundation energy. It was beautiful, not in any visual sense. Beautiful in the way a mathematical proof was beautiful. The way a choice made freely and fearlessly was beautiful. Seojin reached out and touched the nearest barrier, a defensive shield that protected Seoul's inner city. It felt warm. It felt like skin. It felt alive. Because it was alive. Not biologically, but alive in the way that all choices are alive. The barrier was alive because humans had chosen to make it real, and that choice was the most real thing in existence. It's stable, Yura said from beside him. She was tired, worn from hours of channeling through the barrier network, but her eyes were clear. The ruin is actually quiet now. It's like it stopped screaming. It did, Seojin said. It recognized itself. It understood that it wasn't evil, just necessary. And it chose to accept boundaries to itself. That's not usually how forces work, Yura said. No, Seojin agreed. It's not. But the ruin isn't just a force. It's conscious in a way we didn't understand. It understands choice now. And choice is more powerful than force. They stood together in the center of Seoul, watching the city pulse with new life, aware that they had just witnessed the moment when the entire order of existence had reorganized itself. Not through violence, through negotiation, through the fundamental assertion that some things matter, and that mattering is more real than the physics that says they shouldn't exist. The world was different now. Not better or worse. Different. Changed by the choice to protect. Changed by the ruin accepting its place. Changed by the balance being struck. And the change was permanent. Chapter 133. Collapse and Recovery. Seojin's knees buckled 3 blocks from the rampart center. The foundation energy that had replaced his previous power system was still settling into his body, and the neural pathways that had carried power for so long didn't quite know how to carry something that was conceptually different. He fell forward, and Yura caught him before he hit the ground. She was there in an instant, her spear dissolving into pure support, her arms strong around him. I've got you, she said. Just let it settle. The barriers, Seojin managed. Are they stable? Yura said. All of them. Across the entire world. The shield network confirmed 5 minutes ago. Rosa sent word from Brazil. Chenwei from China. Volkov from Russia. Amara from Africa. Xianxia from Tokyo. They're all reporting foundation energy crystallization. All permanent structures. Seojin nodded, and his body finally acknowledged that the crisis was over. The adrenaline that had kept him moving through the confrontation with the ruin drained away, and what remained was exhaustion so complete it felt like the dissolution starting again. His muscles shook. His breath came in gasps. The foundation energy in his bones was still learning how to interface with his nervous system. The team arrived in the next minute. Dako arrived first, which was impossible because he'd been anchoring the primary barrier network. But Seojin was past the point of questioning impossibilities. Dako was just there, leaning against a building, looking like he'd aged 10 years in the past 12 hours. Made it, Dako said. You made it. Everything made it. Behind him came Doyen, who looked like he'd been transformed into pure exhaustion. Behind Doyen came Pilsung, technical genius and barrier network architect, covered in sweat and breathing like he'd run a marathon. Behind Pilsung came Myri, her healer energy so depleted she could barely keep her hands glowing. Behind Myri came Xianxia, still holding data tablets even though the data didn't matter anymore. Moon Jae-ho arrived in a barrier-assisted descent from the barrier network's secondary positions. He looked like he might fall asleep standing up. Is it over? Moon Jae-ho asked, and the question had the weight of someone who wasn't sure what over meant anymore. It's over, Seojin said. The ruin is balanced. The barriers are permanent. Seoul is restored. The world is stable. Seoul is restored, Dako repeated, and there was something almost disbelieving in his voice. He looked around at the perfect reconstruction of the city. Every street exactly as it had been. Every building in perfect condition. Every light and sign and piece of infrastructure completely intact. I watched it unmake. I watched buildings lose coherence. And now it's all back. Exactly back. They chose to come back, Seojin said. The people chose that their city mattered. The choice was strong enough to make it real. Dako sat down on the curb, and Seojin realized the old man was crying. Not quietly. just tears running down his face while he stared at Seoul's restored skyline. Myri sat down next to him and put her arm around his shoulders. Neither of them said anything. There wasn't anything to say that would be big enough to contain what they were feeling. Yura helped Seojin to his feet. We should get you to the rampart. You need medical evaluation. No, Seojin said. I need to walk through the city. I need to see it. I need to understand that it's real. So they walked, all of them together. Seojin and Yura, Dako leaning on Myri, Doyen and Pilsung and Yunseo, and Moon Jaeho. They walked through Seoul's restored streets while the sun rose on a new day in a new world. People were emerging from their evacuation zones. They were returning to the city they thought they'd lost. The streets were filling with humans checking on homes and businesses and the physical geography of their lives. Some of them recognized Seojin. They bowed. They cried. They reached out to touch him like he was a talisman of the impossible choice that had saved their home. You brought it back, a woman said, grabbing his hand. I saw the dissolution. I saw my apartment becoming void. And now it's back. How is it back? Because you chose to come back, Seojin said. Because you decided your city mattered. Because the choice was real. They walked all morning. By noon, they were back at the Oblivion Rampart, and Seojin finally allowed himself to collapse into a medical pod that Myri had waiting. The foundation energy settled fully into his bones as he drifted into sleep. The primordial ruin, safely contained in its dimensional space, settled into a rhythm of gentle, necessary dissolution and renewal. The global shield network hummed with the new baseline reality. For the first time in 3 days, Seojin slept without dreaming. And when he woke, the world had changed forever. Chapter 134. Global Aftermath. The month after the ruins' emergence was a month of reimagining what it meant to live in a gated world. The Aegis Accord formed naturally, organically, as nations realized they needed to coordinate shield-class hunters on a global basis. 17 countries initially, then 30, then 50. Shield networks became as important as air forces. Shield-class hunters became the skeleton of international cooperation. Seojin was offered command. The United Nations convened a special session. The President of Korea spoke personally. The offer was clear: leadership of a unified global shield command. Full authority, full resources, total international cooperation. Seojin declined. I'm a better teacher than a leader, he told the assembly. I can build the framework, but I can't maintain it. My strength is in understanding the Tao, not in managing bureaucracy. Rosa took the command position instead. The Brazilian rank 10 had the temperament and political sense that Seojin lacked. She restructured the global shield network into the Aegis Accord, a functional democracy of shield-class hunters that reported to both their individual nations and to the unified body. It was elegant. It worked. Chun Wei became the intellectual authority, designing new barrier protocols based on foundation energy rather than the old power systems. Her theoretical work established the baseline for understanding how choice could become physically manifest. Volkov became the enforcement mechanism, ensuring that shield-class hunters were protected from exploitation and that their power was used ethically. His presence meant that the system had teeth. Amara became the human heart, traveling to every continent to ensure that shield-class hunters understood themselves not as weapons, but as protectors. She built community. She built understanding. She built the culture that made the system work. And Seojin went back to the academy. The first month was the transformation period. The academy's curriculum was completely redesigned around foundation energy rather than power techniques. Students learned not to make stronger barriers, but to make choices more real. They learned that a barrier made from honest choice could outlast a barrier made from raw power. Seojin stood in the academy's central courtyard 2 months after the ruins' emergence and watched the third-year class practice their barrier forms. They were faster now, more efficient, but more importantly, they were more certain. They knew what they were doing mattered. They knew that the choice to protect was the real power. Better, Ryu Taishin said from beside him. The Breakpoint founder was still teaching, still working, still refusing to retire despite being ancient by hunter standards. They're understanding now. Not just executing technique, but understanding. The system finally gave us the tool to teach what mattered, Seojin said. Before, we were trying to teach philosophy through power systems. Now we can teach choice directly. Taishin smiled. You never thought you'd be a teacher, did you? No, Seojin admitted. I thought I'd be a hunter forever. The system always seemed to want me to advance, to get stronger, to chase the next level. I didn't think there would be an endpoint. Rank 12 isn't an endpoint, Taishin said. It's a foundation. Everything comes after now is about depth, not height. You've reached as high as the system goes. Everything else is just learning what that means. They watched the students practice together. The youngest were maybe 16, 17. The oldest were in their 40s. They were learning that barriers weren't about force or technique or power classification. They were about intention made manifest. They were about the choice to protect, rendered visible through foundation energy. Seojin felt something settle in him that he hadn't known was unsettled. The regression had driven him forward for so long. The system had always been presenting the next challenge, the next advancement, the next goal. But at rank 12, the journey inward was beginning. The real understanding of what it meant to have achieved the impossible. I'm going to redesign the academy, Seojin told Taishin. Not the structure, but the philosophy. I want to build something that teaches young hunters that protection is a choice, not a power. That barriers are made from intention, not technique. Taishin nodded. Do it. The old way was useful, but it's obsolete now. You have a chance to build something new. Something better. Seojin spent the next 3 months designing. With Taishin's help, with Rose's strategic input, with Chun Wei's theoretical framework, with input from Moon Jae-ho and dozens of young hunters who represented the next generation. The result was the Eternal Aegis Academy. Not a replacement for Breakpoint, but a sister institution. A place where Shield-class hunters learned that their power came from choice, not technique. A place where the Tao was taught directly, without the mediation of power systems and classifications. By the end of the 4th month, enrollment was at 5,000 students. By the 6th month, it was at 10,000. Young hunters from around the world came to learn from Seojin and Taishin. They came to understand that they didn't need to be strong. They just needed to be certain. They just needed to choose what they would protect and to make that choice more real than anything that tried to undo it. Chapter 135. The Breakpoint Shield Academy grows. The class was called Integration of Defense Philosophies, and it was co-taught by Ryu, Taishin, and Seojin for the first time in the Academy's history. The classroom was full, 200 third-year students packed into a space designed for 150, sitting on the floor, standing against the walls, perched on every available surface. This was the class everyone wanted. The class where the old way and the new way came together. Taishin stood at the front, his Bastion Dragon's philosophy still etched into his posture after 40 years of teaching. The old way was about absorption. Barriers that took the impact and dispersed it. Barriers that treated force as something to be managed. The new way, Seojin said, is about assertion. Barriers that say, this will not be undone. Not because they're strong enough to resist, but because the choice to protect is more fundamental than any force. But they're not opposed, Taishin said. They're complementary. A barrier that just absorbs becomes unstable. It needs somewhere for the force to go. A barrier that just asserts becomes brittle. It needs to bend and distribute. The best shields do both. Seojin watched the students process this. There was a young woman in the front row, Kong Min-jae, maybe 19, S-rank talent, but more importantly, she asked good questions. She raised her hand. So, it's not about choosing between force management and intention assertion? It's about synthesizing them. Yes, Taishin said. A real barrier is both technical and philosophical. It manages the practical problem of force while also making the assertion about what will persist. The greatest shields do both simultaneously. Seojin nodded. Taishin's technique is about saying, this force does not harm what I protect. My technique is about saying, this thing persists because I choose it to. But the best modern barrier says both. The force doesn't harm, and the thing being protected chooses to remain anyway. The intention strengthens the technical handling, and the technical handling makes the intention sustainable. A student in the back asked, how do we learn to do both? Most of us trained in one system or the other. Taishin and Seojin exchanged a glance. They'd prepared for this question, had in fact designed the class around answering it properly. You spar, Seojin said, against someone who trained in the opposite philosophy. You feel how they think about barriers differently. You learn to recognize the difference between absorption and assertion. And then you practice synthesizing. Taishin gestured to Seojin. You want to try? It wasn't something Seojin had planned to demonstrate in class, but the academy was designed around spontaneous teaching moments. He nodded. They moved to the practice space in the back of the classroom, a 50 by 50-foot arena designed to contain barrier interactions. Seojin was slow at first, teaching through motion. He raised a bastion barrier, a classic absorption technique, designed to take force and distribute it efficiently. Seojin pressed against it with an eternal aegis assertion, a barrier designed not to resist the force but to simply remain while the force washed over it. The two barriers collided. The bastion technique wanted to manage the force. The eternal aegis technique wanted to ignore the force. Neither gave way. Instead, something interesting happened. The two barriers began to blend at the point of contact, creating a hybrid form. There, Seojin said, stopping the exercise. Watch the synthesis. The bastion is still managing force, but the eternal aegis is making the choice to persist. Together, they create something stronger than either alone. The students watched, understanding. Minjae was writing notes. The rest were processing. This was real magic. Not the power magic of raw force, but the deeper magic of two opposing philosophies finding harmony. Seojin and Seojin demonstrated for 20 minutes, showing different angles of synthesis, different ways that absorption and assertion could work together. The classroom was silent except for the soft hum of foundation energy and the older power systems interacting. Finally, they stepped back, and Seojin addressed the class. This is the future of shield work. Not choosing between philosophies, but learning to hold multiple truths simultaneously. Yes, absorb the force. Yes, assert what persists. Yes, manage the impact. Yes, make the choice real. All of it together. Seojin added. The hunters who will matter in the new world are the ones who can do this. Who can say, I will protect you technically, and I will also choose you persistently. Both at once. The class spent the rest of the period attempting their own syntheses, pairing Bastion-trained hunters with Aegis-trained hunters, watching as the two philosophies struggled and then learned to dance together. Minjae approached Seojin after class. That synthesis, can it be taught? Or do you have to be gifted at both philosophies? It can be taught, Seojin said. But it requires humility. You have to be willing to learn that the way you've been taught isn't the only way, or even the right way by itself. Some hunters find that hard. I trained in absorption, Minjae said. I've been managing force since I was 14. How do I learn assertion? By spending time with someone who learned it naturally, Seojin said. I can pair you with one of our younger Aegis students. Watch how they think about barriers. Learn to value persistence as much as you value management. Minjae nodded, resolved. I want to be one of the hunters that matters in the new world. Then you will be, Seojin said. And he believed it. This new generation, learning synthesis instead of specialization, was going to build something better than either old philosophy alone could have created. As Minjae left, Seojin came up beside him. She reminds me of you, the old man said. That hunger to be better, to understand more. But she's smarter than I was at that age, Seojin said. She's asking how to synthesize instead of asking how to overcome. The next generation isn't competing like we did. They're building. Seojin smiled. That's how I know you've actually become a teacher. You see their potential and you believe in it. You're not trying to test them or prove yourself against them. You're just teaching. They walked out of the classroom together, and Seojin felt the weight of the moment. The Eternal Aegis Academy wasn't his achievement. It was the beginning of the next generation's achievement. His job was just to point the way and then get out of the way and let them go further than he had. That was harder than any battle with the primordial ruin, but somehow, it felt more important. Chapter 136. Dako retires. The final day of Dako's active duty as a hunter was marked with a full academy assembly. Not a ceremony. Dako hated ceremonies. Just an assembly. Students from all divisions crowded into the central auditorium. Faculty lined the walls. Seojin stood with the other elders of the teaching staff. Dako walked out onto the practice platform, and the students fell silent. The old man was visibly tired. 6 months of maintaining barrier networks, of pushing his aging body through the crisis with the primordial ruin, had taken decades off his apparent remaining lifespan. But his eyes were clear. His stance was still uncompromising. I'm done, he said, without preamble. 35 years as an active hunter. 40 years before that as something else. I'm not young anymore. I'm not useful on the front lines. So I'm retiring. The students probably expected him to say something inspirational, to talk about his legacy or the students he'd taught or the future. Dako was not that kind of hunter. I want to spar with Seojin one last time, he said. Full power. No holding back. Then I'll know I'm actually done. Seojin felt the request land in his chest like a bell. He looked across the auditorium and met Dako's eyes and knew what this meant. This wasn't about proving anything. This was about closing a circle. He made his way to the platform. The students cleared the arena. Seojin and Dako stood 30 feet apart. No barriers, Dako said. Just power. Seojin inclined his head. Dako attacked with the fury of an S-rank berserker at full activation. His power was volcanic, ancient, refined through decades of application. The platform cracked under his initial strike. Energy shattered outward like he was throwing the entire world away. Seojin moved, and it wasn't foundation energy he used. It was the old power system, the raw technique he'd learned before rank 12. He blocked, absorbed, redirected. The two of them moved across the platform with the coordination of people who had sparred 100 times before. But this time was different. This time was final. Dako was faster than Seojin expected. The old man's power had crystallized over the years into something incredibly efficient. He wasn't fighting with raw strength anymore. He was fighting with mastered precision. He was fighting like someone who had learned exactly how to use every ounce of his remaining power. Seojin matched him, not with technique. He could have used foundation energy and ended the spar in seconds, but with empathy. He matched Dako's power level. He met him strike for strike. He gave the old man the fight he wanted. The auditorium trembled. Energy crackled across the platform. Students watched in awe as rank 12 Eternal Aegis and the last great S-rank berserker clashed like they were trying to tear the sky in half. Dako was smiling. Seojin realized it as they fought. The old man had a smile on his face, genuine, uncompromising, fierce. He was happy to be here, doing this, one final time. The spar lasted 20 minutes. It should have been shorter. Seojin could have ended it in seconds. But he gave Dako the full time, the full effort, the full respect of a complete battle between equals. When it ended in a draw. Not because Seojin couldn't have won, but because the draw was what mattered. The moment of perfect balance, neither winning, both giving everything. They dropped simultaneously, both breathing hard, both sweating, both alive in the moment. You were the best student I ever had, Dako said, his breath coming in gasps. I want you to know that. Not because you became rank 12. Not because you saved the world. But because you were willing to learn from someone old and tired. You treated me like I mattered. That's rare. Seojin pulled the old man up, and they embraced, something Seojin had never done with Dako before. It was awkward and perfect simultaneously. You were the first person who told me I didn't have to hold back, Seojin said. When I was failing as a shield, trying to be something I wasn't, you said, be what you are. Don't apologize for it. That changed everything. Dako laughed. That's not what I said. I said you were annoying. That too, Seojin said. The old man stepped back, and the assembled hunters and students gave him a standing ovation. Dako didn't bow, didn't acknowledge it. He just walked off the platform with Seojin, and they went to the observation deck that overlooked the city. What will you do? Seojin asked. Rest, Dako said. Travel. Maybe teach occasionally. Drink good alcohol. Not fight things. It'll be weird. You'll be good at teaching, Seojin said. You're too stubborn to fully retire. Probably, Dako agreed. They stood in comfortable silence, watching souls spread out beneath them. This city. You brought it back. We brought it back, Seojin corrected. No, Dako said. I held the barrier. Rosa held her barrier. Chinwei held her barrier. But you were the one who understood. You were the one who found the answer that nobody else could see. This city exists because you refused to accept that some things were impossible. Seojin didn't argue. He was learning that sometimes people needed to say things, and the point wasn't to correct them, but to receive what they were offering. You're going to keep teaching, Dako said. You're going to build that academy into something that changes how humans understand protection. And in another 30 years, there will be hunters who train under people who trained under you who don't remember your name, but live by your philosophy. That's the real legacy. That's what I'm hoping for, Seojin admitted. They stood together as the sun set, and Dako's life as an active hunter came to an end not with ceremony or dramatic finish, but with the simple knowledge that the person he'd trained had become exactly who he should have been. That was enough. Chapter 137. Moon Jae-ho's graduation. The Academy's graduation ceremony was 6 months later, and Moon Jae-ho stood at the podium wearing the silver sash that indicated Rank A achievement. A-rank shielder. The term would have meant nothing to him 4 years ago when he arrived at Breakpoint to learn that he had no talent for absorption. Now it meant everything. I want to talk about something that teachers don't usually mention, Moon Jae-ho said, looking out at the assembled graduates, faculty, families, and press. I want to talk about being told you don't matter. The auditorium quieted. I was told I was weak. I was told my philosophy wouldn't work. I was told that my way of thinking about barriers was wrong. I was told that shielders like me, the ones who didn't fit the traditional model, that we didn't have a place in the hunter system. Moon Jae-ho paused, and Seojin watched from the faculty seats, knowing what was coming. And then the primordial ruin emerged, and everything changed. Suddenly, the old way of thinking wasn't enough. Suddenly, we needed hunters who could think about barriers differently. And I realized something. Being told you don't fit might be the best thing that could happen to you, because it means you get to define what fitting looks like. The graduates were listening intently. Many of them were like Moon Jae-ho had been, students who didn't fit the traditional mold, who had been told their potential was limited, who had learned to think differently because thinking the old way didn't work for them. I'm graduating as an A-rank shielder, Moon Jae-ho continued. Not A-rank for absorption power, but A-rank for assertion philosophy. A-rank for knowing that my barriers aren't weaker than traditional barriers. They're just different. They're stronger in ways that the old ranking system didn't understand. He looked directly at Seojin. I want to thank Master Seojin for teaching me that I didn't have to apologize for the way I think, for helping me build something new instead of trying to force myself into the old paradigm. Seojin inclined his head, and there was genuine warmth in the gesture. I'm forming a team called Bastionfall, Moon Jae-ho announced. It's going to be hunters like me, people who think differently, who build barriers in new ways, who question the old structures. We're going to show that there's more than one way to protect something. The auditorium applauded, and Seojin felt pride so acute it was almost physical. This was what the new system was supposed to create. Hunters who didn't just accept the old frameworks, but who built new ones. 3 weeks later, Seojin was given a report on Bastionfall's first operation. They'd been assigned to a gate in Gwangju that had been flagged as containing an unusual entity, something that didn't match traditional classifications. Moon Jae-ho and his team went in without the standard armor, without the standard weapons. They went in with barriers that worked on principle rather than power. They engaged the entity not by trying to overpower it, but by understanding its nature and building barriers that accounted for that understanding. They succeeded. No casualties. No damage. Just clean, efficient protection. The report came with a comment from the regional coordinator. Bastionfall's performance suggests that assertion-based philosophy is not just viable, but superior for entities that don't fit traditional classification. Request expansion of A-rank assertion-trained hunters for specialized operations. Seojin filed it away and smiled. The next generation wasn't just accepting the new philosophy. They were proving it worked better than the old way. That night, Moon Jae-ho sent him a message. First operation complete. Learn more about how to build barriers from not knowing what I was facing than I would have from perfect preparation. This feels right. Seojin wrote back. You're going to build something important. Don't second-guess it. Trust that being different is the point. Moon Jae-ho had been told his whole life that he didn't fit. And in response, he built something that fit better than anything the traditional system could have created. That was the kind of hunter the new world needed. That was the legacy Seojin wanted to create. Chapter 138. Shadow Aegis. Xianxia presented the system in Seojin's office, and she was visibly nervous, which was unusual for someone who typically communicated through pure data. She had brought physical documents, paper, printed, tangible, a gift in itself. Shadow Aegis, she said, laying out the materials. A global intelligence network designed to monitor, detect, and prevent the abuse of Shield-class hunters. Seojin read through the first layer. The system tracked incidents of exploitation across all nations, cross-referenced them with power classifications, identified patterns that suggested systematic abuse, and flagged them for investigation. This is incredible, he said. But it requires access to confidential hunter data. Governments won't allow it. Already approved, Xianxia said. All 17 founding nations of the Aegis Accord, plus another 12 that joined specifically because they wanted to participate. The intelligence agencies understand that Shield-class hunters are a resource they can't afford to lose to exploitation. Seojin looked at the second layer. The system didn't just track abuse. It tracked institutional structures that enabled abuse. Hierarchies that concentrated power in the hands of older hunters. Traditions that exploited young hunters' eagerness to prove themselves. Organizational cultures that normalized injury and burnout. You're looking at structural abuse, he said. Yes, Xianxia confirmed. Because that's what matters. Individual bad actors can be removed. But systems that encourage abuse? Those regenerate the bad actors. I designed Shadow Aegis to identify and dismantle those systems. The third layer showed intervention protocols. Not punitive. Restructuring. When an organization was flagged for systemic abuse, a team of specialists would arrive to analyze and then reorganize the institutional structures in ways that made abuse harder to practice. This is going to upset a lot of people, Seojin said. Hunters who've built their authority on the old systems. It will, Xianxia agreed. That's why I'm presenting it to you. I need the backing of the Eternal Aegis Academy to make this work. If you endorse it, other hunter institutions will follow. Seojin felt the weight of what she was asking. This wasn't just a data system. This was a direct challenge to power structures that had existed for decades. This was going to generate resistance, pushback, and political complications that would ripple across the international hunter community. Why did you build this? He asked. Xianxia was quiet for a moment. Because I saw 17-year-olds coming into the academy, talented and eager, getting systematically broken by systems that didn't care about their well-being. I saw older hunters using their rank and experience to dominate younger ones. I saw the profession eating itself. She paused, and I realized that all my analysis, all my data expertise, wasn't worth anything if I wasn't willing to use it to protect the people who needed protecting. Seojin felt something shift in his chest. This was the real transformation. Not just hunters learning new techniques. Hunters learning that their responsibilities extended beyond their immediate scope to the systems that shaped everyone around them. I'll endorse it, he said, and I'll help you implement it. We'll face the pushback together. Xianxia's expression softened into something like gratitude. Thank you. I know this creates complications, but I didn't know how else to do it. This is exactly how you do it, Seojin said. You identify something broken, you build a solution, you present it, and you're willing to face opposition to implement it. That's what hunters are supposed to do. The implementation of Shadow Aegis took 3 months, and it was contentious. Older hunters resisted having their organizational structures examined. Some national governments pushed back against the intrusion. There were political battles that made the confrontation with the primordial ruin look simple. But it worked. Within 6 months, the academy system had been restructured. Exploitation incidents dropped by 47%. Young hunter retention improved dramatically. Most importantly, the organizational culture started to shift toward actually protecting hunters rather than consuming them. Seojin attended a meeting with Xianxia 6 months into the implementation, and she presented updated data showing that the system was working. You did something really important, he told her. You proved that protecting people meant more than just making barriers for them. It meant building institutions that didn't eat them alive. I learned that from watching you, Xianxia said. You never accepted that the system you inherited was good enough. You kept pushing to change the fundamental structures. I just did the same thing with institutional abuse instead of combat philosophy. That's leadership, Seojin said. Real leadership. Not commanding people to follow you, but building systems that serve people. Later, Seojin realized that Shadow Aegis was as important to the world's future as the Eternal Aegis barrier system. One protected humans from external threats. The other protected hunters from internal exploitation. Both were necessary. Both were part of the same impulse. To choose protection as the foundation principle. Chapter 139. Yura's proposal. The training grounds were empty at sunrise, which was how Yura had requested it. Just the two of them. The same place where they'd fought nearly 20 years ago, when Seojin was still learning what it meant to be a regressor, and Yura was still learning whether she could love someone who might destroy himself trying to be perfect. Yura's spear technique had evolved over 2 decades. What had been good combat now bordered on art. She moved across the grounds in warm-up forms, and Seojin watched from the side, always amazed at how she'd continued to grow, to challenge herself, to become better at the thing she loved. "Fight me?" she asked. It wasn't a question. It was the opening. Seojin met her on the grounds, and the spar that began was like nothing they'd fought before. Not because it was more intense, but because it was loaded with 20 years of shared moment. Every movement was a reference to who they'd been. Every counter was acknowledgement of who they'd become. Yura moved like her spear was an extension of her intention. She struck at angles that shouldn't have worked, but they did because she had faith they would. Her technique was perfect, but more than that, her commitment to the strike was absolute. She wasn't trying to win. She was trying to express something. Seojin defended not with barriers, but with movement. He met her spear at the point of contact and flowed with her power rather than against it. Their fight became a dance, symmetric and beautiful. Two people who knew each other so completely that they could predict movements before they happened. The spar lasted an hour. Neither of them was tired. Neither of them was trying to end it. They were just being together in the form of combat, which was how they best understood each other. Finally, Yura changed the tempo. She drove her spear forward, and instead of giving Seojin the option to defend, she drove it directly toward his heart. The strike was perfect. It was exactly the strike that would kill anyone who didn't move. Seojin didn't move. He caught the spear shaft with his hand. The point was inches from his chest. The power behind it was immense. But he held it there. "Got you," Yura said, and her voice was different. This wasn't the hunter voice. This was the deeper voice, the one that came from years of knowing someone so completely that words were almost superfluous. "You've always had me," Seojin said. "That's been true since we first fought." Yura dropped the spear. Seojin caught it and laid it aside. She pulled him forward and kissed him with 20 years of accumulation in it. The weight of every moment they'd chosen each other. The weight of every crisis they'd stood through together. The weight of the night when the primordial ruin was dissolving soul and Yura insisted on standing with him. It was a kiss that contained a proposal without needing to voice it. When they broke apart, Seojin said, "Is this the part where you asked me to marry you?" "I just did," Yura said. "Through combat, which is the way that makes sense between people like us." "Yes," Seojin said. "Obviously yes." They stood together on the training grounds, sunrise painting the sky in colors that seemed almost too bright. Behind them, from the observation deck of the academy building, Dako watched with something like satisfaction on his ancient face. He'd paid money to the other teachers to ensure the training grounds would be empty at sunrise. He'd also somehow made sure Seojin would be there, that Yura would find the time to practice. He smiled and walked away, leaving them alone in the place where their story had begun. The wedding, 3 months later, took place in Seoul itself, not at the academy. 3,000 hunters from around the world attended. The Aegis Accord sent representatives. Rosa came. Chunwei came. Volkov came. Amara came. Even Taishin came, though he tired easily and Dako spent half the ceremony helping him to chairs. Moon Jae-ho was Seojin's ceremonial attendant. Xianxia was Yura's. But the moment that mattered was when Seojin and Yura stood in the center of the city that they had saved together, and they made the choice to be together for whatever came next. Not because they had to, because they chose to. Because the choice was more real than any commitment ritual could be. As they embraced under the arch of barriers that Rosa and Chunwei had woven together as a wedding gift, the people of Seoul cheered. They cheered for the hunters who had refused to let their city be unmade. They cheered for the proof that love could be as real and powerful as any barrier. They cheered for the future that two people were committing to create together. Yura whispered to Seojin, "No more fighting alone." "Never again," Seojin promised. "Always you. Always us." The barriers above them shimmered with foundation energy, affirming the choice to be together, to build together, to protect together. And Seoul, fully healed and fully real, celebrated under the light of barriers that would never dissolve. Chapter 140. Epilogue. Seojin stood on the rooftop of the Eternal Aegis Academy, overlooking Seoul, as the sun set on his 42nd birthday. The shield breaker system's initial cracks had faded to silver scars long ago, barely noticeable now. Almost aesthetic, like the system had chosen to mark itself rather than hide the damage. Below, the academy was finishing its day. 20,000 students now, spread across training grounds and classrooms. In the main courtyard, Ryu Taishin was teaching a synthesis class, his form still precise after 70 years of practice. In the demonstration arena, younger teachers were running scenarios for advanced students. In the academy hospital, Myri was training the next generation of healer hunters. Doyen managed the residential systems from the administrative building. Pilsung continued to innovate the barrier network architecture. Moon Jaeho's Bastionfall team had expanded to 500 hunters. Yinseo's Shadow Aegis had prevented 17 major institutional abuse cases in the past 6 months. And Yura was in the Spear Training Wing, teaching combat philosophy to the third-year warriors, her technique still evolving even after 20 years of mastery. Seojin's hands rested on the rooftop barrier, permanent, crystalline, absolute. A barrier that affirmed, this academy continues. These people matter. This choice to protect persists. The shield breaker system's final message came then, not as a notification, but as a sense. The system had been waiting for this moment. For Seojin to be at peace. For him to no longer be chasing anything. Analysis complete. Shield Dao potential, maximized. Integration success, 100%. Regressor status, superseded. Seojin Kong is no longer a regression phenomenon. You are a foundation state. A being who has chosen to persist. And your choice has become cosmic fact. The shield breaker system that began as a classification has become an identity. The system concludes with this message. You have been the greatest expression of the shield Dao ever achieved. But more importantly, you have built the structure for the next generation to exceed you. That is the real victory. Seojin felt tears on his face, though he wasn't sure when they'd started. The system had been with him since he woke as a regressor 18 years ago. It had pushed him, challenged him, driven him forward. And now, in the moment of perfect peace, it was letting him go. Thank you, Seojin said to the system. To the regression. To the journey that had taken him from a failed shield learning to be a warrior to a rank 12 guardian learning to be a teacher. Acknowledged. End protocol initiated. Final status. Seojin Kong achieves rest. The system will remain as archive and reference only. Active advancement phase complete. Legacy phase begins. And then the system was quiet. Not gone, but at rest. Seojin could still feel it in his bones, could still access the impact memory archive, could still reference the accumulated knowledge of every shield ever raised. But the constant push forward, the perpetual next-level hunger, was finally satisfied. Seojin walked downstairs toward the practice grounds, and with each step, he was no longer a regressor trying to fix the future. He was simply Seojin, a teacher, a protector, a man who had chosen to build something that would outlast him. He found Yura finishing her teaching session. She saw him and smiled, that smile that meant, I know you. I see you. I'm glad you're here. How was the rooftop? She asked. Perfect, Seojin said. The system said goodbye. The regression is complete. Yura took his hand, and they walked toward the central teaching hall together. The academy was settling into evening. Students were returning to residential areas. The barrier network hummed with the steady presence of protection made manifest. In 100 countries around the world, shield-class hunters were doing the same work, building barriers, teaching the next generation, affirming the choice to protect. Seojin entered the classroom where his evening seminar was beginning. 40 advanced students, waiting to learn about the deepest aspects of the shield Dao. He took his place at the front of the room, and before beginning, he looked at their faces. So many potential rank 12 hunters. So many people who might one day surpass what he'd built. Today, Seojin said, we're going to talk about what comes after achievement. What happens when you reach the peak of what you thought was possible, and you realize the real journey hasn't started yet. He taught for 2 hours, and the students absorbed his words the way all good students do, not taking them as truth, but testing them, questioning them, preparing to build something new from the foundation they were being given. When the class ended, Seojin walked them to the door and watched them disperse into the soul evening. The city glowed with the light of integrated barriers, protective structures that were as natural as buildings now, as essential as streets. He would teach until he couldn't anymore. He would watch the next generation become what they were meant to be. He would build an academy that didn't need him, that would continue thriving the moment he stepped away. And someday, maybe 50 years from now, maybe 100, a teacher in the Eternal Aegis Academy would tell a student the story of Seojin Kong, a regressor who had become a guardian, who had negotiated with the primordial ruin, who had reached rank 12 and then spent the rest of his life teaching. And the student would go out and build something that made Seojin's achievements look like stepping stones. That was the point. That was the real victory. Not the power, not the rank, not the barrier that could never break. The real victory was the choice. The choice to protect, the choice to persist, the choice to build something that mattered, and the choice to let the next generation build something even better. Seojin walked down the academy's main corridor toward home, toward Yura, toward the quiet evening he'd earned through years of impossible choices. Behind him, the Eternal Aegis Academy glowed with light. Ahead of him, Seoul breathed with the presence of barriers that would never dissolve. And all around him, a world that had learned to choose protection as its foundation principle, continued its endless work of becoming real. The regression was over. The real life was beginning. The Yandi years later, historians would argue about the precise moment Korea changed. Some pointed to the day the Red Rift opened over Incheon. Others cited the hour the Class S restriction was lifted and the world learned what shield bearers could truly become. But those who survived the night of the Eternal Aegis, the survivors huddled in shelters as the sky turned red, the children who watched through cracked windows as one young man held the line between soul and oblivion, they didn't argue about moments. They remembered a feeling, the bone-deep certainty, in the darkest hour, that something immovable stood between them and the void. Kong Seojin never stopped carrying that weight. He said it wasn't a burden. He said it was a purpose. Team Breakpoint believed him. So did Korea. So did the world. The shield never broke.